Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had fusion Erasure Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Boom. A shockwave flowed through the classroom, startling everyone. They turned their heads to the source of the noise, the brash, blonde boy sitting with his feet up on the desk. Izuku had barely heard the boom before letting out a squeal that rivaled the explosion in decibels. Kachan, you got your quirk. It's so cool you make explosions. That's gonna make you such a cool hero. You're gone. Bakugo looked back at Izuku with a glint of pride in his eye, cutting him off. Of course I did, you DMN Deku, who else but me would get such a cool and powerful quirk? His face broke out into a smirk as he looked around at the rest of the preschoolers, staring at him in amazement. Izuku was just staring at him, smile fading slightly. He hated the nickname the Kachan had given him, and he hated that everyone else called him that as well. But he let them, knowing he couldn't stop them even if he tried. After all, you should probably just give up. Izuku's whole world fell from around him, and he felt himself reeling in. Shock? Sadness? He couldn't tell, the only thing left was the doctor's statement. He was 5 years old, and the doctors were fairly certain that Izuku wouldn't get a quirk at all. He didn't have the extra joint in his foot, he thought to himself, so why can't I have a quirk? It's not fair. He had been enamored with quirks for as long as he had been able to comprehend what they were, which was, admittedly, not a very long time. He already had a notebook he had been working on, and now the stupid doctor is going to deny him his own? It's not fair. He felt like screaming, or crying, or curling up into a ball and doing both, but he was stuck to his chair, Inko's hand on his back, propping him up, glancing at him every now and then as the doctor talked about statistics? Precedents? Who cared about those? It's not fair. By the time they had gotten home, Izuku was in full-blown sobbing mode, the noise alerting some of their neighbors, including Mitsuki. She came out of her apartment, looking around frantically. Izuku sweetie. What's wrong? What's the matter sweetie? She put her hand on his shoulder as she talked to him, trying to get him to look at her. It's not fair. Mitsuki took a step back at the sound of his voice, her gut twisting. The sound of Izuku's broken voice, his sobbing has now brought out both of the Bakugo parents, which started as just a hand on his shoulder and devolved into a giant group hug. He's not going to get a quirk. Mitsuki's head snapped up at this, looking at Inko. It was late at night now, and Izuku had gone to bed a while ago, and the sobbing had ended, so they knew he was asleep. Mitsuki's heart nearly broke then and there. She knew how much Izuku loved quirks, from his mum's admittedly weak quirk to All Might's near-god status. She knew that he had theorized on what his quirk would be, but now, life had dealt him a shitty hand, one that the little cinnamon roll didn't deserve. The Bakugos went back to their own apartment later, and Mitsuki couldn't help but cry for Izuku and hope that the world would treat him right, that the world would fix this mistake, and give the most heroic 5 years old she knew a quirk so he could be a hero. As she laid down in bed, sleep crawling at the edges of her brain, she let out a sigh, pulling the covers up over her. She stared at the roof, willing herself to stop crying. She needed to sleep, but only one thought stayed with her. It's not fair. He was about 6 when he first noticed things happening. It started with people having trouble with their quirks. For the emitters and transformation quirked, their quirk was harder to activate, and for the mutation quirks, muscle pains were a common occurrence. It all CLMXED on a day after school had finished. He was the target of another one of Kachan's bouts of anger, his powerful quirk knocking Izuku to the ground. Or at least, that's what Izuku expected. Kachan's palm smacked into his chest, and there was silence, no shockwave, no explosion. Looking up at Kachan through his tears, he could see that Kachan was as confused as he was. His two friends in the back were also confused, wings and fingers retracting quickly, the flying one smacking the ground. Bakugo. I can use my quirk, yelled the usually winged boy. Why can I use my quirk? Bakugo looked at Izuku with a harsh expression, before recoiling slightly at the sight of him. He was sitting on the ground crying, that had stayed the same, but he had changed. In a split second, he had looked away, and Izuku's hair had turned a golden blonde and was staring at him with golden eyes. Ha, pathetic little Deku got himself a quirk, eh? He sneered, staring at the boy. Doesn't matter at all Deku, you're still a useless runt. He turned his back and walked away, motioning for his lackeys to follow. A small gasp was heard as they exited the gate of the park and one of the boy's wings sprouted back, lifting him into the air, before stabilizing himself. No one would ever know about it, but after seeing the display of his quirk, Bakugo was almost proud of the Deku. I feel like I've seen a quirk like that before. Izuku got up and ran home as fast as he can, chest hurting from the slap, face bright with a smile as he realized. "I have a quirk," he yelled, continuing to sprint towards his house. He ran inside, taking off his shoes and throwing his bag down onto the couch. Mum, I got my quirk," he yelled, running towards the kitchen, where he could hear his mum making something. Now, Inko had plans for a lot of things. She had plans laying out the warpath she would go on when she finally got Izuku to tell her who was bullying him. She had plans for the days where his boundless joy finally crashed, leaving him sobbing, crying about how it wasn't fair. What she didn't have plans for was for her son to come running into the house yelling about quirks, only for her to see his hair a dark blonde, his smile lighting up the room. She yelped at the sight, Izuku looking at her confused and a little hurt. Izuku, she asked warily. She had heard of people with shape-shifting quirks, and after her encounter with a concerning young woman, she was very wary of them. "What did I say to you before you left for school this morning?" Izuku looked back at her, confusion now the only thing on his face. "You told me to be good to my teachers, An." With a much smaller voice, a blush forming on his cheeks, "that you loved me." She let go of the breath she hadn't realized she had been holding and looked at him with a stern expression. "Izuku Midoriya, you will explain why you dyed your hair or so hell dash." The sentence died down in her throat as Izuku looked at her with such a bewildered face that she realized he was saying something about a quirk. Maybe I should hear him. "Dyed my hair? I didn't dye my hair." Izuku ran away from his mother, towards the bathroom, and yelped at his reflection. For the last 6 years, he had been greeted by his broccoli-like hair and his emerald eyes, and he had gotten used to it. Staring back at him now though, was a stranger. With blonde hair slightly darker than Kachan's, and yellow eyes, he wondered if he had been hit with a color swap quirk. Inko reached the door just after his yelp, realizing that he had no clue what she was talking about. He looked up at her, worried. "Mum, what happened to my face?" Inko was starting to worry too. She ran to her room and grabbed her purse, yelling back at the bathroom. "Izuku sweetie, I need you to get ready to go to the doctor's, okay?" While he was confused and a little scared, Izuku followed his mother's request and put his shoes back on, his worry ebbing away as he put on his favorite shoes, the one gift he had ever gotten from his best friend, before things became different. He ran into his room, walls, cupboards and desk absolutely covered with All Might merchandise, with the occasional cameo from the rest of the top 10, as well as some of Izuku's personal favorites. His prized piece, a Lego set of All Might vs. Vacuum, a man whose quirk allowed him to control the oxygen around him, with clear blocks making it look like All Might be jumping down towards Vacuum, fist ready to strike. He had actions figures of most of the top number 10, excluding Wash and Endeavor, 2 heroes that he either didn't really like or just downright scared him. He grabbed his jacket, a Silver Age All Might hoodie, and walked back to the front door, seeing his mum waiting for him. Inko looked over him again and quickly ushered him towards the car. They drove in silence, each of them worrying for different reasons. Inko was worried what other changes could have happened alongside this aesthetic one, while Izuku worried about how this was causing his mum anguish. They arrived at the clinic, and after filling out a few forms, were ushered into the doctor's office. She looked up as the Midoriyas walked in. "Good afternoon, Ms. Midoriya, my name is Dr. Nanako, a pleasure to meet you." She threw a smile at them, calming Izuku down, who had been visibly shaking, although it wasn't from fear, but excitement. "Now Izuku, your mother here tells me that you're a possible late bloomer for a quirk." "That's fantastic," she held the smile up as she talked. "Now Izuku, my quirk is called Analysis, where I can know someone's quirk by touching their forehead. Do you mind if I use it on you?" Inko looked down at her son and gasped. She hadn't even brought his notebook with her in her purse, and suddenly he just had it. He was already writing down notes in his messy, 6-year-old scrawl, but Inko could see at the top of the page the word Analysis. "Well doctor, looks like you sparked his interest." Inko sighed. She knew he would be in this state for at least the next few minutes, so she gave Dr. Nanako permission to use her quirk. She pressed her palm onto Izuku's forehead and closed her eyes. She let out an odd and adjusted her hand, a confused look now popping onto her face. "Mrs. Midoriya, I can sense a quirk in your boy at all. Are you sure he did something out of the ordinary?" She looked over to Inko, noticing that Izuku wasn't even listening anymore. He was muttering up a storm, and scribbling notes down into his book. "Are you sure, doctor? He had green hair and eyes just this morning. This has to be a quirk. Here, I'll show you a picture of him." She put her hand out towards her phone, attempting to pull it towards her with her quirk, but it didn't budge. She tried again, harder, and her phone seemed to wobble but didn't move. "Sorry," she mumbled, reaching down and grabbing her phone. The doctor's eyes lit up at the sight, a new theory rising in her head. "Mrs. Midoriya, do you mind if I use my quirk on you?" she said, flashing her comforting smile again. Inko looked at her confused. But I know what my quirk is. I have weak telekinesis? Dr. Nanako smiled. Please Mrs. Midoriya, I have a theory. Inko looked over and agreed. Nanako placed her hand onto Inko's forehead and focused, and got nothing. My quirk is saying you're quirkless as well. Now, experiment time, she sang, seemingly happy for the challenge. Izuku, could you please step outside? I'd like to talk to your mother. Izuku was pulled out of his mutterfest, looking up at Nanako and blushed, scurrying outside of the room. Nanako kept her hand on Inko's head throughout this, and when he got about 6 feet away, she yelped as suddenly, there was her quirk. She had Inko, and called Izuku back into the room. He stared at her on his way back in, with both a curious and scared look on his face. He sat down on the stool and Nanako waited until Inko's hand was on his back again before talking. Who knows how the kid might react to this? Mrs. Midoriya, I think I have an idea of what your son's quirk is. Mrs. Midoriya, I think I have an idea of what your son's quirk is. Nanako grabbed her clipboard and started to write down some notes about what happened. Quirk didn't work while Izuku was in the room, worked right after he left, further testing needed. So, he does have a quirk? Inko looked both hopeful and a bit worried. What sort of quirk does he have? Looking over at Izuku, who had the biggest grin on his face, and smiled. Are you familiar with the pro hero Eraserhead? Inko, not the biggest hero fan, looked at Izuku, expecting him to know. She was shocked then when she saw that even Izuku, the hero uberfan, was confused at the name. No sorry doctor, what about him? Inko was genuinely curious at this point, due to both the doctor's strange behavior and the fact that she name-dropped a pro hero. That's fine, not many people are familiar with him. Eraserhead is a pro hero, but he is an underground hero, most people will never meet him, and he avoids the press like a plague. She chuckles lightly at this, seemingly remembering something. His quirk, Erasure, temporarily turns off his opponent's quirk, until he blinks. It's a powerful quirk, and if what's my initial tests have shown, Izuku has something like that. My quirk is like a hero's? Izuku yelled, startling Inko and Nanako. She smiled at the sight of him so happy. Yes Izuku, your quirk is similar to a hero's. While Eraserhead's ability is a targeted effect, yours seems to affect the area around you. Think of yourself as an anti-quirk field generator. Izuku squealed, and Nanako had to quickly quiet him down. Izuku, I know you're excited, but I need you to be quiet, we have other doctors and patients attempting to focus. Izuku looked down, blushing, spouting apologies. Now Izuku, if you could step into the room with me. The room she pointed at was the government-mandated security room that was required for quirk testing/identifying facilities. As she grabbed him, Izuku looked up at Inko, who nodded and ruffled his now golden hair. Go ahead, sweetie. Nanako watched him enter and called for her colleague, a man who had hair made of a jelly-like substance. As he entered the room, his jelly hair morphed into long bright blue hair. He gasped and looked at Izuku. Izuku, meet Mr. Tanyu, he will be letting us test out your quirk on him, hopefully, we can make it so you can control your new power. She was a little amazed herself when the hair changed, and was now heavily intrigued. We are going to do a few tests, see if you have any control over things like who is affected, how big the field is, etc. Izuku stood in the metal and cement room, happy beyond belief that he finally had a reason to enter the quirk test room. Okay Izuku, now, I want you to focus on Mr. Tanyu, and I want you to try and allow him to have his quirk within your area, she said, flashing him a smile. Can you try that for me? Izuku nodded and closed his eyes. They could almost see the gears turning in his head as he tried to figure out how to turn his quirk off. He started shaking, and Inko realized that he had been holding his breath. Izuku sweetie, it's okay, just breath, there's no rush, just breath. He looked up at her, face returning to its normal color as he focused on her, and smiled, before quickly turning back to Mr. Tanyu as he released a gasp. For a moment, a single moment, his hair had turned back into its jelly-like substance, before reverting back to the bright blue locks. Mum, I did it, I turned it off. Izuku looked over the moon, the happiest Inko had seen him since his original diagnosis. She smiled softly, hoping that this would change things. She wasn't stupid, she knew he was getting bullied at school, and she knew it was most likely because people thought he was quirkless. He would come home with scrapes and bruises, small cuts and burns, but would never tell her what happened or who did it. She worried for her son, and now seeing him with a quirk, a seemingly powerful one at that, made her feel a little better. As they walked out of the clinic, thanking Dr. Nanako for her time and help, Izuku had two things on his mind. He was ecstatic to find out that he had a quirk, and he was extremely curious about this Eraserhead. He'd have to look him up when he got home. The next few days were both a blessing and a curse for Izuku. He now, no doubt about it, had a quirk, so the other kids couldn't bully him for being quirkless now. Izuku had come into the class to hear the sound of yelling. Seeing what was going on, he noticed one of his classmates, Kazu, a boy with a quirk that made him look like a minotaur, stretching and squishing, stopping after a while and stabilizing in a 100% human form. It took Izuku a minute to realize that it was his quirk that had done this to Kazu and tried his best to remove it, to no avail. Bakugo, on the other hand, realized as soon as Izuku came through the door what was happening, having witnessed his quirk beforehand. Deku, turn your goddamn quirk off, he yelled, running towards Izuku, palms out ready to blow him away. Izuku yelled and started running from him, running out of the classroom, and heard his classmates yelling again as he would later find out, Kazu morphed back into his minotaur form. Kachan, please. I didn't mean to do it. I can control it yet. Izuku was red-faced and breathing hard. He wasn't used to sprinting for this long, and he was only little. Luckily, Bakugo was quickly stopped by the teachers, who themselves were very confused why their quirks weren't working. Bakugo noticed their confused glances towards each other and started to yell at them. It's all dumb Deku's fault, it's his DMN quirk that changed Kazu. Izuku was stopped by one of the teachers as the rest took Bakugo back to the classroom. His teacher was very confused at his new look, as well as the fact that Bakugo seemed to think he had a quirk. Izuku my boy, is what Bakugo said true? Did you do that to Kazu? Now Mr. Yukon was a smart man. He knew about Izuku, the quirkless boy in year 1, but hadn't had the chance to meet Izuku himself before. Izuku looked at Mr. Yukon, tears starting to fall down his face as words started to rush out of him. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I only really got my quirk yesterday. I can really control who gets affected yet. Please don't get me in true dash. Unko stopped his muttering with a firm hand to the shoulder. Young man, I would never get you in trouble for this. It's not your fault, but I think it would be best if your mother came and picked you up today. He looked at the boy, who was still sniffling, with a sad smile. I'll talk to the principal and see if we can sort this all out. Izuku was sitting outside of the principal's office, waiting for his mom, when he heard the familiar sounds of stomping heading his way. Deku. What the hell do you think you're doing? Bakugo stared at him maniacally and pulled his fist back. Why the hell did you do that to Kazu? Izuku flinched at the sight of him winding up for a punch and then went into his explanation. Bakugo, I didn't mean to turn his quirk off. I can really control it at the moment, but I'm trying to. Izuku looked up at him, and Bakugo was astonished to see the determination in his eyes, along with a spark that Bakugo had been trying to put out for years, now brighter than ever before. And my doctor says it's a really cool quirk, and she said that there is a hero who has a quirk like mine. Bakugo snorted, dumb Deku, I call bullshit. No pro hero would have such a coward's quirk, turning people's quirks off. How stupid. Izuku's face fell at this, before sitting upright and yelling back at him. There is. His name is Eraserhead, and if he can be a pro hero then I can too. Izuku was red-faced out of anger and embarrassment, never having yelled at Bakugo before. Looking at him, he seemed to have sort of a scowl mixed with a smirk, turning and walking away. No one would ever know it, but that day, he found a bit of respect for Deku. Finally willing to stand up to me, eh? He was muttering to himself as he walked, outside of Izuku's hearing. Good, maybe he could make himself a hero, never the top hero, of course, that's my job. Inko had arrived at the school and was walking through the front door when she heard Izuku yelling, and hearing what he was saying, felt a swell of pride in her chest. She had been waiting for the day that his confidence would return, that he would be able to smile without the smallest doubt about the future. She walked up to him to see Bakugo walking away, a smile on his face, muttering to himself. I guess it's contagious. She laughed at the thought, alerting Izuku to her presence. Hi mum, he practically yelled, running at her and tackling her into a hug. Mr. Yukon says I have to go home. I think I hurt one of my classmates. Inko was shocked at first but could see why. She knew that some of his classmates had mutation-type quirks, and from the testing they did with Dr. Nanako, she could only imagine how the student affected was feeling, having his body morph like that. No sweetie, don't worry about that, I'm sure you didn't mean to hurt anyone. Inko could see the tears welling in his eyes. Now, it's your first day with a quirk, I would be surprised if there were no accidents. You want to know what happened when I first used my quirk? Izuku's head snapped up to meet her eyes. Yeah. What happened, mum? What happened? Inko was glad for his obsession with quirks. She knew he was good at analysis already for a 6-year-old, and it was an easy way to distract him from things. So you know how I can pull small objects, right, sweetie? Well, the first time I used my quirk, I tried to pull a book towards me, and it smacked one of my classmates in the face. He was so confused, and I got into trouble for that. She smiled down at him, and he was laughing. So you see Izuku, everyone has a rough first time with their quirk, it's nothing to worry about. He was giggling by the end of the story, and Inko knew that he was going to be okay. She knew that the boy from before his first diagnosis was back, and she was already mentally preparing herself for his hero career, cause she knew her son, and she knew he would make an excellent hero. When they arrived back to his house, Izuku ran straight to the computer room, begging Inko to let him on it. She sighed, ready for another 2 hours of All Might saying, "I am here," and logged in for him. She nearly gasped as he closed the tab that had been open since the video came out, and instead searched for Eraserhead. He started reading up on everything that the internet had on Eraserhead and filled almost 7 pages in his notebook about him, the closest to All Might's analysis at 9.5 pages. Most heroes had 2 to 4 pages. She smiled at the sight and went to start cooking. Dinner, it's totally a Katsudon night. The next day was a little better, his classmates were told about his quirk, and while there was outrage that Deku of all people was making it so none of them could use their quirks, Bakugo quickly shut them up. "Hey extras, you know you're not allowed to use your quirks at school anyway, so Deku here is doing you all a favor and making it so it's literally impossible to break that rule. Not his fault he can control it, dumbass only got it 2 days ago." Izuku was gobsmacked. Had Kachan just stood up for Izuku? Surely not, I'm dreaming, or I went into a coma after Kachan hit me in the park, surely this can be happening, right? He pinched himself quickly to see if he woke up, and had to suppress a squeal after he didn't. Kachan stood up for me. Maybe things are going to get better. Izuku was right, sort of. His relationship with Kachan improved a lot that week, and while he still called him Deku, he was nicer overall. Izuku wondered if his quirk had a mental impact on his anger. His classmates were furious with him, and he acquired a new person who seemed to think that someone had to fill the spot Kachan had apparently left. His name was Isai, and he hated the fact that he couldn't use his flashy quirk anymore. It was similar to Kachan's if a little more focused. He could fire plasma-like beams from his hands, like the ones from those Apocalypse games a few hundred years ago. His first encounter with Isai was while he was walking home. "Hey off SWCH, the nickname was accompanied by a shove to the back, sending Izuku sprawling across the ground. Isai was 8 years old and was much bigger than Izuku. "You must think you're so much better than everyone, shutting off everyone's quirks like that." He pulled back his leg to kick him, and Izuku shut his eyes. The kick never came. Standing above him was another boy, staring Isai down, hand on his shoulder. Now dude, come on. That's not cool. You can just hurt people like that, man." The stranger had a nonchalant tone as if he did this all the time. "Oh, yeah, Tintin, what you gonna do about it?" Isai turned away from Izuku and lunged at the other boy, who promptly took the punch right in the face with a small shout. He got up, very confused, looking at his hands. It took him a second. But Izuku recognized the look. "You don't have your quirk right now, I'm sorry." The boy looked at Izuku and nodded. "Thanks for the heads up, dude," flashing Izuku a smile that rivaled All Might's. Isai started to throw more punches, but now that he knew he couldn't use his quirk, the other boy went on the offensive, and with one last jab to the face, knocked Isai onto the ground, who then got up and walked away, and before he left hearing range, the boy who helped Izuku did a bodybuilder pose and yelled, "Power!" Isai looked back, his face curled into a snarl, before shoving his hands in his pockets and storming off. Izuku looked up at the boy, who admittedly did look a little like Tintin. "Thank you so much. I thought he was gonna hurt me for sure." The boy looked back at him, after making sure that Isai had actually left. "That's all good, dude. I couldn't just stand by and let him hurt you now, could I?" At this, Izuku's eyes lit up. "Wow, you're just like a hero." "Hi, my name is Izuku, what's yours?" The boy laughed. "Thanks, dude. My name is Mirio, nice to meet ya. Say, how did you know that I couldn't use my quirk?" Izuku froze. Well, this is it, he thought, after hearing I shut down his quirk, he'll probably get mad like Isai did. I am, well, you see, the thing is, Mirio laughed at this, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Whoa man, chill out, I don't bite," he flashed another smile Izuku's way, and he instantly felt better. "It's my quirk. I turn other people's quirks off." He looked down at the ground. "I only got it around 2 days ago, so I can really control it, and people are angry with me about it. It's about a 10-meter radius around me, although the doctors seem to think it will increase as I get older." Mirio looked at the small shy boy in front of him. He looked about, and yet he got his quirk yesterday? Must be a late bloomer. He patted Izuku's shoulder again, and flashed him a smile when he looked up. "Well, that's an amazing quirk. You're just like the underground hero Eraserhead." Izuku beamed at this statement, now in hero fan mode. "I know, right? I was researching him last night, he's so cool. It's sad that he avoids the spotlight, 'cause he is amazing. Did you know he basically fights quirkless? I wanna be a hero just like him, I wonder where he lie. Izuku stopped his mutterfest halfway as he saw Mirio's face become a mix of concerned and amused. Mirio laughed again and wrapped his arm around his shoulder. Well, if it's training you need, my mum signed me up for a martial arts course around here that has a licensed quirk assistant. They usually help me by setting up walls for me to walk through, increasing in thickness, changing materials etc. Maybe you should swing around. He grabbed out a piece of paper and wrote some stuff down. It's on Wednesdays, 6:30-8. Hope to see you there, Izuku, before sprinting off. Izuku looked down at the piece of paper in his hands. On it was the name Mirio Togoda and a phone number. Below that read a short message. If that dude or any others bother you, call me, laughing face. Izuku's eyes started to well up at this. I made a friend. Inko wasn't surprised when Izuku came running through, it seemed to be becoming a habit. Welcome back, Izuku. How was school today? He ran into the kitchen and Inko saw the card he was holding. What's that, sweetie? Izuku held the card up to her. Atsuya Kendo, Martial Arts and Quirk Dojo, followed by their phone number. What's this, sweetie? You want to do martial arts? She was confused. She knew that he wanted to be a hero, but he had never given any interest in martial arts before. Maybe he just wants the quirk training. Yeah, I made a friend today. He saved me from a bully, and invited me to help control my quirk. Inko looked at him, worried. A bully, Izuku? Who was it? She hoped beyond hope that he would tell her this time. She couldn't stand him getting hurt for things she couldn't control. He gulped and looked at the floor, panicking internally. Well, his name is Isai, and he was yelling at me for turning his quirk off. She thanked whatever gods had blessed her, he had finally told her. Time to initiate Operation Mama Bear. Well then, if he wants to hurt you for something you can control yet, I'm just gonna have to speak with the principal about this. Izuku let out a small sigh, looking at her, eyes wide with gratitude. So can I go, Mum? I don't want to let Mirio down, he's gonna be a real hero one day, but he can use his quirk to help people if I can control it. It was Inko's turn to sigh, as she looked over the card. Sure, sweetie, I'll call and book you in for the introductory session. She was nearly knocked over as the small golden fluff ball slammed into her, hugging her midsection. Thank you, he was ecstatic. He would get to hang out with a proper friend, one who didn't yell at him. And so Inko booked Izuku for the introductory session. Come 6 p.m. Wednesday night, Izuku was in his sports gear, visibly vibrating with excitement. Mum, come on. We're gonna be late, CMON. He was bouncing up and down, and Inko was starting to think that this might be a good outlet for all his energy. They hopped into the car and arrived shortly at the dojo. Izuku sprinted to the front door, running inside before he was stopped by shouting. He looked over at where the students were warming up and saw a boy with a bird head yelling as it morphed into a regular head with black hair. Izuku? Are you there? Mirio had walked over to Izuku, looking confused at why he had a horrified look on his face until he saw what had happened to the birdman. Whoa, is that you, Tokoyami? The previously bird-headed boy nodded, looking at himself in the mirror with a look of shock and fear. A man walked over to Mirio and Izuku, next to Inko. Well, I have to say I didn't really believe you, Ms. Midoriya, but seeing Tokoyami change like that, can really be anything else? My name is Atsuya Kendo, welcome Izuku. He looked over to his students quickly, noting their panic. Mirio said you might be coming. Would you care to tell me why you wanted to come here? Well, I wanted to come because my quirk doesn't really help me be a hero. If I wanted to fight someone I would still have to know how to beat them even if I turned their quirk off. He pointed to Mirio, who was smiling and laughing at the mutterstorm. And Mirio was so cool when he saved me, and he suggested that I could come here to learn martial arts and how to control my quirk. And Kendo laughed as well, placing a hand on his shoulder. Admirable goals, young man. It's good to see someone so young so prepared for his future. He turned to Inko. Okay, he can join in the training, but I have a few questions first. How big is the range of this anti-quirk field he projects? Is it just turning off quirks or can he do other things with them, and can he control whose gets turned off? Inko smiled faded. Well, Mr. Kendo, his quirk only really manifested about a week ago, so we aren't sure. It currently has a range of about a 15 m radius around him, but if he focuses he can get it to 20 m. So far it has only shut quirks off, but we don't know if that's all it can do, although he has said he sees weird colors around people every now and then. He currently can control who is affected, although he has done it once, it seems to have been a fluke. She looked up from the notes Dr. Nanako had given her about his quirk, pointing to a few of the dot points listed. These are the notes given to us by his doctor, and I can give you a copy if you would like. Kendo seemed happy with this, nodding, before walking into his office, coming out a minute later holding a GI and white belt. Here you go, little man. Go out this on and come join us on the floor. Izuku sprinted over to the changing rooms, coming out dressed as his new GI. He ran over to the padded floor, and Itsuya introduced him. Everyone, this is Izuku Midoriya. He will be joining us from now on. His quirk is the reason yours aren't working, and also why Tokoyami has, well, I'm not really sure what he did. Anyway, he is here to learn just like the rest of you, so please be nice. The more he can focus, the quicker you all get your quirks back. Izuku was terrified. The nice teacher man had just told everyone that it was his fault they couldn't use their powers. Oh God, they were gonna hate him, they're gonna bully him like Isai and Kachan and the rest of his classmates, they're gonna. A boy with long blue hair yelled out, interrupting his panic attack. Wow! Your quirk is awesome, how does it work? Izuku was really confused. A boy with pure blue hair spoke up as well. Dude, that's such a cool power. Izuku didn't know what to say. Did they like his quirk? Tokoyami looks cool as a normal dude. They liked his quirk, he was shocked. He hadn't had it for very long, but he had already figured out that most people hated not having their quirk. That's a very impressive quirk, Midoriya, a young girl with a big black ponytail stated, again snapping him out of his overthinking. My name is Momo. MSTR said you couldn't control it yet, why not? Izuku was worried again now. God, this class is gonna be a roller coaster, he thought inwardly. I only got it about a week ago, so I haven't really learned how to use it properly yet. I'm sorry for turning your quirks off. He looked at the ground sheepishly. Midoriya. He looked up to see Tokoyami right in front of him. Do not worry about it, I am actually kind of enjoying the feeling of hair. He smiled at the boy and started to giggle. You looked kinda cool with a bird head though. Kendo looked at his group with pride and smiled. He knew he had a good group of kids, but to not even get angry at having their quirks removed? He felt like a super proud dad. And so that was his new routine for the next 4 years. He would go to his martial arts training, which became more frequent as he started learning more and more types after Itsuya suggested he learn to use things like a bow staff, as well as basic sword fighting, and basic archery. He wanted Izuku to be multi-talented, especially if he wanted to be a hero, but he knew that no child could keep up with a super intense schedule. He continued his quirk training, and by the age of 10, he had rudimentary control over who was affected by his anti-quirk field, being able to keep 2 to 3 people unaffected at one time. He quickly made friends with Momo and Tokoyami, sharing the same drive to be a hero as them, but because he was one of Itsuya's favorites, he found himself spending a lot of time with his MSTR's daughter, Itsuka. The 4 of them pushed each other, both physically and mentally, and they quickly rose in popularity with the rest of the dojo. Itsuya was always saying how his big 4 under 12s were gonna take the hero course by storm. Izuku blushed every time he said that, usually embarrassed at the volume he would say it with. He pushed himself at school as well and left his primary school as the top student in his year, Bakugu nearly killing him when he got second. Bakugu, he had lost touch with Bakugu for the most part, focusing heavily on his training-heavy lifestyle. They hadn't been real friends since a few weeks before Bakugu got his quirk, so that hadn't changed, but the animosity, the hatred towards Izuku was gone, and Bakugu just left him alone. He continued to train with Mirio, and eventually his 2 friends, Neijire and Tamaki, the 12-year-olds, agreeing with Mirio on how cool Izuku's quirk was. They were glad to get extra training, all 4 of them aiming for UA's hero course. All Might went there, so it has to be the best. Izuku could be quoted near daily, his adoration for All Might apparent, second only to his very favorite hero. He knew how his favorite worked, he stuck to the shadows, avoided the public, defended in near secret, and how much he hated the press. That's why Izuku always said that All Might was his favorite hero. It was believable, and Izuku knew that the fewer people know about Eraser-head, the better he could work. After a little digging, he found that Eraser-head was a UA alumni as well, further fueling his dream to attend the hero course. He would get into UA, he would become a pro hero, and he would work as hard as he could until he could meet his ultimate idol, Eraser-head. Help, someone help. It was a bright sunny day, and Toshinori Yagi sighed as he finished buying groceries. He was in his civilian form, as he had to be nowadays for at least 3.5 hours a day. He looked over to the explosion and the scream and saw a large pile of sludge. It was moving down the street, and Yagi could see that it was holding a cash register and a brown bag, spilling money. He could hear the civilians on the street muttering between themselves. Whoa, is that a villain? Man, he must be stupid, attacking a store in broad daylight like this, there's gonna be a hero here in minutes. Yagi looked around to check that there was no one watching him and inflated into his hero form. "Never fear, citizens," he announced in his cheerful voice, "for I am here." He jumped after the sludge villain, who had noticed his announcement, and dived down a manhole. Izuku had just gotten out of class, Bakugo giving him death glares as the teacher announced that Izuku would be taking the UA entrance exam as well. He was 17 now, just finishing high school, and looked back at the last couple of years, smiling at his progress. He started to walk towards the arcade, where he was meeting up with Itsuka and Momo. He had practically mastered his quirk, and not to toot his own horn or anything, but it was a really DMN good one and had been able to make his field basically keep the on SWCH on at all times, only turning quirks off as he needed. Bakugo was the happiest he had been in a while the day Izuku had mastered it, and Izuku still wasn't sure he heard what followed right. "Nice job, Deku, maybe you will be a hero?" The range of his quirk has exploded as his age and physical strength increased. As he was now, he was able to affect the quirks of anyone within a maximum of 100 m radius of him, a number that had even him astounded, although he could make the field smaller if he wanted to. And that wasn't all his abilities could do. A little bit after his 11th birthday, she showed him one of his dad's old quirk analysis books. "I know Mum always said that followed after Dad, but I didn't know she meant that so literally." The first 12 pages were a self-analysis, detailing his quirk and his job as a supporting sidekick. Apparently, he had the ability to see the quirk in people, and he described this sight as almost seeing a textured silhouette of the person. He also had the ability to affect the quirks of those around him, getting him quite popular as a sidekick. His name was Booster, and as well as this quirk sight, as he called it, he had the ability to either enhance or nullify the quirks of anyone he touched for around 10 minutes. When in a boosted state, the quirks of those he touched went into overdrive, acting with more power, faster, and requiring less energy on the user's part. Izuku knew he had gotten the nullification part of the quirk, given an area of effect most likely because of his mother's quirk, but was wondering if he had gotten the quirk sight and booster parts when the quirk was passed down, and after a few training sessions with Mirio and the gang, he was delighted to see that, through training, he was able to make it so he could have this quirk sight as a background activity. The booster component of the quirk was harder. He was able to do it, but for now, it took way too much of his stamina to keep it up for very long. It did get easier as he trained it more, but he could only boost someone for about 3 minutes before falling unconscious. He knew that he had to practice this, as it was an amazing ability, but it took a lot out of him. His dad had tried to keep the other part of his quirk a secret, much like Eraserhead does, as his opponents knowing that he could turn off their quirk for 10 minutes with a touch, would lead to more long-range encounters. He was a respectable rank in his martial art, around 46th in the country, and went to every tournament his best friend, Momo 11th in the country, participated in to cheer her on. Tokoyami had quit after an accident with Dark Shadow on one of Izuku's sick days had left him and another student injured, and Izuku hadn't seen him since. Itsuka was doing well in her training, about 16th in the country for their martial arts, and an avid boxer. He looked at himself as he walked past a shop front and grinned. He had been training intensely for almost 13 years now, and boy, had it paid off. He stood at 6 inch 3 foot and had a body that most athletes would kill each other for. He had realized a while ago, talking with Mirio, that the entrance exam for UA was most likely going to be robots, and had started to plan for that. According to Mirio, you were allowed to bring up to 3 support items with you, as long as you made and designed them yourself. Izuku had grinned when he heard that, already planning, knowing exactly what he was going to make. He had been on one of his morning runs when he passed by Dagoba Municipal Beach and was disgusted by the state it was in. He took it upon himself to clean the beach. After all, a hero's job isn't just to fight people, right? It's to help out any way they can, and Izuku knew that this could be a really awesome spot for families to visit. He had started that training about a year ago and was very happy with his results. The entire beach was devoid of trash, and it hadn't done too badly in helping his already amazing physique. But that wasn't the best thing that happened on the beach, no. The best thing was very unexpected to him. The best thing was meeting Mei Hatsum. Mei had come barreling down the staircase while he was cleaning, nearly red with anger. "You!" Izuku was startled by her sudden appearance, as he could usually feel the quirk of someone from a few hundred meters away at this point, but her quirk didn't really stand out. Must be a minor mutation or very weak, he thought inwardly, before looking up at her. "Hey, what's up? Is there a problem?" She stopped a few feet in front of him. "You're the one who has been stealing all my scrap metal." Izuku looked around. At this point, he had cleaned about a 1/3 of the beach, so he wondered. Why didn't she just use the stuff that was left? "I'm cleaning up the beach as training for UA." Her eyes lit up as she did a once-over of him. "You're going to UA?" Do you happen to need an inventor? Izuku eeped at how close she had gotten, but composed himself and replied. Well actually, I do have some gear I need to make, but why would you help me? Are you going to be a support student? She started to nod frantically. Yes. And I was using scrap metal from the beach to build my gear, but if you're training maybe we can make this work. If you need to train using the scrap, Izuku was starting to get worried. She had started to write stuff in the sand, the gleam in her eye mischievous and giddy. How about before we go making plans, we introduce ourselves? I'll go first, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and you? He was half expecting her not to hear him, he knew how he could get during his muttering episodes. Right, my name is Mei Hatsum. A pleasure to meet you. And, to answer your first question, I want to help you get in so you can be a model for all my babies. Babies? Mei, do you call your gadgets babies? The smile she was giving him increased somehow. Yes. They're all my babies, and I am their mother. While he was a little freaked out with her mannerisms, he could respect her enthusiasm and drive. All right then, Mei, where is your workshop? I can carry anything I think could help you straight to it. She squealed. Really? You would do that? Oh my god, thank you. It's normal so hard to convince my papa to let me use the truck to collect stuff, but if you want to help that's amazing. She threw herself at him, squashing him in a hug. His face immediately sprung into a deep red blush, and he pried her off after a few seconds of rebooting. And so their partnership as inventors and beach cleaners had formed. Over the course of the cleanup they had become close friends, and she had helped him design his 3 items for the test. The 3 items he had been practicing with so he could take out robotic villains. He mentally thanked Mirio for the heads up. He probably would have failed if he went into it thinking it would be against other people. He smiled as he walked, reminiscing on the last few years, but as he walked through an underpass, he was too distracted to notice the manhole cover twitching beneath him. God damn, he's fast. Why is he so fast? He's just a living pile of goop. All Might was sprinting through the sewers, chasing the sludge villain through the maze that was under the city. The sludge villain was avoiding him, apparently familiar with the system, which made sense to All Might. He turned a corner and saw the sludge pushing on a manhole cover, and sprinted forward, hand sinking into the goop as he tried to grab it. The sludge villain pushed him back, and as All Might hit the ground, he broke through the floor, into a collection point. He was struggling in the goop of the collection point, while the sludge villain went up, talking to someone, and then he heard screaming. All Might prepared himself to deal with a hostage situation and jumped up onto the ground level, arms pulled back for a punch. He was not ready for what came next. Izuku was pushed up and forward by the manhole cover beneath his foot flying upward, and he pulled himself into a roll, turning and facing the threat. I'll look at you, a well-built invisibility cloak. Come here kid. The pile of goop threw itself at Izuku, who dodged to the side and activated his quirk, turning the villain's quirk off. What the F, kid? What are you doing to me? The villain was yelling as his body morphed and twisted, becoming solid, a regular human body. Using his confusion, Izuku punched him in the now solid face, knocking him to the ground. He spun him around, face down and pinned his arms behind his back, ignoring the screams of pain and confusion he was letting out. He heard a rush of air behind him and turned his head. Do not worry dear citizen, Izuku's breath hitched. Surely not, he works in Tokyo. For I am here. Izuku's fanboy radar was on fire, and he was fighting back the temptation of seeing what All Might's quirk looked like, focusing on holding his attacker down. All Might? Is that really you? Izuku had never met the man in real life before, and this was a massive opportunity. Young man, what are you doing with that man, and in God's name why is he naked? Izuku looked down, only just realizing that his attacker actually was naked. It's not what it looks like All Might, sir. He attacked me, so I turned off his quirk. He changed from like, this big pile of goop, into this, and held him down. I was about to call the cops, I promise All Might. All Might was definitely not prepared to see a teenager holding a naked middle-aged man down, arms pinned behind his back, screaming bloody murder. He was even more unprepared to learn that the naked man was the villain he was chasing and that a teenager had a quirk capable of this. Young man, I know you must be frightened, but if what you say is true, I need you to turn your quirk off. I highly doubt you're a licensed pro at your age. The boy looked at him. All Might sir, he called me an invisibility cloak. I think he was trying to get inside me to control my body. All Might shuddered slightly. He was having a very odd day, and at this point, and it didn't even really faze him when the boy brought his fist back, and knocked the man unconscious, getting up before the man started to melt, morphing back into its liquid form. The boy brought out a large bottle from his bag, and started to funnel the sludge into the bottle, before handing it to All Might. There you go sir, he should be out for a while, hopefully enough to reach the police station. All Might was still in a bit of shock but snapped out of it when he started to feel the pull on his power. His time was almost up. "Thank you, young man, I'll take him right away. Say, what's your name?" Izuku was barely containing his excitement. All Might wanted to know his name. "Izuku Midoriya, All Might, sir." All Might kept smiling as he prepared to jump. "Well, Midoriya, I have a feeling that you have a very prominent hero career in your future." He noticed how the boy looked at him like a god on earth when he said that. "With abilities and skills like that, I'm sure you'll be one of the greats." In fact, he quickly wrote something down on a bit of paper, before handing it to Izuku. "This is a friend of mine, he has similar abilities to you, just tell him I sent you, he should be able to help with you training, I am assuming your goal is UA." Izuku nodded. "Yes, All Might, sir. You and Eraserhead went there, so it's gotta be the best." Izuku felt like he was about to faint. Surely All Might didn't just give him his number. Surely All Might hadn't just given him a ticket to his all-time favorite hero. He was about to ask him, but before he could, All Might jumped, leaving Izuku holding the phone number of his greatest idol. He started walking towards home, vibrating with excitement, before he realized something, and mentally slapped himself. "I should have checked what All Might's quirk looked like. With that much power, I'm sure it would be appealing." All Might was having a weird day. He had started his day with a concrete plan. Go get his groceries, go home, and have a rest day. He got one out of the three, which was all right in his mind. He was the symbol of peace, after all, it's more important for him to keep the people safe than it was to have a day off. What he got instead of a day off was one of the weirdest meetings of his life. A teenager that was able to almost instantly take out a villain that he was chasing. Then, for some reason, he had given the kid he met 5 minutes beforehand the phone number of a hero who had a penchant for expelling students. What was I thinking? Aizawa's gonna eat him alive. He landed near the police station and went to reach for the bottle holding the sludge villain. His hand brushed empty air. The bottle had slipped for his breathes as he flew. "Oh CRP, gotta find him before he gets out of the bot." BOM chapter text. Boom. All Might paled, he knew who was causing this, and he knew that he didn't have any time left in his hero form. All Might had made many mistakes before. There was the second attack he participated in as a sidekick, where he knocked down a building with a stray punch, causing nearly $200,000 in property damage. There was that fight, the one that gave him his injury. The injury that had led to his rapid decline in the time that he was able to be All Might. The injury that now stabbed into his side as he sprinted towards the street, explosions sounding every few seconds. He reached the large group of people that had gathered at the end of the street. He paled at the sight of the street. It was a hellscape. Fire burning everywhere, explosions going off from the large blob of goo in the center, surrounding a young boy, holding him hostage. He cursed the injury to his side. He cursed his godforsaken time limit. He cursed it for stopping him from saving the young man being held hostage by the villain that he dropped. The symbol of peace. Unable to stop someone taking a life because he dropped a bottle. I'm pathetic? How can I call myself a hero? Toshinori Yagi gripped the pole he was leaning against. How can I call myself the #1 hero? He started to mentally kick himself. If he had just been. Better if he had just be. Kachan. Toshinori cursed, he knew that voice, he knew what was about to happen. He looked over to the left of the crows and shouted when he saw the boy from earlier push past Kamui Woods, sprinting towards the monster. He watched as a fight broke out between the pro-heroes if they should go and get him, but they seemed too shaken by the villain morphing into a naked man to decide quick enough. Pathetic, can T help one boy? Relying on children to do what I should have the second I got here. He pushed the pain to the back of his mind, buffing up out of sight of the crowd. Do not worry, young Midoriya, for I am here. Izuku had just met All Might, and he had given him Eraserhead's phone number. He wasn't freaking out, totally not freaking out. Him basically vibrating with excitement didn't mean he was freaking out. Totally didn't mean anything. He was jogging back towards his house when he heard the explosions. Another villain attack. I wonder if All Might will show up again. Ever the hero fan, he sprinted towards the explosions. He could feel the heroes before he saw them. He could see the quirks of Kamui Woods, he had seen his a few times before, a literal forest-filled control and growth. And he could see Death Arms, the concrete wall ready to harden as his fists collide. MT Lady was, to Izuku, gave off the concept of one of those grow and shrink rays they had on TV sci-fi shows. I wonder if May and I could build one. Backdraft was like a boat in the sea, in control of its direction. He was pulled out of his thoughts as he got closer, and his heart felt like it could stop. He knew the two quirks in the middle of the street. One he had been acquainted with since he was able to see them, and one he had seen again only minutes before. He pushed his way to the front of the crowd, praying it wasn't him, praying that his quirk sight had messed up, but he knew. He reached the front of the crowd and saw him. The sludge villain from earlier, holding his friend. Were they friends? Kachan had left him alone after he got his quirk. He wasn't sure any more hostage. Kachan. He was moving before he could think, sliding past the confused pros whose quirks had just been shut off. You! God damn it, kid, why did it have to be you? The sludge villain had started to solidify again, but this time he was prepared. He threw Kachan to the side, flying over some debris and smacking into his head onto some rubble, knocking him unconscious. The villain straightened himself, already getting into a classical martial arts stance. I just have to kill you instead, kid. This is the scene that the news would be playing for the next week, minimum. The previously sludge villain threw a punch at Izuku, and he realized that he had no actual training. He dodged out of the way of the punch, attempting to throw one of his own, before stepping in a bit of the fire, hesitating at it burned his calf. The villain took this opportunity, punching him in the face, knocking Izuku off his feet. As he hit the ground he did a backwards roll, standing up straight. Villain! Stand down, you're quirkless while I am here. You can escape. He didn't yell it, as he knew he had cameras on him, and he probably shouldn't ruin his chances at being an underground hero like Eraserhead before he even got into UA, right? A very sleep-deprived man sneezed on his way to his couch, and flicking the TV on, was very intrigued by what he saw. UF brat. I'll kill you, quirkless or not. The man ran at him again and Izuku prepared himself. The man had surprisingly good control of what was essentially a new body. Izuku wondered if he had been born goop, or had he melted at the age of as a fist slammed into his gut. He realized that there were more important things right now. He grabbed his wrist as the villain tried to pull it back, twisting it, hearing something snap. The man yelled and ran a few feet back. You shitty F kid. I'll tear you limb from limb. He ran at Izuku, who sidestepped him, elbowing him in the back, but before he could take him to the ground, the villain rolled to the side, avoiding a punch to his forehead. Slamming his fist into the ground where his face had been, Izuku heard one of his fingers snap. Shit, I broke my finger, I need to finish this quickly. He dodged out of the way of another punch, sweeping the villain legs from under him, but yelped as he was pulled down with him. On the ground, the villain pounced, landing on top of him and punching his gut, winding Izuku. Izuku tried to pry the man off, but he punched him in the face again, and Izuku was starting to get dizzy. He was starting to lose focus, and he knew his quirk was about to slip. Izuku, on the outside, was calm, but on the inside, well, on the inside Izuku was furious. He knew that it was a bit jarring to see people morph like that, but for Christ's sake, why has no hero come in to help me dash? Almost as soon as he had the thought, his quirk sense picked up on one of the most amazing sights in his life. He pushed the villain off him as he was distracted by the new arrival, and stepped back from him as All Might slammed into the ground in front of him. Why if it isn't young Midoriya? My apologies my boy, I was a bit tied up. Thank you for helping out, but you can go now because I am here. Izuku had stopped listening. He was enamored at the sight of All Might's quirk. Raw, uncontrolled power, 8 swirling storms of pure energy flowing through All Might's body. Izuku had never seen anything like it before. He had never heard anything like it before. Wait, heard his quirk? Sheet guys, did you hear the kid? Yeah man, did he just say he could hear us? Holy CRP dude, not even All Might can hear us, we've been trying for years. Okay, kid, I know you want to be a hero, what else would you want to be, jumping in all stupid like that, and we will explain later, but for now, please just go back to the crowd okay? Izuku definitely had this day checked under weirdest ever. All he wanted to do was get back to his house, and he had been attacked, met All Might, tried to save Kachan, saw All Might's quirk which was talking to him, what the actual foo? He was knocked out of his panic by a stream of water grabbing his shoulder, pulling him back towards the crowd. He could feel Backdraft's quirk activating due to his loss of focus, and let it happen, allowing himself to be pulled back. Kid, what the hell do you think you're doing, was the first thing said to Izuku. All Might had finished dealing with the villain, who was again, knocked out cold. He looked over to where Backdraft had grabbed young Midoriya. He had no doubt in his mind, he liked the kid. He was passionate, he had an excellent quirk, and apparently quite handy with martial arts. Maybe Aizawa won't kill him. He pointed to young Midoriya and gave a thumbs up. He saw the boy nod, and the villain lying in front of him melted. Do not worry dear citizens, the delinquent has been captured. As the crowd around the area started to cheer, Toshinori already mentally prepared himself to hold his form for an interview. As he walked back to the crowd, hands held high, he saw Kamui Woods attempting to scold young Midoriya, but Midoriya had eyes for no one but All Might. He was muttering and flipping back from staring at the ground to staring at All Might, and it was starting to freak him out. "Officers, please get a large and secure container for our villain friend over here." The police officers in the area started scrambling around, getting the container that All Might asked for, and All Might went through the motions in his various interviews. About halfway through the fourth interview, he noticed young Midoriya skulking off, trying his best to be unseen. He failed though and was jumped by a team of reporters, who asked him questions about why he jumped in there, what his quirk was, etc. All Might knew how bad interviews could be and so decided to save the boy. "I am sorry, dear media person, but the young man needs to get home. I'm sure his parents will be worried about him," and so he grabbed Izuku and jumped. He jumped towards the beach, attempting to shake the reporters. Izuku was still a little dazed after his fight, and being 300 m in the air really wasn't helping right now. He wasn't even sure he was in the air. "I probably have a concussion," he thought before he was interrupted. He looked at All Might, who was starting to release steam. The weird voices were going crazy about this. "Guys, he can land, he can't land. Oh geez, it's game over, man, it's game over. No, no. God damn it, Toshi. You always push yourself way too far. Hey kid. You seem pretty handy, got any way to help?" All Might's about to drop, and he can land safely, as he is out of power. All Might out of power? Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing, and not just because the quirk was talking to him. "All Might, you okay?" All Might looked at him with a pained smile. "All good, young Arf." Izuku nearly fainted then and there. All Might, his number 2 hero, had just deflated. He looked at All Might and remembered what the voices had said. "All Might, can you land?" The man with sunken eyes looked at him, fear gripping his face. "No, I can holy shit, young man, brace for impact," he yelled, wrapping his arms around Izuku, and pointing himself at the ground. Izuku was tired. He didn't know if he could stay awake much longer, and he knew he was gonna be out of it after this. "All Might, get ready to land feet first, I know you can." As the boy activated his quirk, All Might gave a surprised yell. He felt power. He always felt power, of course, albeit less nowadays, but this was more. He hadn't felt this good since his injury. He felt like he was back in his heyday. He buffed up, easier than it had been for the last 5 years, and looked at the boy. His was startled. Izuku's eyes had gone fully golden, including the scara, and it was glowing. He was releasing golden light like a flashlight from his eyes. All Might hit the ground with ease, softening the landing so Izuku didn't get whiplash. "Young man, what in God's name w-" He stopped halfway through his question as Izuku face-planted, unconscious. As he hit the ground, the power Toshinori had felt dissipated, and he forcefully deflated. He stared at the boy in front of him, lying on the ground, before grabbing his phone and quickly calling an ambulance, sitting down next to the boy. He thought about the boost of power he had just gotten, what Izuku had done, and what it had done to him. Self-sacrificing, powerful, good moral code, he's definitely a front-runner for it, but I need to get to know him better before I even think about passing it on to him. He got up and greeted the paramedic who arrived and answered questions about who he was, who Izuku was, what happened, etc. The boy was put into the ambulance and taken to the hospital. His mother was called and Toshinori was psyching himself up for her to find them. He didn't want to be in the way of a mother's warpath. "Where is my son?" Toshinori jumped as a voice silenced all the conversations around the room. The doctors must have guessed who she was as they approached her. "You must be Ms. Midoriya, please, this is a hospital so I need you to not yell, okay?" Inko nodded. "All right, Izuku is in room 3C, but he is unconscious, has been since he got in the ambulance. He has a broken ring finger on his right hand, a fractured rib, and a concussion. All of these are minor injuries, so we can figure out why he hasn't woken up." He pulled out a small clipboard and a pen. "Do you know if it has anything to do with his quirk?" Inko nodded. She had an idea of why. Part of his quirk can boost the quirks of others, like his father, but it takes a lot out of him. If he boosted someone when he was already tired, it might put his body into rest mode. She looked over to Toshinori, who was approaching. "Who are you?" She felt like she had seen the man before. He was tall, and that that hair and his blue eyes felt familiar. Could it be? No, it couldn't. This man was a twig, not a living diagram of an Olympian athlete. The man introduced himself. "Good evening, Ms. Midoriya. My name is Toshinori Yagi. I am the one who found your son, unconscious near the beach. I called the ambulance as soon as I found him." She gave him a look of thanks, before grabbing the visitor's pass the doctor was holding, and sprinting towards 3C. She burst into the room to see Izuku hooked up to a few machines, but she was just glad to see him safe. She sat down next to him, grabbing his hand, and stayed there for a while, crying softly. Toshinori had arrived a little after Inko, wanting to see how Izuku was doing, but couldn't bring himself to interrupt the moment. I know you're there, Mr. Yagi, you may come in. She hadn't looked up since he got there, maybe she could hear him? Ah, Ms. Midoriya, I'm sorry for intruding, I didn't want to interrupt you with your son. He gave her a small smile. She gave him one back. That's quite all right, Mr. Yagi. He cut her off. Toshinori. Please, call me Toshinori. Inko smiled a bit wider. All right then, Toshinori, I must thank you for finding my son. I saw him on the news and I was so worried. The After All Might grabbed him, I thought he would be fine, but when I find that hero that left Izuku alone, I'm gonna wring his neck. Toshinori gulped. He couldn't explain what All Might did without revealing his biggest secret to a woman he just met. So he couldn't give her an explanation, not yet. Yes, I myself was quite upset when I discovered All Might left an exhausted child alone, and as an old friend of his, I will be sure to knock some sense into him the next time we meet. He hadn't expected his sentence to surprise Inko, but when she sputtered, he realized that most people have never even met All Might, let alone be close friends. Would you mind if I tagged along? I would like to give him a piece of my mind personally. Toshinori gulped again. The murderous tone in Inko's voice was so dissimilar to her usual soft tones. I do not know, Ms. Midoriya, I'll see if I can set up a meeting. Toshinori had faced villains before. Hell, he had faced a quirk-stealing centenarian hellbent on killing all of the OFA users, but never had he been so scared. Inko stared at him with murder in her eyes. Thank you, Toshinori. She stopped suddenly as Izuku sat upright quickly, rambling. All Might, are we safe? Did we land? Toshinori cursed inwardly. This kid was gonna blow his whole story. Izuku Midoriya, stop yelling right now. Izuku stopped halfway through his ramble to look at his mum. Mum, I helped stop a villain. I got rescued by All Might by reporters, then Inko didn't like how he stared at Toshinori as his sentence drifted off. Toshinori was sweating slightly. He had hoped the kid would have forgotten his deflated form. All Might? Wait, All Me dash. Toshinori knew his mother was already angry at him, but he needed to keep his secret safe. Slapping his hand over Izuku's mouth seemed his only option at doing so. Mr. Yagi? What is my son talking about? You are certainly not All Might. Oh, how he wanted to laugh. She had no idea how wrong she was. And so he told them about what had happened after his jump away from the reporters. He told them about his injury, about his now weakened form that he could only hold for about 3.5 hours a day. And then he talked about why he came with Izuku to the hospital. Young Midoriya, I must ask, what did do while we were in the air? I was able to go into my muscle form again, and I haven't felt power like what I had up there since before my injury. Izuku was still a little out of it, and so he spoke very slowly. Well, Mr. All Might sir, it's part of my quirk. I can manipulate the quirks of anyone within a sphere with a 100 radius around me. I got the manipulation part from my dad, the support hero, booster, and the ranged aspect from my mum, who has telekinesis. Using it I can turn off quirks like Erasure, although mine can stop mutation types for some reason, and I can also increase the strength of the quirks in my field, although it tires me out really fast. He grabbed his notebook out of his bag and flipped through the pages. Although I was already tired, boosting your quirk put a much heavier strain on me than I calculated. I don't know why. I estimated I could do it for about 15 seconds with the energy I had left, but I was out of it after 6 seconds. Fascinating, young Midoriya. I feel I made the right choice giving you Eraserhead's number. With his help, you will grow to be an even better hero than you already are. Toshinori rose to his feet and flashed the Midoriyas a smile. I must take my leave now. I thank you for allowing me to stay this long. He stopped just outside the doorway and looked back inside. Oh, and young Midoriya, keep up the good work. I have a feeling we will be seeing a lot more of each other these next few months. When Izuku got home that night, he checked his messages on his computer, as his phone had been broken in the fight. There was one from Kachan, a short paragraph detailing how Izuku shouldn't let this go to his head, he was still gonna be the #1 hero, etc. There was a short one from Kendo, asking if he was okay. Apparently, Momo had called her 10 times seeing if Kendo knew. Speaking of which, there were about 70 from Momo, ranging from berating him for doing such a stupid thing, to praising him for his heroic acts, to begging for him to be okay. He smiled to himself as he marked Kachan's as read and sent a message to the group chat between him, Momo, and Kendo. Mini Razorhead, hey guys. Just wanted to let you know that I'm okay, saw your messages. 5-finger super punch, God DMN you incorrigible idiot, I'm so glad you're okay. 3D, printer, Izuku. Oh god, I'm so glad to hear that. I saw what you did on the news, what happened? Mini Razorhead, well, I saw that Kachan needed my help, and my body just moved. I didn't ask it to, I just jumped into action. He's fine by the way. 5-finger super punch, how was the dude so ready for you? I know you're DMN good at martial arts, I'm surprised you didn't end it at the start. Mini Razorhead, well, he had attacked me just a few minutes beforehand, so he was expecting his quirk to be turned off. And I burnt my calf on some of that fire, flinched and then he punched me. 5-finger super punch. Well, when it gets back to school I'm going to beat your head in, you idiot. You gave us quite a scare, and I'm sure Auntie Inko was worried sick. 3D printer, I gotta say, I had to create tissues for my entire family throughout the entire thing. You're gonna have to make this up to us, Izuku. And so they talked until Inko called Izuku down for dinner. She had made katsudon and was simultaneously scolding and praising him for the day's events. He thought that he was gonna be in big trouble for this, and so was surprised when his mum didn't punish him. He spent the next few days as the Sludge Villain Stopper, a title that he both didn't want and was false. All Might had stopped the bad guy, he just held him off. He was able to avoid the reporters that hounded his house and followed him to school, but he was not able to avoid Kendo's wrath. It was Monday morning, and he had just arrived at the school he and Kendo went to. Momo was rich AF, as Kendo put it, and went to a fancy private school, much to the three's dismay. Izuku was walking through the front door as he felt a familiar quirk activate, and quickly turned it off. Kendo's now small fist smacked lightly onto his head. Izuku, I swear to God you gave me a bloody heart attack. He grinned at her, he knew she was teasing him, he had been on the receiving end of it for years. Oh, woe is me, my dear friend. However, shall I fix this dimming transgression? He accentuated his overly dramatic speech with a hand over his eyes in a flashy pose. Move out of my way or I'll kill you, you DMN nerd. He had felt Kachan approaching but hadn't turned his quirk off, knowing that it would only make the boy angrier. He stepped out of his way, allowing Kachan to pass. Kendo gave him a death stare, wondering how the cinnamon roll that was Izuku Midoriya could stand the boy. As Kachan passed, he stopped in front of Izuku and whispered something Izuku that he couldn't believe. Thank you, you FING shitty nerd. Now don't make this a big deal or I'll kill you, quirk or no quirk. If I don't see your name on the application form to the hero course at UA, I'm gonna wring your neck. Izuku just smiled as he walked past, nodding instead of responding. Kachan just grunted and headed off to homeroom. The rest of the day went fairly normally, Kendo angry at him, which consisted of silent glares that broke down the second he looked at her or talking his ear off constantly. His classmates were the same. Some of them were jealous that he got to meet All Might, some were angry that it was goddamn Deku that got to be on the news for taking down a villain. The next few weeks were filled with normal school and training stuff, as well as paying for lunches to make up for what he did, which he had no regrets for doing. After about 2 weeks he stopped getting recognized from the attack, and the media seemed to have given up. His house was no longer a war zone to leave, and no one followed him to school. He was glad to be left alone, as that meant they also left his mum alone, and she really didn't need to be dealing with reporters 24/7. It was almost 2 months later when he grabbed Hero Notebook number 11, and a small card dropped out of the book onto his desk. His eyes widened as he saw the writing. How could he have forgotten about that? He quickly grabbed his new phone and dialed the number, praying that it still worked. He was giddy with excitement, he was about to talk to the Eraser head. His #1 hero. The coolest hero in the war. Who are you and what do you want? The voice on the other end of the phone sounded exhausted. And grumpy, very grumpy. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Midoriya Izuku and I was given your number by All Might, sir. There was a grunt. That's 1 out of 2, kid, what do you want? Izuku calmed himself. If he didn't impress Eraserhead here, he might not get the chance ever again. Eraserhead, sir, I am calling to ask you to help train me. I can pay you if you want, and All Might said that you would be able to help me get even better with my quirk. He heard a small, goddamn blonde idiot, before Eraserhead cleared his throat. Kid, if you're the one All Might told me about, meet me near the beach tomorrow at 5:30 a.m. If you're late, I go home, deal? Izuku nearly fainted there and then, but responded in his calmest possible voice. Yes, sir, Eraserhead, sir. I'll be there. Eraserhead grunted. Good, and then he hung up. Izuku quickly sent a message to the group chat detailing the phone call. They were both super excited for him. He woke up the next morning to his alarm going off at 4:45, and started to get ready. He got into his workout clothes, and left the house, heading towards the beach. Aizawa hated mornings. He knew that most people didn't have his terrible sleep schedules like him, but he still couldn't understand how people could be so chipper so early. Like this godforsaken kid in front of him, basically bouncing with excitement. So, you're Midoriya Izuku. He kept a straight face, thinking of where he had seen the kid before. He was definitely familiar. The kid had his interest, but there was no way he was gonna let him know that. Yes sir, Mr. Eraserhead. All Might gave me your number after I was attacked 2 months ago, but I only found the card last night. I'm so glad you're letting me train with you, sir. You're my favorite hero. Even if you don't have much merchandise, I have any that there is. Aizawa was stunned for a moment. He inwardly groaned. Dear God, All Might sent me a freaking fanboy. I have a fanboy. Why in God's name do I have a fanboy? I try my best to avoid the media and this is what I get for it. He looked back up at the golden-haired boy, trying to place where he knew him. The boy looked up at him, still mumbling, and Aizawa's breath hitched as he looked into the kid's eyes. Holy shit. Kid, a few things. 1. Stop that, I need you focused, not just mumbling throughout the training. The boy beamed at this. And 2, you wouldn't happen to be related to the support hero, Booster, would you? You're practically a dead ringer. It was Izuku's turn to be stunned. Most of the people that he knew didn't know who his dad was, except Itsuka and Momo, but Eraserhead did? Yes sir, he was my dad. And again, was Aizawa's turn be the stunned one again as he looked up at the sky. Holy shit, okay that's it. Hisashi, I will fulfill my promise, I will train your son. He snapped himself out of his stupor and addressed the boy. Alright kid, I'll train you. With a body like that, I'm going to assume you've been training on your own, so strength shouldn't be an issue for now. We will be focusing on skill and finesse. Izuku was nodding, focused entirely on his hero. He would prove to Eraserhead that he could be a hero too. So they started training. 5:30 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. every day, they were at the beach, sparring, as Eraserhead taught him various fighting styles. Every now and then another hero would show up, much to Izuku's delight, as he filled his notebooks with even more detailed analyses because Eraserhead said it was detrimental to only fight one person, as you can fall into habits that don't work against others. Eraserhead was one of the toughest people Izuku had ever met. He was fast, too fast, and Izuku briefly pondered the possibility of him having a speed quirk as well as Erasure but quickly dismissed it. No one can have multiple quirks. After Izuku questioned him about his speed, Aizawa told him his secret. Most people still think that without a quirk, we have the same types of bodies we did back before quirks started appearing. This is false. The humans with quirks were the next step in our evolution. We are no longer HMO sapiens, we are now more than that. Most people don't realize this and only train themselves to be on par with athletes of the past. Well, I want you to go further, plus ultra, if you will. My speed and strength are my own. This new step in humanity's evolution has more potential than that of our predecessors. Our muscles can be stronger, slimmer, faster. Our brains can work faster and smarter. Our bodies are more efficient, and we can benefit from this. People just don't realize this and stagnate at an outdated average. I have acquired this speed and strength through rigorous training that you will have to suffer through. By the time of UA's practical exam, I want you to be able to run 50 meters in 3 seconds. Izuku had nearly thrown up there and then. 50 meters in 3 seconds? The most recent non-speed quirk user's record is 5.5. How am I supposed to do that? But he knew that if he wanted to be on par with his hero, he would have to go beyond what he thought was possible, plus ultra. And so the hellish training began. Izuku was fit, the picture of health, but Aizawa was made for this. He outran Izuku, he hit harder than Izuku, he reacted quicker than Izuku and moved faster than he did, but as the training went on, the gap between them shrank. Izuku could see Aizawa's movements now and was even able to get a few hits in, but he needed to be better. He kept up with his normal martial arts of course, but as he got better because of his training with Aizawa, he quickly started to outperform the other students, to the point where Etsuya had to spar with him personally. Even as a professional, Etsuya had some difficulty with this new Izuku. And this was the schedule for the next 10 months, in preparation for UA's Hero Course exam. Izuku had his support items, given the seal of approval from Mei, and he had his training and his brain, and he was going to crush these tests. The day of the exam has arrived. Izuku has arrived at UA with Itsuka, determined to kick butt during these trials. She was aware that he had gotten faster, but he wanted to show her, and the teachers, just what he was capable of. And that's when he tripped. Welp, this is a fantastic start, he thought to himself, throwing himself into a roll before he noticed that he never actually hit the ground. His momentum hadn't changed though, and Itsuka burst out laughing as she saw him floating in midair, spinning like the main character in that old game about the blue. Was it a ferret? Oh my god, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize that you were gonna do that. I shouldn't have used my quirk on you, my bad. A girl with short brown hair and pink cheeks said to Izuku, but he was already in quirk analysis mode. Still spinning, he started on one of his questioning monologues. Wow, your quirk is amazing. Does it make things unaffected by gravity or does it take away all mass from the object? Can you make things heavier? Are the pads on your fingers part of it? Maybe you have to touch some, arg. He was pulled out of his muttering by Itsuka, who had smacked him on the head and stopped his spinning. The girl was looking at Izuku with an expression that was a mix of amused, concerned, and confused. Oh. I'm so sorry about that. I just like analyzing quirks and yours looks amazing. But, do you think you could put me down now? He asked as nicely as he could, and she yelped. Oh my god, sorry. She placed her hands together, and Izuku felt his weight returning as he landed on the ground. My name is Uraraka Achako. Nice to meet you. Izuku smiled, he could almost hear the smiley face in her sentence. Nice to meet you as well. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and this is Itsuka Kendo. Kendo waved with a normal-sized hand. Well, we gotta get to the exam now, good luck Uraraka. Izuku flashed her a smile before sprinting towards the door. The two girls barely had time to notice he had started running before he reached the bottom of the steps and turned back waving them to follow. Wow, that's a cool speed quirk, I have no doubts that he's gonna get in. Uraraka said. To Itsuka, who laughed. He doesn't have a speed quirk, his quirk is that he can manipulate other people's quirks. That's just his normal speed. Uraraka looked at Itsuka like she had grown a second head. What? How is that even possible? Itsuka just shrugged. She had gotten used to it, but Izuku had never revealed how he did it. Izuku just said that his new trainer had these groundbreaking training techniques. Uraraka giggled at the nickname, before opening the door for Itsuka. Well, I guess we should probably get to the exam, she said, before running off to her seat. Itsuka shook her head. She's very excitable. Izuku had been hissed at by Kachan to not distract him as he sat through present mix intro, been yelled at by a boy with blue hair for muttering and had arrived out front of testing area B, and was putting on his support items. The goggles, boots, and sword on his back didn't look like much, but he had spent almost 2.5 years developing these items with Mei, and DMN was he proud of them. When Izuku had put in the application form for them to be allowed into the exam, the principal, Nizu Holy CRP I got to meet Nizu had expressed surprise that someone his age could make things like this. The goggles were for protection, as well as working in tandem with the boots. They had multiple modes. Thermal vision, zoom comparable to Mei's, and night vision, and he planned on adding more. He was DMN proud of his sword. He had gotten inspiration after watching a medical show with his mum, where the surgeon was using a plasma scalpel. It had hit him while eating his dinner. What if I used the same idea on a sword? He asked the question he had given Mei on his next visit to the beach, and she had squealed, eager to start the project. This baby is going to be amazing. She had yelled and helped him design and build it. And he was DMN proud of the sword, capable of up to 3 minutes with a laser edge, and acting like a normal sword outside of the 3 minutes. But his boots, they were his masterpiece. They had shock absorption, so he could land safely from his jumps, as well as jump extenders, powered by the friction caused by running, supplemented slightly with solar power, and could increase his jump by a lot. Although he hadn't tested them a lot, he had only finished them a few days ago, and Aizawa's training took up a lot of his time. The goggles had icons for the boots, giving him an idea of how much of their power they had available for jumps. He had finished putting his gear on and breathed deeply, calming himself. He needed to be ready for this. Mirio said that it was robots and he was right. Although he did warn me to look out for the bullshit they would throw at me, so I have to keep my guard red. Let's go examinees, start. Izuku bolted at this, his sparring matches with Aizawa had been similarly sudden. So this is the bullshit they were gonna pull. He could deal with this. The other examinees were shocked at the lack of a countdown, as well as his speed, and stood in shock for a second. Alright examinee 2232. What are the rest of you guys waiting for? There are no countdowns in real life. The crowd behind him sprang to life, but he didn't worry. By the time they had gotten to the bots, about 20 seconds after he did, he had used his sword to cut down 2 3-pointers, 2 2-pointers, and 4 1-pointers. 14 points he thought, with my sword, this is gonna be a piece of cake. He worked his way through the exam, minutes ticking away until there were about 2 minutes left. The people around him were starting to get antsy, and he heard a few people calling out their scores. 42, yelled the gravity girl as she dropped a few 2-pointers. 58, yelled the blue-haired speedster as he kicked through a 1-pointer. Izuku wasn't worried, he had been counting and he was nearing the 55 marks for his points, so he hung back from attacking and such to making sure people were safe. He grabbed an examinee and pushed him out of the way of a falling bot, and the guy looked thankful before Izuku ran off. He continued to do this for the exam, before IT arrived. Izuku first noticed the ground rumbling, and then people yelling, and saw a crowd running back towards the gate, away from, holy shit. He had turned the corner to see what was happening and was greeted by a robot, bigger by far than any of the others. A robot that was rolling through the arena, crushing buildings. Not even worth trying to take out, he thought, and turned to run as well. That's when he heard it. AHH. A small cry coming from the same direction as the 0-pointer. He stopped and looked back, seeing the girl, Uraraka, from the front gate. He turned and ran straight for the 0-pointer. Aizawa was sitting in the judge's room, watching over the examinees with the rest of the teachers. He was currently sitting next to All Might, who was in his emaciated form and was a bit uncomfortable. He knew about All Might's injuries, but he didn't realize that it was this bad. He was currently watching a boy who could make his skin hard as rock punch through robots on his way out, running from their arena's 0-pointer. He heard coughing beside him and looked over. Holy shit, kid. Aizawa was surprised. He had never heard All Might swear before and followed his eyes to see where he was looking. Holy shit, kid, he couldn't stop himself, and the other judges gave him looks for it. He knew Izuku was headstrong, but was he serious? He was running towards the 0-pointer, dodging people running the opposite direction. Aizawa could see the way he was running, winding up for a jump. Nizu, bring up examinee 2232 on the big screen, he heard All Might yell, and then a small, that's gotta be him. Nizu pulled the feed for Izuku up to the big screen. Aizawa could hear the other judges' gasps in disbelief as they watched what he did. Midnight stood up with and cracked her WHP at his actions, then started cheering as he reached the ground. Holy shit. If that kid doesn't get in, then I quit. Aizawa gave an amused glare at Nizu's smug grin, and he winked at him. A message popped up of Aizawa's screen. Your student really is something. Aizawa paled for a second. He hadn't told anyone he was teaching Izuku. Does that DMN rat have me bugged? There are no bugs on you, promise, winky face. Izuku was running towards Uraraka, who was trapped under some rubble. And, apparently, towards the 0-pointer, as if his friends didn't already think he was batshit crazy. He dodged in between the other examinees, who gave him funny looks as he ran towards the giant freaking robot. He started to run faster, winding up his legs for a jump. According to his goggles, his sword had 12 seconds left with the laser edge, but his shoes were at 100%. He hadn't needed to jump much during the exam, so he just used them for shock absorption. Uraraka, from under the rubble, looked up and saw the boy from the front gate, Izuku. I think, running towards her, and tried to yell at him to turn around but couldn't form the words. He heard him yell something, pressing a button on the side of his goggles, and then he was gone. Izuku twisted the dial on the side of his goggles, turning the boots to 100% jump power, and jumped. He soared into the air, higher than he thought possible, and he heard cracks and sparks. Oh shit, my left boot is dead, right on 0%. Need to upgrade them next time I see Mei. He flew up towards the face of the 0-pointer, aiming for the glass eye in the middle of it. He kicked the eye, crashing through it, landing in a server area. He activated his sword and started slashing any wires and server boxes he could see, using the last second of its laser edge to slash through a large bunch of cables at the back, connecting the head to the rest of the robot. He heard the robot powering down, and felt it starting to tip over. He was worried that it would go forward, but luckily, it was falling back the way it came. He ran to the eye and jumped out, getting ready to land on his right foot and roll to take away some of the force from the impact. He was plummeting towards the ground, and he realized just how high up he had been. Oh shit. The boot isn't gonna be enough. I'm gonna go splat, he was worried, but his treacherous brain flashed the image of his fall with All Might in his head. Wait, Uraraka had a zero-gravity quirk. He searched for Uraraka, using his quirk sight as well as normal sight, and saw her standing beneath him, floating on some rubble. Seemed she had the same idea. He grabbed onto her quirk and boosted it as much as he could, and he could see her surprise from here as her arms started to glow bright pink. She held her arms out, ready to smack him when he close enough, and yelped when a beam of pink light erupted from her palms, hitting Izuku. He felt his weight leave him, his descent slowing as his gear weighed him down, slowly floating to the ground. He cut off the boost to Uraraka as he hit the ground, and passed out. His body stayed upright, but he was unconscious. Uraraka guided his body to the ground, laying him down, before removing her quirk. Her head was spinning. She was still getting over the boost of absolute power felt right before using her quirk from a distance. She had never done that before. Wait, that Itsuka said he could manipulate others' quirks. Did he just do something to mine? That's freaking amazing. She hadn't realized she had yelled out that last bit until she was smacked on the head by a walking stick in the shape of a syringe. Dear, I know that was stressful, but please be quiet. Look at him, he is exhausted. Uraraka looked at the old lady, who was now staring at Izuku like she had seen a ghost. Holy CRP, has it really been that long? Uraraka had to strain hard to hear that, the old lady mumbling it just under her breath. Anyway. Right, does anyone have any injuries? She had snapped her eyes away from Izuku and had called for the robo-nurses to pick him up in a stretcher. There were a few here and there, but most people were too busy talking about the blonde kid who jumped into the zero-pointer and took it down. Uraraka was looking at the retreating robo-nurses with awe. Itsuka had said he could manipulate quirks, not that he was a FING badass. Izuku awoke a few minutes later, to see a deflated All Might, Eraser Head, and oh my god Recovery Girl. He snapped up in his seat, gushing and spewing out facts from her career, but she didn't seem to notice. She and Eraser Head were staring at his file, Eraser Head showing her something, and All Might was sitting beside his bed. He stopped his ranting and looked at All Might. All Might, why are you here? The deflated man's head snapped up at this, and he started to flounder. Well, you see, He wanted to see you, kid. He was worried after he heard what you did. Toshi always has been a worrier. I contacted him, he wanted to know how you had done in the exam. Showed up a few minutes before it ended. He tapped Recovery Girl on the shoulder, and she looked up with a jolt, looking over at Izuku. She took a deep breath before speaking. Don't worry, young man, nothing is broken. You had a sprained ankle from kicking through some pretty thick glass, but that was a quick fix. You'll probably be tired, although that's mostly from boosting young Uraraka's quirk like that. She looked away, and while Izuku couldn't see her face, he could tell she was on the verge of crying. Recovery Girl? Is everything okay? He tried to keep his voice steady, but he was exhausted, and it came out sounding impatient. Oh yes, I'm fine, don't worry about me, you're fine to go now, young man, goodbye. She ran as fast as an old lady could into the private office section of the infirmary and the door locked. Izuku was worried about her, but she didn't seem to want to talk to him. Eraserhead, I'm going to go home now, I need like, a full day's sleep. Aizawa gave the boy a look and nodded. God, do I know how that feels. Izuku got up and left the office. He was fairly confident about the practical exam, and he knew he aced the written test, so maybe when he gets in, he can talk to Recovery Girl. The week between the test and when his results arrived was hell for him. While Aizawa gave him a rest day, the rest of the week was dedicated to almost non-stop training. Whether it be pure stamina, or practicing his technique by sparring, by Friday afternoon, he was ready to sleep through the weekend. His mum was trying to keep him awake until his normal sleep time, not wanting him to mess up his sleep schedule when she noticed the letter sitting in front of their door. Izuku! It's here. The letter. She ran into the lounge room to see him now fully awake. He opened the letter, and a tired man appeared on the screen. Why do I have to do this? Isn't this All Might's job? There is a laugh from off-screen, and Izuku recognizes it as Nizu. Why Eraserhead? I'm sure he would want to hear his results from his teacher, don't you think? Izuku froze, he never told anyone who was training him. Did Eraserhead? Whatever, but I get to sleep after this. Well, problem child, you did alright. You got 52 villain points, well done or whatever. Aizawa glared at, presumably Nizu, as a hand appeared on the side of the screen, hurrying him. But that isn't the only thing about being a hero. While everyone else ran, which was a logical reaction, you ran towards the zero-pointer, you jumped into it, and you saved Uraraka Achako. Highly irrational, but I digress. He sighed and flipped over the paper he was holding. For your heroic actions throughout the exam, saving students and stuff, as well as risking yourself to save the girl, you have been awarded 65 rescue points, putting you at a total of 117 points. Well done, problem child, not only am I stuck with you for a few years, you beat my score from when I was a teen. Izuku was gobsmacked. He had been expecting that he would get in, but with 117 points? He was ecstatic, and apparently so was Inko, as she squealed at the end of the video, wrapping Izuku into a giant hug, already starting to plan a celebration. He humored her for a few minutes, before stopping her when someone knocked on their door. He walked over and opened it, revealing a man who looked ready to pass out. Eraserhead, sir. What can I do for you? Aizawa put a hand over his face and groaned. Too loud, problem child, too loud. He came in and sat on the couch, where the projection was paused at the end of the video. See, this is why I told Nizu I didn't need to film it. I could have just told you. But no, I have to stay awake and record a useless video. Whatever, you've seen it now, just wanted to come past and ask your mother if I can take her up on that offer of a room for the night. My place is getting fumigated and I need to sleep. Izuku was stunned for a second. Eraserhead wanted to sleep in his house? Inko popped her head around the corner and flashed him a smile. Of course you can stay the night, Eraserhead. Aizawa nodded as thanks and headed towards the back room. Also kid, I didn't tell the other staff about our training. Nizu figured it out on his own, no clue how, so this acceptance was all you. Izuku let go of some guilt he didn't even know he had been holding, and thanked him, before Inko came back and ushered him into the room, turning off the lights. Aizawa was asleep before he hit the bed. The days after he got accepted were awesome. Inko had planned a party, and Izuku had spent the days leading up to it out and about with Momo and Itsuka, going to the arcade, training, etc. He was quite surprised to see who had accepted the invitations to the party though. Night had rolled around, and the Midoriya household was packed. There was obviously the Yayurozus and Kendos, but the Bakugas were also invited, as well as Aizawa, All Might Toshinori, he thought, his name is Toshinori, Present Mike, and Midnight, all in their civilian personas. He was currently playing Uno with his number 1 and number 2 heroes, along with Momo and Itsuka, and he was flipping out on the inside, as he calmly said, and that's me out of cards. I win again. Aizawa gave him a death stare, backed up by his friends, while Toshinori just laughed. Izuku my boy! How are you so good at this? He was still trying to hold back laughter at how much Aizawa looked like he wanted to strangle the boy. Who knew he was this serious while playing Uno? Izuku was laughing now as well. I'm not sure Toshinori. We used to play it all the time during sleepovers, so I guess practice. Toshinori lost the battle and started laughing, as Aizawa snatched the cards and started to shuffle them, mumbling something along the lines of, I'm gonna win this time. Inko walked into the room taking off her oven mitt. Alright, everyone. Dinner is ready. Come get some grub. There was a mad dash into the kitchen by anyone who had been there before. No one could compete with Inko's katsudon. She waited until everyone was seated before she spoke up again. I would just like to say congratulations to our young heroes-to-be tonight. Well done to all of you for getting into U.A. There was a yell from the rest of the people celebrating their success. Izuku stood up and spoke as well. Here's to us, let's kick this hero course's butt. The other 3 kids copied him, and his mum smacked him for swearing, but Izuku had never been happier. He will be a hero. He will make his dad proud. The day finally came for the students to move into the dorms. They were packing up Izuku's stuff into boxes, and Kendo was teasing Izuku. Really? You have 3 of the same All Might collectible? Why, she was on the verge of laughing, he really did have 3 identical figures of a young age All Might. What? What's wrong with having lots of collectibles, Itsuka? I know exactly how many martial arts movies you have, you can't talk about my figurines. This, surprisingly, shut her up, grumbling while continuing to pack. They were excited to begin their training, excited to start their journey to becoming heroes, and goddamn, was this slow packing frustrating them. You know what? Let's leave the posters and the figures, I'll need them here when I come back to visit anyway. Itsuka laughed and stopped packing figurines. She did notice Izuku pocketing his limited edition Eraser head figurine though. Inko was pottering around the house, cleaning things and making food, putting on a smile for Izuku, but on the inside, she was conflicted. She knew he was strong and that he deserved to be in the hero course, but she would never stop worrying for her baby. There was a loud knock on the door, and Izuku sprinted out to get it, Itsuka barely seeing him run. She still couldn't believe that he could move so fast, even after seeing what had happened during his exam, which the goggles had recorded, and watching him run around first person had made her a bit nauseous, especially when he attacked the 0-pointer. Izuku called back to Itsuka, notifying her that Momo had arrived. She stopped packing and went to greet her, surprised to see 2 large men standing next to her. Dad said to bring Morimoto and Wakeo to help you move. Izuku smiled at her, letting the 2 men through, who went into Izuku's room and started to bring boxes down to the street. So, Itsuka, now jobless, tried to fill the gap in the conversation. You guys wanna play Super Smash Bros. 27? They just released a new fighter, some skeleton dude with glowing eyes. Izuku perked up at this, and Itsuka laughed on the inside. Something new meant he had something to analyze. And when he was analyzing was the only time Momo or Kendo beat him, as he was too distracted with his tests to focus on kicking their butt. They went into the living room and started to play SSB 27, and were saddened when Izuku picked up the new fighter extremely quickly, kicking their butt with him after 2 matches. It's not fair, Izuku. How in God's name are you so good at this? He just shrugged. Aizawa has me practicing my analytical skills and my reaction time as well as my body, so I guess, practice? Itsuka gave him a death stare. You can use that bullshit explanation with me like you did with Toshinori. He just laughed. Seriously, just practice working in tandem with natural skill. As they waited for Morimoto and Wakeo to finish packing the car, they continued to play. And as they played and talked they were all trading theories on who would be their teacher, as they were all in Class 1A, Momo getting in on recommendations. The two movers finished packing the car, and, saying goodbye to Inko, the three of them sat in the back, driving towards UA. As they arrived at the gate, Izuku stopped, staring at the building. The two girls noticed this and laughed. "Come on, Zuku, it's just a building. We need to get to unpacking now, you can stare at it later," she said, shaking him slightly. "Yes, come on now Izuku, we should get ready before others start to arrive and make it harder to move around." Momo pushed him towards the dorms, pushing a box into his hands. He shook himself out of his trance, nodded, and moved towards his new home. They were surprised to see someone had arrived before them, a boy that reminded Izuku too much of Aizawa to be a coincidence. He was asleep on the front step of the dorm room, his one bag used as a pillow. Izuku walked up to him and slowly shook him awake. "Hey man, you alright?" The boy woke up with a start, and Izuku had to dodge the punch sent towards his face. "Thank you, Aizawa, for the stupidly hard training." "Dude, chill, I don't bite." He smiled at the déjà vu he got from that sentence. The boy looked up at him and scooted back, mumbling softly. "Sorry, didn't mean to attack you." Izuku let his smile grow bigger, and Itsuka thought that he might be blinding the boy with how bright he was being. "No worries man. The form in that punch was quite impressive, especially as you had just woken up. Where did you train?" Izuku already knew to answer to this though, as he had been on the receiving end of those punches for months now. The boy looked down again, before standing up and mumbling again. He still couldn't believe that this boy, who he had almost punched, was being friendly. "I trained with my dad, he's really good." Izuku laughed at this, slightly surprised. "He must be a great teacher if you were able to do that half asleep. Now, how about we go inside and unpack, mister?" He flashed a smile towards the boy, silently asking his name. "Hitoshi, Aizawa Hitoshi. Sorry for trying to punch you." The boy scurried inside, opening the now unlocked door. Izuku looked back at the two girls and smiled. "Well? Come on then, we got some unpacking to do," before running inside, and heading up towards his room. He spent a few hours unpacking and setting everything up, and by the time he was done, there were a few more people in the rooms around him, and for a moment, he studied their quirks. From the room next to his left, he could feel conflicting energies, a twilight zone between absolute hot and absolute cold. He pondered what kind of quirk would give a dual effect, noting it down in his mind. From the room to his right, came the impression of speed inside a mechanical whirlwind, almost like feeling a car driving right past you at 200 kilometers per hour. He had felt something similar before when Ingenium had been in town and had his suspicions, but he didn't want to scare anyone off just yet, so he filed it away for later. He was going through the quirks of people within range, only about 16 people at the moment, pondering why there were two people who had something to do with controlling light and how their quirks differed, when he felt a quirk he had been familiar with his whole life, or at least the entire time he could sense quirks. Pure, potential explosive force entered his area, and he nodded. Of course, Kachan would get into 1A, how could I think otherwise? He knew that in a fight against robots, when he could go all out, Kachan would have been in his element. He finished unpacking and headed down into the common area. Kendo was already there, but Momo had yet to finish. He wondered which of her beds she had brought, hopefully not her big one. There were a few others down there, talking in their groups, who looked up when he entered the room. Only one of them interested him though. He ran towards the boy, grabbing him into a hug. "Tokoyami. Man, it's been way too long. I haven't seen you since we were 9, the bird boy was a bit frazzled, but eventually caught on. "Midoriya, it is indeed good to see you again, I'm glad you were able to make it into the hero course." He looked over to the girl that had been sitting on the couch next to him. "Tsuyu, has my head changed in any way, shape, or form?" Tsuyu, a girl with large eyes and huge hands, Izuku noted, seemed a little surprised by the question, before answering. "Not a bit Tokoyami, why would it?" She pet her head to the side. "Ah, that's on me. When I first met Tokoyami, I didn't have much control over my quirk, and I kinda reverted his head back to a human." Tsuyu seemed completely confused at this statement, ping her head to the side again curiously. "Fine. Tokoyami, do you mind if I show her?" Izuku made sure he asked first, some people could get stressed if he removed their quirk suddenly. Tokoyami nodded, and Izuku cut off his quirk. Tsuyu gasped as his head started to shrink and morph until it was once again a human head with messy black hair. She was staring at him, in awe of what had happened. "Whoa! That's so cool!" A shout from the staircase caught Izuku's attention. He vaguely remembered pulling this guy from the path of a falling robot. His bright red eyes were staring at Tokoyami, and at Izuku. "How did you do that?" He was running towards the small group now, and Izuku chuckled. He had been around people who were used to his quirk for so long, he had forgotten how funny people's first reactions could be. Well, long story short, it's part of my quirk. I can manipulate the quirks of others, including, but not limited to, turning them off. Rockboy was staring at him with a smile on his face. Holy CRP, that's awesome. If I may ask, how did you pass the exam? Doesn't seem like that would be very useful against bots. Izuku laughed. Yeah, it was absolutely useless against the machines, that's why I took in my 3 support items. The others looked at him confused. Had they not know about the 3 support items? Did you guys not know you could bring stuff in if you filed the right forms? He asked, and as they shook their heads, he wondered what exactly these guys' quirks were. Before even he knew it, his most recent notebook was out in his hands. If you guys got in with no gear, you must have awesome quirks. I can get a rough idea just by looking at you, but I don't know specifics. As he had been talking, he let his hold of Tokoyami's quirk go, and the boy's head reverted back to its bird shape. A boy with yellow hair that, to Izuku, looked like a human thundercloud, put his hands up, stopping his rant. What do you mean you can get a rough idea by looking at us? Izuku froze. He had wanted to keep that part a secret, but he wasn't very good at keeping them, it seemed. Well, it's kinda hard to explain. Basically, I can see you, and then I can see you. My range is about 100, maybe 110 radius now due to my training, and I can sense the quirks of people in range. For example, your quirk feels like a thundercloud on a stormy day, pure potential electric energy. I'm guessing I'm close to what your quirk is? The boy looked at him, shocked. Hit the nail on the head, my man. My quirk is electrification. I can release large amounts of electricity, but if I overdo it, I can fry my brain for a bit, making me super dumb. Izuku was already making notes next to a preliminary sketch of the boy, nodding as he talked. Itsuka smacked him on the back of the head. Zuku, stop taking notes on people for 5 minutes, you just met the guy, she said, before flashing the boy an apologetic smile. How about this? He is Izuku Midoriya, and my name is Itsuka Kendo, nice to meet you. She nodded over to the redhead and the blonde, who nodded as well. Kirishima Ijiro. At your service, my man, he said, punching the air in front of him with a hardened arm. Itsuka placed another hand on Izuku's shoulder as he started to vibrate with excitement, and grabbed the notebook away from him. And I'm Kaminari Denki. Pleased to meet you, dude. Your quirk is so cool. Izuku flushed at this. His mom and his friends always said it, but he still wasn't used to it. It's alright, I don't have any physical stuff that I can do with it though, just my normal body. Another voice interrupted the group. Neither does Eraserhead, the underground hero, but he still fights and wins. The purple-haired boy, Hitoshi, had walked downstairs and had been listening in on the conversation. Izuku started grinning even wider and had somehow snatched his notebook of Itsuka and opened Eraserhead's page. I know. Eraserhead's my favorite hero. He's one of my greatest inspirations. He is so amaz. Itsuka groaned and facepalmed. She was able to knock Izuku out of some of his rants without hurting him, but when Eraserhead was involved it was near impossible to snap him out of it. You have no idea what you just released, she said to Hitoshi, who was looking at the ranting Izuku with a smirk. He could go like this for hours before snapping out of this. I think the record is 3-inch. Kaminari snorted as Izuku went into an in-depth analysis of Eraserhead's abilities. 3 hours of this? Man, he's really into this stuff, isn't he? They heard footsteps on the staircase, and Momo walked into the common room. Kaminari felt like he was about to have a heart attack. You have no idea. And Itsu, his record is 3.5 hours, but fortunately for you, you didn't have to be there for that 1 inch. They all laughed as Izuku continued, and chatted for the rest of the night, eventually getting into a very serious card game, before they all retired to their rooms, ready for the first day of class. Izuku woke up in the common room, not remembering falling asleep. He checked his watch. She'd only got around 15 minutes till class. He got up and sprinted towards his room, nearly bowling over Kaminari as he ran past them into his room, taking a shower and getting ready for the day. He finished his preparations and sprinted to his homeroom, searching for 1A. He arrived at the door and could sense about 14 people in there already, 5 other than him coming towards the room, and Aizawa approaching slowly, on the floor. Crawling? Maybe he doesn't want to leave the sleeping bag. He chuckled as he entered the room. He was immediately hit with a wall of sound, people chatting, a blue-haired boy yelling at Kachan for having his feet on the desk, and Itsuka snapping with an enlarged hand, trying to calm everyone down. Kachan stopped arguing with the boy as soon as he walked in, snorting. Good, I didn't know if you had made it or not. Was gonna kill you if you didn't show up. The blue-haired boy seemed shocked that he would threaten him and turned towards Izuku. Izuku mentally high-fived himself, he had guessed right. The boy was approaching him in a weird power walk, introducing himself. Greetings. My name is Ida Tenya, right? Ingenium's little brother? Don't worry, the only reason I knew is because your quirks are so similar, and you have blue hair as well. He shrugged at Ida's confused face. I'm Izuku Midoriya. The boy started to chop his hands through the air again. Ah yes. The one who took down the 0-pointer and scored first place in the exam. I must congratulate you on your performance, as well as how easily you saw through the exam's special marking criteria. As he talked, Izuku could see Kachan's face go from disinterested, to annoyed, to furious, at the mention of the 0-pointer. Deku, what the F is he talking about? Ida seemed to realize his mistake at this and was about to say something when Izuku cut him off. He swallowed his concern about Kachan and notified the class about Aizawa. Don't worry about it now guys, teacher's here. He pointed over his shoulder, towards what the other students assumed was a giant yellow caterpillar. Good catch, now get into your seats. Aizawa got up and shed his sleeping bag, walking to the podium. Welcome. I am your homeroom teacher. I expect you to be ready for class, that means quiet and seated before I get here tomorrow. He looked over the class, eyes stopping for a minuscule moment on Hitoshi and Izuku. His face grew into a smirk, and Izuku paled. Aizawa didn't smirk like that if he wasn't plotting something. Now, everyone get into your PE uniforms and meet me at Training Building C. He pulled sets of uniforms out of his sleeping bag and walked out of the room. The class was quiet for a moment before people started to talk about their teacher. Uraraka tapped Itsuka on the shoulder. Man, he's scary. I wonder who he is though. Tsuyu spoke up as well. Well, if he is our teacher, doesn't that mean he's a prop hero? Rock Boy Kirishima, Izuku thought, gotta actually remember people's names butted in. I've never seen him before. Maybe he's one of those supermanly underground heroes. The class continued to talk for a bit as they walked down to the changing rooms, not knowing what was coming next. Aizawa sighed. He could hear the class erupt into theories about who he was, and prayed that Izuku and Hitoshi kept their mouths shut. He didn't hear any input into the theories from them and assumed that they had taken the rationale option. He had looked over the class list for this year and was slightly annoyed that most of them seemed to have potential. At least last year's 1A he could expel, giving him a year of good sleep. There was Izuku, obviously, and Aizawa could see potential flowing off of him in waves. With his quirk, Aizawa was wondering if would even be needed after Izuku graduated. It saddened him a bit, but Aizawa was a rational man and focused on the fact that it meant there would be another great hero on the streets. There was Hitoshi as well, and Aizawa smiled after checking no one was watching him. His adopted son was a bright spot in his life, but it would be even harder to hide the fact he had a kid from Namuri now that his kid was attending UA. He knew Hitoshi had potential as well but did wish he had taken to physical training as Izuku did. He was still pretty scrawny, but Aizawa hoped to buff him up throughout his 4 years at UA. There were some obvious frontrunners, his 2 recommendation students, Shoto Todoroki and Momo Yaoyorozu, who both had fantastic quirks, and Katsuki Bakugu. But he could see Shoto holding himself back, limiting himself to his ice during the practical exam for recommendation students. Momo seemed to have excellent ideas for her quirk, and her friendship with Izuku had surprised him, but he didn't really care about that. That will probably help her. Izuku is a strategizing powerhouse. If he can think off what's needed in a fight before it starts, Momo will have time to make it. Katsuki was another problem child, Aizawa knew this. Scoring second place in the practical exam with 77 villain points and not a single rescue point, Aizawa knew he was a powerhouse. He would have to keep an eye on him. There were a few he would keep an eye on during the upcoming test, such as Hagakure Toru, whose quirk was just being invisible. He didn't know how she had gotten through the entrance exam. Nizu said something about her making an excellent point about not being able to prove she didn't destroy X amount of robots. He didn't really like that and kept her in mind as an expulsion candidate. Pony was another one that he should keep an eye on. While she was good at Japanese, she was nowhere near fluent. Maybe he could get one of the students to tutor her for extra credit. Izuku would probably do it for free, he mentally noted to ask him later. Itsuka had surprised him by being in his class. Vlad had expressed interest in her, but Nizu had placed her in 1A. He had said something about already having great cooperation with Momo and Izuku, which Aizawa could understand. He didn't think that anyone could have bad cooperation with anyone until he met Bakugu. The class started to arrive one by one until all 20 students were standing in front of him, confused. Uraraka spoke up. "Excuse me sir, but shouldn't we be going to orientation?" Aizawa shook his head. "No, you are here to learn how to become heroes, not listen to that DMN rat rave on for 2 hours. UA teachers are given much more leniency in their classes, meaning I can do whatever I please." He flashed a sadistic grin her way. "So for now, we will be doing a quirk evaluation test. Bakugu, come up here." He grunted, walking into the circle. Aizawa threw him a softball. Now Bakugo, what was your record for the softball throw in high school? Bakugo thought for a moment, about 82 m. Aizawa nodded, good, now, throw the softball with your quirk. Bakugo started to grin as he stretched. I'm gonna blow these fuckers away. He winded up his pitch and released with a shout of, die! The ball went flying, out of sight against the blue sky, before Aizawa's phone beeped a few seconds later. 752.4 m, well done, you can go back now. Bakugo was smirking as he walked back, loving the spotlight Aizawa had shown on him. Now, one more thing. I think of myself as a very rational person. If I don't see any potential in you, I won't teach you. That being said, whoever scores last on this test is going to be expelled. Izuku sighed inwardly at the sadistic smile he had on his face as he said that. He knew he was serious. He better show his class what he could do. Most of the tests were easy enough. Grip strength, seated toe touch, sidestepping, they all came easily to Izuku. He didn't win any of these events, Shoji winning the grip strength with 564 kilograms of pressure, Mina nearly doubling over in the flexibility tests, and Kachan winning the sidestepping with timed explosions. He didn't win, but he scored pretty highly. He got an average score in the softball test, getting around 156 m, and was amazed at Uraraka's score of infinity. The tests kept on, until the test he had been looking forward to the most, the 50-meter dash. He was paired up against Bakugo, who was unaware of his training with Aizawa, unaware of his body's new capabilities. Hey Deku, you better not screw this up, I want to be the indisputable winner here. Izuku just nodded as he got himself in position for the sprint. Bang! The gunshot went off, and so did Izuku. Pushing off the starting platforms, he pushed himself as fast as he could, blitzing past Kachan, who was using his explosions to propel himself. 3.12 seconds, the robot at the end of the track announced as Izuku flashed past it. 4.31 seconds, as Kachan blew past. There was a beat of silence, before all of the class except for Momo, Itsuka and Uraraka started yelling. What the? Deku, what the actual F was that? Izuku broke out into a smile, before turning to Kachan. Kachan, whatever do you mean? You told me to not screw it up, so I did my best. The rest of the class quietened at this. They had known each other for a day and a half, but they all knew not to F with Katsuki Bakugo. If Izuku was brave enough to, how badass was he? Deku, if you think this means anything, it doesn't. I'm gonna kick your butt and be the indisputable #1 hero. He yelled at Izuku before storming off towards the bathroom. Izuku looked over towards the crowd and saw Kirishima holding his heart, crying. So manly. The rest of the tests went smoothly, Izuku coming second in the long-distance race, Momo creating a motorized scooter, causing Izuku to spend the last 3 minutes of his run laughing. Izuku got himself a comfortable third place overall, with first place going to Shoto Todoroki, second to Momo, who was ecstatic, and fourth was Kachan's. Toru, an invisible girl, came last, and sat down in front of Aizawa, concerned, getting ready to pack up her things and go home. Aizawa looked over the class, letting the sadistic smile back out. Oh, and just by the way, none of you are going to be expelled. That was a logical deception to get you to push yourselves to your limits. As Toru started cheering, and the rest of the class laughing, Izuku went over to Momo, holding his hand up for a high five. Hell yeah Mo! You killed it. She gave him the high five and leaned in for a hug, before stopping and blushing. Izuku turned around and saw a girl with bright pink skin staring at them with a sheet-eating grin. Mo, huh? You two seem pretty close, she said in a teasing voice. The girls in the class giggled along with her, and Izuku could see he was getting the stink eye from Kaminari. Izuku, as oblivious as ever, just shrugged. Of course we are. Mo and I have been friends since we were 6, he wrapped his arm around her shoulder as he said this, waving his arm in front of them. Mina started giggling even harder and turned back towards the rest of the girls. He let go of Momo's shoulder and looked at her confused. I wonder what they're on about, Momo facepalmed. He really was an innocent little cinnamon roll. They were about to leave when Izuku, now not focused on the testing, felt 3 familiar quirks coming towards him, one at blindingly fast speeds. Izu. Izuku barely had time to prepare himself as a barreling blue blob crashed into his back. Hell yeah Izu bro. I can believe you got third. You were so fast during the 50-meter sprint, the rest of the class were surprised to see a boy pop out of the ground, but they were even more surprised at the fact he was naked. A third boy quickly ran up to Mirio, holding his breathes, softly scolding him. Damn it Mirio, you know our teachers say to wear your special breathes if you intend on using your quirk. Mirio just shrugged, smiling at the class. Greeting class 1A. My name is Mirio Togoda. These are my friends Nijire Hato and Tamaki Amajiki. We are here to kidnap Izu bro. The class was shocked as Nijire grabbed Izuku, held him over her head, cackling while sprinting away. Aizawa looked like he was about to go after them, before shrugging and walking back to the staff room. Mina looked at Momo confused. Yao Momo, who were they? Momo was surprised at the nickname but smiled. She had trained with Mirio for about as long as she had Izuku, and was familiar with his group of friends. That, my dear classmates, was UA's big three. Izuku's been best friends with them for most of our lives. The entire class stopped. Momo paused as she saw Bakugo's face turn to pure rage, before he exploded away, following the rest of the class, as they walked back to get changed, were pestering Momo and Itsuka for details. They told them about how the big three were the three people closest to All Might in power and skill, even among the pros. Holy CRP! And you three are their friends? That's freaking amazing. I wonder if he could get them to help train us. Kirishima was hyped to have such manly people possibly available to spar with. Momo shook her head laughing. I'll check with them later, we really have to get back to class. 1A groaned but followed her towards the changing rooms. Momo wasn't sure, but she thought she heard a few of them mumble. Yes mum friend? The big three plus Izuku were wailing through the main building chatting, as they hadn't seen each other for a while. Izuku was going over his newest ideas for Mirio's costume when they were interrupted. Deku? The big three stopped as they heard the familiar nickname. Nijire, still holding Izuku over her head, turned to face the boy who was rapidly approaching them. What the F else don't I know about you? Spill it, you shitstain. Mirio had seen Nijire angry before. People had picked on Izuku before, but they had all heard stories of what Bakugo was like before Izuku got his quirk. Well, if it isn't Kachan. Mirio shuddered at the tone Nijire was using. Kachan just got angrier. You can TF call me that. And no one can but my rival. Nijire giggled, but it was anything but light-hearted. It was menacing. Mirio shuddered, and Tamaki hid behind him. Well then, I'll remember that, but just by the way, here are a few things you will remember. Izuku does not have to tell you anything. You will not threaten him again, or I will beat the sheet out of you, and you will watch your language around me, same reason. She put on her most innocent smile, and it scared Izuku. How about no fuck dash? He was halfway through the sentence when Nijire socked him in the cheek, now holding Izuku with one hand. I told you to watch your language. Kachan grumbled and walked off, mumbling not worth it underneath his breath. Whoa nay, was that really necessary? Izuku asked, not attempting to break free. She turned and smiled at him. Of course it was. No one threatens my little Izu. Mirio laughed out loud, while Tamaji just chuckled under his breath. Miro calmed himself and pointed down the hall. Okay Hadu, you gotta let him go now, he has to get to class, and sheet, so do we, as he and Tamaki sprinted off towards the classroom for 3A. Nijire ran to the door for 1A, plopped Izuku down in front of it, and ran off. Bye Izu, see you later. Izuku shook his head. He couldn't let himself get abducted after every class, not with the number of questions he expected from this little experience. He goes through the rest of the day, aces English with present mic, does well in math with ectoplasm, and nerds out during modern hero art history with midnight. He is heading towards the dorms with Itsuka, waving goodbye to Momo as she was staying behind to talk to Aizawa. Hey Midoriya, hey Kendo. Izuku turns to see a girl whose name he didn't know, as well as Uraraka running up to them. He waved back, stopping to wait for them to catch up. Hey, Uraraka. Who is this? He waved at the horned girl, who was partially hiding behind Uraraka. Uraraka smiled. It's alright Midoriya, you can call me Achako. Can T have my hero calling me my last name can I? Itsuka was laughing now, and Izuku smiled. Of course, Ochako, only if you call me Izuku. He turned to the other girl. Hey there. My name is Izuku Midoriya, what's yours? He could see the gears turning in her head. She spoke in broken Japanese. Me Pony Tsunatori. Please call me Pony. Izuku nodded, smiling. Of course Pony. I hope I'm not overstepping, but you're not from around here are you? She smiled and nodded. Yes, I am from America. I come overseas to go UA. He chuckled, bowing slightly and speaking in fluent English. Of course Pony. I welcome you to Japan, and to UA. She squealed slightly, speaking in English as well. Oh my god thank you. I've yet to meet another student who can speak English as well as you. You have no idea how refreshing it is. I'm learning Japanese, but I'm struggling a bit. At the last bit, her smile fell slightly. Izuku frowned, he couldn't have that. He continued in English, well then, maybe I could help you. I am fluent in both, so I could tutor you in Japanese. Pony's face lit up. Really? That would be fantastic. Thank you so much, Izuku. She clapped her hands over her mouth. Sorry, when I speak English for a bit, I revert back to some American culture things. We call each other by our first names over there. Don't worry about it, Pony. You asked me to call you by your first name, so you can call me by mine. She smiled at him. Itsuka and Ochako were chatting in Japanese, looking over at Izuku and Pony every now and then, as they chatted in English. As they entered the inside of the dorms, Ochako sprinted off to her room, waving goodbye. Pony followed her upstairs, thanking Izuku for helping her learn Japanese. Crazy first day, huh? I mean, we get our quirks tested, you run 50 m in 3.1 seconds, Momo makes a freaking scooter, our teacher lies to us, you get kidnapped. This school is gonna be the death of all of us. Itsuka was laughing as she said it, but Izuku knew she was right. UA was gonna kick their butts. The next day, Izuku woke up super early, and he didn't know why. He got up and his clock told him he was around 6, he groaned, why on earth was he awake? Probably because of the knocking on his door. That sounds about right. What he didn't expect was to see Aizawa standing in his doorway, scowling. Where the hell were you? Izuku was confused, did he promise to do something? Aizawa saw the confusion and grabbed Izuku by the ear. Just because you got into UA doesn't mean you get to slack off on your training. From now on, every morning you meet me in the gym Gamma at 5:30 inch. Aizawa let go of Izuku's ear. Get ready, if I can't kick your butt during morning training, you're going for a run. Izuku walked back into his room and got ready. He knew it was a terrible idea to argue with Aizawa, especially when he had already set him off. He got into his training clothes and put on his iconic red shoes. He ran down the stairs and stopped when he saw Aizawa sleeping on the couch. As he went to shake him awake, a voice from behind stopped him. Izuku? Shouldn't you let Mr. Aizawa sleep? Pony walked down the stairs, and Izuku froze. If he didn't wake Aizawa up, he would get in trouble for not waking him up for training. If he told Pony why he was waking him up, he would get in trouble for revealing their relationship. He could ask her not to tell anyone, she seemed like if he asked she would keep the secret. He sighed, resigning himself to his fate. In English, he said, "Good morning, Pony, we are just about to head out and do some extra training. Aizawa has been my trainer for almost a year now, but I need you to keep it a secret from the others for now, okay?" Pony smiled as he talked in English, and nodded as he finished. "Of course, Izuku. This can be our little secret." She winked at him as she talked. "But you owe me one. And ask Teach if I can join in sometimes," she said, laughing menacingly as she walked back up the stairs, and Izuku could almost hear the smirk in her voice. He laughed to himself as he woke Aizawa up. "What do you want, problem child?" he asked as Izuku continued to shake him slightly. "Mr. Aizawa, sir, you fell asleep before you could, and I quote, kick my butt with training," Aizawa sighed, nodding as he got up. "Fine, let's go." Aizawa made Izuku sprint for a half-hour straight, grinning sadistically as he did. The next half-hour after that he sparred, and Izuku was barely able to keep up after the run. He walked back into the dorms with 45 minutes left until class. Ida saw him coming back into the dorms and got up from the couch. "Midoriya, you should be ready for class by now. It is way too close to starting time for you to still not be ready." Izuku quickly ran up to his room and had a shower. He gets into class with 5 minutes before the start. "I'm glad you could finally make it, Midoriya. I was worried you were going to be late." Izuku nodded and silently started towards his seat. He waved to Momo and Itsuka. "Good to see you up and at M. Greeny, wouldn't want to be late for whatever Teach is gonna put us through." He wished he could share his training with the two girls, but Aizawa said he only took one problem at a time. "Yeah, I can't wait." Izuku tried to keep his sarcasm out of the statement, but the girls started laughing, so he probably didn't do it well. "I wonder what he's gonna get us to do today. Hope we don't get another threat of expulsion. I don't think Hagakure could go through that scare again." He joined them laughing. The rest of the class filtered in, Mina coming in 3 minutes late, apologizing to Aizawa. He stood up from his position, sleeping under the podium, and started talking, before leaving. There were a few moments of silence from the class, but Izuku knew who was coming. He had sensed the storms of power before today. "I am All Might" came bursting through the door in an odd position. The class started buzzing with excitement. "Here!" Coming through the door like a hero. The class started cheering at this. All Might really was a teacher. That's so awesome. Izuku heard a "he's so manly" before he heard something else. "Hey kid, how you doing? I haven't seen you around UA yet dash." Izuku winced at how loud the voice was. It was clearly male, probably around Izuku's age, maybe older. And it was loud. "My apologies, young Izuku, Totoya can be excitable, we don't really get to do much talking unless it's to each other, and I can only take so many stories about his old dogs before I just want to get outta here dash." This voice was much older, also a man. He sounded tired, like he hadn't had enough sleep, but was staying awake because he needed to. Shut it, Hanzo. I'm just happy to see the kid. I didn't get to last time, was arguing with little Miss Grumpy over if Toshinori was stupid or not, dash. You can't speak about my successor like that and not expect me to talk smack right back at you, you know, dash. All Might had started to talk about something to do with fighting for good, pulling a bodybuilder's pose. Izuku was trying to hear him, but the voices were really loud. Guys, I have absolutely no clue what is going on here, but can guys quiet down for now? All Might is talking dash. Izuku was glad when they did quiet down, just in time for Izuku to see All Might pull out a small white card, yelling, battle training. Izuku was starting to get excited. He knew it would probably be hard for the others, minus Momo and Itsuka, to fight him quirkless. He knew from experience that most kids his age relied too heavily on their quirks in a fight. He wondered if the students other than Momo and Itsuka had any formal training. He grinned at the two girls, malicious intent showing in his smile. The three started laughing, unknowingly garnering the attention of Katsuki. He looked back at the sadistic grin Izuku was pulling and grunted. Deku was obviously different from the last time he had seen him. He was stronger, more confident. Maybe the nerd pulled his sheet together after his quirk came. God, I hope I get to fight him, get back at him for what that Blue Beach said. One of the key aspects of being a hero nowadays is looking good. Dash, damn it Toshi, stop with all the drama. Izuku heard the older woman's voice, the one that seemed most familiar with All Might, again, and wondered who she was. She had said she was his predecessor, but what did that mean? Why could he hear any of them? It made him very curious. All Might pushed a button on a remote, and 20 containers popped out of the walls behind him. The class erupted into cheers again. They get to wear their costumes. Izuku pulled out his notebook, already starting to formulate plans and notes on how to fight his classmates. The book already had some rudimentary plans for fighting their quirks, if there was ever a situation where he couldn't turn them off, and probable fighting styles they would use once quirkless. He felt like that old-school pre-quirk superhero Owlman or something. He couldn't remember what animal the hero was named after. As he stood up, Itsuka smacked him on the head. Come on, man. Don't go spewing all our secrets to the rest of the class. The rest of the class was staring at him. DMN must have been mumbling. He apologized and headed to the front of the room to grab his costume. The costume that he and Mei had spent almost a year on designing, finding materials. Although after Izuku introduced Mei to Momo, that wasn't a problem anymore. The problem was detaching Mei from Momo, and building the suit and gadgets to go along with it. Most of the class had gathered in front of All Might, showing off their hero costumes. All Might looked over the crowd of newbies. He briefly wondered about where young Midoriya was, before taking a closer look at the students' costumes. He was looking for specific students. The ones he had been warned to pay special attention to, for varying reasons. He found the first of Aizawa's watch list. Pony Tsunatori, the American exchange student. Hell yeah. All Might loved America. She was wearing a horse halter around her head with a lead rope dangling from the back, consisting of an orange skin-tight shirt with pale orange markings around her chest and stomach, with matching colored breathes, along with a pair of fingerless gloves. She was wearing belts secured around her collarbone, biceps, and lower torso, and boots, as well as stirrups attached on either side. Hitoshi Aizawa, Eraserhead's adopted son, currently not very physically strong, but All Might could see the fire in his eyes. His costume was a near-perfect copy of Eraserhead's, other than some dark purple detailing, as well as a dark purple capture weapon. He wore some sort of mask over his face, looking slightly like a gas mask, but with speakers. Momo Yaoyorozu had been put on the watch list due to her standing as the current 11th highest in Japan for her favored martial art, her versatile quirk, and her acceptance to UA due to recommendations. She wore a dark red sports bra and shorts, with gold trimming, and an odd wrist brace with a thick tube on it on her left arm, and what seemed to be a wrist-mounted computer on her right. She also wore tinted red goggles, with gold trim. He was just waiting for the fourth person on the list. Izuku Midoriya. He remembered the boy, of course, he did. He was one of the only people in the world to know about All Might's injury, and All Might knew that the boy was trustworthy. So why did he keep staring at him? As the class quieted down, he was able to hear fast footsteps coming from the tunnel, as well as loud metal crashing on the ground. Wait, what? He looked behind the class to see a man in costume giving a pink-haired girl a piggyback ride, running from what looked like a large, spider-like robot. God damn it, Mei, why would you build something like this? Yep, that was definitely Izuku under that suit. Mei was cackling as they got into the open space. All Might punched the sheet out of it. The class had turned around at this point, and were panicking at the robot almost double the height of All Might came crashing into the courtyard. Detruit. Smamish. All Might rammed his fist into the side of the bot, splitting it in two, both halves crashing into the wall behind the class. May started yelling. Izuku put her down. All Might. You broke it. Do you know how long it took me to build that? All Might was shocked. He had had people yell at him after a fight, of course, but for a robot? You killed my baby. Now All Might was panicking. Had there been a child piloting the robot? Had it been a mech suit of some kind? All Might? I can see your panic from here. It's not an actual baby, just a robot, so don't worry. May looked at Izuku like he had just stabbed her in the gut, insulted her hair, and twisted the knife. Where in God's name did such a graphic example come from? Laughter he couldn't hear spread throughout his quirk. He. May was it? Izuku asked me to help so I did. I did not know you treasured the robot so much, my apologies. He gave the girl a small bow, only to find that she had already run over to the wreckage, sorting through the pile. Not worth it, All Might, sir, just leave her be. Izuku sighed as he said that, shoulders shuddering, seemingly remembering something. All Might took the opportunity to study his costume. He was on the list, after all, he didn't want to disappoint Aizawa in the first lesson. Izuku was in a tight-fitting black shirt, with gold trimmings, showing off his muscles. He had black gloves with gold knuckles, and All Might could see that they were metal. Ouch, that would hurt a lot. He had black knee-high boots with golden accents, tucked over black combat briefs, with a utility belt with around 12 pouches, and a golden buckle. The most impressive thing about the costume was the helmet. Fully covering his head, with 2 golden dots on the front imitating eyes. They weren't just LEDs either, they seemed to change as Izuku talked to the others, following what All Might assumed to be his face's expressions underneath. On his back was a backpack of sorts, with a large slot on the bottom. Latched onto his right hip, a scabbard, with something All Might could only assume to be a sword, hung from his side. He looked badass if All Might was honest. When Izuku had arrived, the class didn't know what to make of it at first. He came dashing in holding a random pink-haired girl to his back, being chased by a giant robot. Jiro had heard them talking about babies or something. What she, and the rest of the class, were really focused on, was Izuku. He looked badass due to the design and the gadgets, but she had to admit, the eyes were adorable. Momo and Itsuka seemed to agree, as they squealed and ran over to him. Zuku, you look so cool, Momo exclaimed as she hugged the boy. Itsuka rolled her eyes. Yeah, it's pretty cool I guess. It's not fair that May only offered to build you a suit, it's almost as if she licked Dash. Itsuka was cut off as Mina came crashing into the group, followed by the rest of the girls. Wow, that's Midoriya. That's such a cool suit. Izuku was now being hugged by his best friend, who was now realizing was in nothing but a bra and shorts, and the arm gear he had designed for her, and was being surrounded by other girls, in everything from leather jackets, to skin-tight bodysuits. Wait, what? As he looked over at people like Tsuyu, Uraraka, Pony, Setsuna and Mina, his brain started to short-circuit. He pulled away from the group slightly, rubbing his hand on the back of his helmet. Man, he missed ruffling his own hair. He again noted the stink eye he was getting from Kaminari. Hi, Mina. Hi guys. Yep, it's me all right. This is my costume. He did a little spin, and Momo couldn't help but giggle at the sight. Her large, very muscly, no, bad Momo, best friend spinning like a middle school ballerina. He hadn't seemed very embarrassed about it though. All Might was starting to try and wrangle the class back on track and had to resort to snapping his fingers using OFA. The shockwave that spread throughout the courtyard silenced the class. Now then, now that's all settled, he laughed, motioning for the class to come in a bit more. They say that the clothes make the man, and you're all extremely well made. He pulled out a small bit of paper and Izuku couldn't help but laugh. All Might had a script? You will be separated into pairs. This is an indoor combat exercise dash. He was stopped by Ida, he thought, putting his hand up and interrupting him, others joining in. Sir, how will the pairs be assigned? How much am I allowed to hurt these extras? What's the objective? This is so cool. All Might groaned, snapping his fingers again, shutting them up. I wasn't finished you guys, he cleared his throat. This will be an indoor combat exercise. The teams will be decided by lots, and 2 teams will fight at one time. The alignment of your team, heroes or villains, will also be determined by lots. He glared at Ida when he put his hand up, and it slowly backs down to his side. The villain's job will be to protect a nuclear weapon. It's not real of course, I wouldn't trust any of you will a grenade, let alone a nuke. Bakugu coughed. The villains will have 5 minutes to get inside the building and set up a defense. You win by either defending the bomb until time runs out or by wrapping this. He pulled out a roll of white tape, around both the enemies. The hero's job will be to infiltrate the building and attempt to either capture the weapon, by placing their hand on it, or by again, wrapping both enemies in the capture tape. I will now take questions, young Ida. Ida's arms sprang into the air. Isn't there a better way to determine teams than chance? All Might went to answer, but Izuku and Momo interrupted him. Well, Ida dash. Once we become pro-heroes ourselves dash. We might get into situations where we have to team up with other agencies dash. That means we have to get used to fighting with random allies against random enemies dash. This type of randomization helps us practice that. All Might was stunned at the duet of logic he had just witnessed. The class was stunned as well before Mina blurted out, "Yo, that was FING adorable you guys." All Might snapped his fingers again before the class erupted again, silencing them. Mina was laughing and pointing to the eyes on his suit, which were scrunched up, with 2 smaller dots having appeared around on his cheeks as well as Momo's. Right, you are you too. I can see that you're both very intelligent and strategic. Momo quickly placed her hand on Izuku's shoulder to stop him from vibrating fast enough from excitement to fall through the ground. She already knew one person who could do that, she didn't need 2. Now everybody. Time to pick out the lots. Line up and grab a slip of paper, then find your partner. All Might produced a white box filled with small slips of paper. The class went up and grabbed their paper, found their partner, and got All Might to write the pairs down. The pairs were Heroes, Katsuki Bakugo and Ida Tenya vs Villains, Kyoka Jiro and Kaminari Denki. Heroes, Izuku Midoriya and Pony Tsunatori vs Villains, Mina Ashido and Momo Yayorozu. Heroes, Hitoshi Aizawa and Hagakure Toru vs Villains, Tsuyu Azui and Setsuna Tokage. Heroes, Kirishima Ijiro and Uraraka Achako vs Villains, Shoto Todoroki and Itsuka Kendo. Heroes, Fumikage Tokoyami and Ibara Shiozaki vs Villains, Mizo Shoji and Rikido Sato. All Might couldn't wait to see the matches. He had high hopes for the group, especially young Midoriya. He had this air to him. He already knew about his injury, and he was a heroic young man, so why wasn't he already sitting the boy down and offering the power of one for all? He still thought highly of Mirio, as did Izuku, and Mirio reciprocated the feelings. Mirio was a wonderful candidate to pass OFA onto, but All Might had been unsure. It felt too structured. His predecessor, Nana, had chosen him for his spirit and mind, not because he was the best available. In fact, as a quirkless twig of a boy, to begin with, he was a terrible candidate. But she had chosen him anyway, and it almost felt right to pass it on to someone who All Might felt the same way about that Nana had felt about him. He pushed that train of thought to the back of his mind as the villain team for the first match finished setting up. The hero team was having trouble. Ida was very adamant about having a plan, and Bakugo? Well, Bakugo couldn't care less. Jesus Christ man, shut the F up. You've been yapping in my ear about a plan for the last 10 minutes. If you want a plan so much fine, here's the plan. I go in there and kick Sparky and Hearing Aids Buttes, and you grab the bomb. Ida was shocked. He knew that he could be vulgar, but arrogant and uncooperative as well? He would have his work cut out for him. They both stiffened as they heard the signal to start, along with All Might's, "Everyone ready, let's go." Ida had always been fast. He watched his speed indoors, for the most part, and had already mentally told himself to only use his boosters for kicking, as he didn't want to slam into any walls. Bakugo, on the other hand, used his extremely destructive quirk to blast his way into the building, rushing ahead of Ida. Ida shook his head as he followed them in. They got to around the 3rd floor when Bakugo slowed down, clutching his head. God DMN hearing aid, probably trying to knock us unconscious with her shitty heartbeat. While Ida didn't like the language, he recognized the analytical aspect of Bakugo. Yes. It is likely that she can hear where we are at this very moment. Ida listened to the vibrations flowing through the air, hoping to catch some variation that would confirm his theory. There it was, a small blip in the pattern as he uttered the words. He tapped Bakugo on the shoulder, avoiding the swipe that followed. He pointed to the roof, before tapping his ear. Bakugo scowled and nodded. They headed up higher, the sound getting louder and louder until Bakugo felt like his eardrums were gonna burst. "Oh F this!" Bakugo yelled before smacking the wall next to him and letting off a huge explosion. They heard a screech from above them, and the sound stopped. "Get up there, Sonic. We don't have much time. I'm gonna go kick Sparky's butt." Ida activated his quirk, running up the stairs and kicking down the north side door. He evaluated the room. Bakugo was already fighting Kaminari and winning. Jiro was laying on the ground next to the wall, unconscious. Ida took the opportunity to wrap her in capture tape, just in case, and sprint towards the bomb. He didn't get a chance to, however, as Ida saw Kaminari jump back from Bakugo and smack his knees with his hands. Bakugo was gone in an instant, behind a pillar, but Ida was trapped in the open. Indiscriminate shock 1.5 million volts. Ida yelled as his body surged with electricity, and thought he saw Bakugo deliver a haymaker to a grinning Kaminari before falling unconscious. The class was watching the fight from the observation room. Izuku was glad he and Pony weren't first, as it gave him plenty of time to plan out a winning strategy. As he talked quietly with Pony in English, Mina came running up to them. Izuku, Pony, what are you talking about? Is it how you're gonna beat me and your girlfriend? Izuku stopped suddenly. So did Pony. Neither of them responded for a moment before Izuku spoke up. What are you on about? I don't have a girlfriend. Izuku was genuinely confused at the statement. You're not my girlfriend, and neither is Mo, so I don't see what you're getting at. Mina almost squealed. He was too pure. Come on Izuku, you call her Mo for God's sake. You've known the incredibly attractive, smart and nice girl for over 10 years and she's not your girlfriend? What gives? Pony was looking away from the conversation now, face red as a beet. Izuku had a red face as well now. He was quite dense with these things, but Mina's direct approach seemed to punch through his density. Well Ishido, Mo has been one of my best friends for years. It's not like I'm willing to risk my friendship with her. Apparently, this was the wrong thing to say, as Mina's sheet-eating grin grew wider. So you do like her? I knew it. That's too bad, I was gonna call dibs, Mina said the last bit with a flirty tone, and Izuku started sputtering. Pony was now facing the complete opposite direction from the two of them, face entirely red. When she saw Izuku sputtering, Mina laughed. God, you're gonna be fun to have around Izuku, I can tell I'm gonna love teasing you, she laughed as she sauntered off, intentionally wiggling her hips, looking back at him. He made eye contact and held it until she sat back down next to Momo. He turned to Pony and tapped her on the shoulder. In English, he said, sorry about that, I don't know what she was doing, but we really should focus on the exercise. As he said it, they heard a smack from the screen in the center of the room and saw Kaminari eating sheet after a killer haymaker from Bakugo. The heroes won and Kachan's smirk was side. They left the building, heading back towards the observation room, and All Might called the next groups up to the building. Izuku breathed deeply. His legs hurt slightly from training with Aizawa in the morning, but he could do this. Their main problem would be Mo. Izuku wasn't confident in fighting her quirkless, he had never tried during his training PRD with Aizawa, so he didn't know how they stood anymore. Pony grabbed his arm as he was muttering, dragging him out of the building. Momo looked up from her conversation with Mina as they walked and saw this, frowning. Bakugo and Ida had just won their match. Kaminari and Jiro were both incapacitated, Jiro being sent to Recovery Girl. Kaminari was just sitting in the back of the observation room, a funny look on his face, letting out a small "Wea," the rest of the class laughing at him. Bakugo was sat in the back of the room, watching everyone talk about the upcoming match. He hadn't seen Deku fight for a while, but with his quirk and how toned his body looked, as well as the sword on his hip, he didn't think the two girls stood a chance. All Might caught the attention of the class as the Villian team started to set up. Now students, who do you think is going to win this match? The rest of the class started murmuring as they debated, it seemed a fairly even split. Bakugo got up, walking to the front. Deku's gonna kick their butts. How do you think Raccoon Eyes is gonna fight without her quirk? He pointed to the screen showing Momo. High class is the only one with a chance against Deku in this fight. The rest of the class looked at him confused, only around 4 people in the class knew of his quirk. Tsuyu spoke up after him. Yeah, Midoriya can completely shut down people's quirks, right? Ishido is going to have some trouble with that. Bakugo scoffed. It's not just turning quirks off, he can FING-SEE them. Deku knows exactly where everyone is at all times, just because everyone has quirks. The rest of the class looked at him like he was crazy. Kirishima spoke up. Yo, that's freaking crazy. How far away can he see our quirks from? Bakugo grunted. Last time he talked to Deku it had been around 35 m radius. Itsuka cleared her throat. At this point, the area he can see quirks is about 110 m radius, and that's not all. He's been doing some super secret super training or something, he's stupidly fast and strong for someone without a physical quirk. The class watched in awe as they saw Izuku writing down a plan of action onto a piece of paper, already having located the bomb, and was showing Pony the optimal strategy. They shuddered, glad that they didn't have to fight him. Bakugo laughed at this. You know the sports festival coming up in about a month or two? Better learn how to fight quirkless you dumbass extras, or you're FING screwed. He walked back to his seat, cackling to himself. None of these extras stood a chance against him but Deku at this point, except maybe that half-half BSTRD, he would have to keep an eye on them. The class looked at each other. With a quirk like that, they had to learn a completely new fighting style in 2 months if they wanted to even stand a chance. Itsuka joined Bakugo in laughter. She might not be as good as Izuku in 1v1s, but she could hold her own. She felt confident that he wouldn't just mop the floor with her, that she would be able to show off her skills a bit. Momo and Mina were setting up as best they could. Momo had explained what Izuku's quirk did, and Mina was a bit worried. Her main form of transportation and her greatest weapon were going to be neutralized in this fight. She didn't know much about martial arts. She was a dancer before coming to UA, and was flexible, but had no technique. Her fighting style was usually to frighten the opponent with acid before delivering an uppercut to the jaw. Now all she had was the uppercut, and from what she had seen of the boy, and what Momo had told her, she wasn't even going to get the chance to use it. She looked over at Momo. She seemed oddly calm as she pulled metal bars to barricade the doors out of her stomach. Yo, Momo, is there anything you can make me that might help me fight Midoriya? Maybe a taser or something. Momo looked over at her, before turning to the screen on her right arm and tapping away at it. After a few seconds, she pulled something from her stomach and handed it to Mina. There you go, Ashido, this should at least slow him down, and should put Pony out of the fight, although I don't know her quirk. Mina was shocked. She was holding a shotgun of some kind. Momo, am I allowed to have this in the fight? Wouldn't this hurt them really badly? Mina was worried about shooting her classmates. Momo laughed a bit. No, it's filled with beanbag rounds, should only stun and incapacitate them. She pulled a belt holding more of the rounds from her stomach. Here, have some extra ammo, I'm assuming you're going to go fight them head-on? Mina nodded. She had agreed to be outside the room after it was boarded up, to help defend from the outside. She hefted the belt onto her waist, securing it with the buckle. Momo grabbed her by the arm, taking out both their earpieces. Just by the way, can you not talk to Izuku about me and him, please? As you have no doubt noticed, he can be very dense about stuff like that, but he also embarrasses easily. I would hate for him to start acting all awkward around me just cause you teased him a bit. Mina looked back at her. She didn't even know Momo had heard the conversation. Mina dropped her head, giving a small, exaggerated bow. Sorry for teasing your friend, lover girl. You know he said almost the exact same thing about you? Didn't want to risk your friendship land all that jazz. It was actually really sweet. Momo was glad that she had taken their earpieces out, as she would have died of embarrassment here and then if the class had heard them. She blushed and looked away, softly smacking Mina of the arm. Shush. We have to focus now or Zu is going to wipe the floor with us. Mina smirked at the nickname but didn't comment. Obviously, it was too early for Mina to try and get the two together. But she did know Momo had to be quick, or else she would lose the opportunity. She hefted the shotgun up onto her shoulder and walked out the last door before Momo sealed it shut. She would have to find another pair to play Cupid for. Izuku had been sent into a reboot CYCL by Mina's teasing and was only just shaking himself out of it. Pony had dragged him to the building, chatting about an old TV show in America. As he shook himself, Pony looked back at him and smiled. Wakey eggs and bakey. Come on Izuku. We gotta go kick their butts. Izuku laughed and followed her to the hero's starting point. He could see Momo and Mina walking around a room on the third floor, Momo standing next to the doors for about 30 seconds each, quirk activating. He guessed that they would be barricading the doors, it just came down to what material they were made out of. Momo had never been present for his trial runs of the sword, even if she had helped make it due to other commitments. May had probably spilled things like the temperature of the energy around the blade, so he couldn't use it as a breaching tool. Maybe he could cut through the roof and drop onto the bomb? He was pulled from his muttering session by Pony poking him with one of her horns. So Izuku, what's the plan? I know you have one. She smiled at him as he pulled out a pen and small notebook from his belt pockets. He started to write down a battle plan. He knew where the opponents were. He could seed them. He could stop both their quirks when the timer started, and he and Pony could blitz through their defense and get the bomb. He realized he didn't know her quirk. It gave off the feeling of floating and control, but there was an animalistic property there, similar to Tsuyu and Tokoyami. He remembered being poked by a floating horn. He gave her a once-over. She was definitely going for a horse aesthetic, so he had gotten the animal wrong. He had guessed a goat or sheep because of the horns. Although now that he thought about it, her name should have given it away. Her calves were curved, so she obviously had some mutation there, probably stronger and faster. So Pony, your quirk is to float around your horns, right? Is there anything else? As he finished his sentence he turned on the mobile recording device in his helmet. He wanted to write this all down properly later. Yeah. I can float and control around 4 to 5 of my horns at a time and they grow back really quickly. I'm also really fast and my legs are really strong, all sorts of horse stuff, you know? She pointed to her horns as she made 4 of them float around her head in a circle. Izuku smiled at her explanation. He knew he was good at analysis, but it always made him happy when he got things right. His quirk definitely made it easier for him, but it was mostly him. Izuku shut off the recording device and stood up. Time was about to start. The timer in the HUD of his helmet was at around 15 seconds. "Alright Pony, let's do this, you know that plan?" She nodded, giving him a thumbs up. "Alright, then Pony Dash. Match 2, start. Let's go kick their butt." All Might was excited for this match in particular. He wanted to see just how much Izuku had improved due to his training with Aizawa. He knew Aizawa was extremely fast and strong for someone without a physical quirk, and if he had put Izuku through the training that Aizawa had gone through as a student, Izuku was a good pick to win this fight. He had done his own training with Aizawa after his injury, to get his new weakened form some strength so he wasn't an invalid when deflated. While he knew it had been hard for him after the AFO fight, his was just rehabilitation. He empathized with Izuku's combat training with him. Aizawa could be ruthless when he wanted to be. As he announced the start of the battle, Izuku shot forward near instantly, Pony struggling to keep up. He saw on the cameras the faceplate on his mask light up a bit and the circles that made his eyes turning off, giving him a pure black faceplate. As the lights on his mask turned off, he heard Mina yelp, as her body started to shift slightly. The students behind him gasped as they saw Mina's skin turn into a more natural skin tone, her hair becoming a light brown, and her horns retracting into her head before they could barely recognize the pinkette. Momo didn't seem to change at all, she just stopped making the rope she had been continuously making. Bakugo and Itsuka were still laughing slightly at the rest of the class's reactions. "Told you he's gonna kick their butts, just watch this." Bakugo tapped Itsuka on the shoulder. "So, Big Fist? Who do you think is gonna do better out of Raccoon Eyes and High Class?" Itsuka calmed her laughter. "Probably Momo, she is 11th in the country for our martial arts. She even outranks Izuku, although they haven't sparred since Izuku started his crazy training." Bakugo seemed slightly surprised at this. "Wait, High Class is 11th in Japan? Holy CRP. The rest of the class were even more surprised at the awe in his voice, rather than Momo's ranking. Who would have guessed she was able to kick so much butt? Itsuka turned back to the screens. "Just watch Explodo, it's gonna be an awesome fight." Bakugo turned to her quickly. "The F, did you just call me?" Itsuka turned and stuck her tongue out at him. "Explodo, shut up, I wanna see Izuku fight." Bakugo grumbled but quietened down. All Might was surprised that Itsuka was capable of such smack talk. She seemed very level-headed and calm, although, that could be why she is so good at it. All Might turned back to the screen as the fight started in earnest. "This should be good, do well young Midoriya, you are on a very special list and you're quickly becoming my top choice. This fight would definitely be a good one." Mina was ready for her acid to be turned off. Momo had explained that would happen. What she hadn't expected was for her skin, eyes, and horns to start softly aching, before morphing her into someone she didn't recognize. Her mutations didn't affect her movements too much, except she sometimes had to duck under small doorways to not get hooked on them, so she didn't feel like she was gonna fall over or anything like that. "Momo, you only said my acid would be gone. What did he do?" Mina yelled through her earpiece. Momo coughed from her side. She had forgotten about that, as she never had to deal with it too much. "Sorry Ashido, I forgot about that part, I don't have anything for him to morph in my body, so I haven't experienced it before. Are you alright to continue?" Mina grumbled as she tested her balance and movement. She was fine, her balance hadn't been affected. "Yeah, I'm all good, but if my quirk is out, we got in Komi dash." She was cut off as something slammed into her stomach. "Af." She collapsed and the shotgun was yanked out of her hands by something. Looking up she expected to see Izuku holding it, only to find the shotgun being held up by two floating horns. The horns sped off with the weapon, turning the corner. Mina got up and started to run, just as she heard small whooshing noises coming closer. She knew Izuku was fast, but his boots seemed to make him even faster. He turned the corner, shotgun in hand, pointing at her. "Mina, good to see you, please sit down with your hands behind your back, or I will shoot you." Mina considered her options. She couldn't use her acid, she didn't think she could fight him hand to hand, and he had a gun. She sighed and complied with his request. But she wasn't going to let him off that easily. As he grabbed the capture tape off his belt and wrapped it around her arms, she used her secret weapon. "Wow Midoriya, if you wanted to tie me up all you had to do was ask." She said it as flirtatiously as possible, and she must have succeeded, because he sputtered behind her, as All Might announced her capture. "Ah well, good luck against Momo," she yelled as he sprinted off. She noticed the missing sword on his belt and wondered what his plan was. Pony liked the plan. She had expected Izuku to dominate the exercise. Someone who had personal training from Eraserhead and could run 50 m in 3 seconds was obviously good enough to take out 2 people on his own right? Wrong. Izuku had almost immediately shared his concern about fighting Momo one-on-one and had formulated a plan that took out Mina first, allowing them to take Momo too on. He was even getting her to use her quirk to help. She had half expected to be stuck as a distraction, sent to grab the bomb. And while it was her job to get to the bomb, she had a more active role and was happy with that. Standing in the room Izuku had selected for her, holding his sword, she placed it on the ground, turning it on. She knew Momo could see it from below, as she carved a circle through the roof of the bomb room. It wouldn't matter if Momo could see it if all went according to plan. She finished the circle just before Izuku showed up. He had captured Mina, and it was now time for phase. Ready, pony? She nodded. Good, now lift me up. She nodded again, positioned 2 horns under each of his feet. She gently lowered him down the hole and heard the monologue that meant phase 2 was a go. As Izuku was being lowered down the hole, Momo could hear him starting to talk. Cower and tremble, villain. You have no power while I am here. Your quirks are under my command, your teammate is incapacitated. I hold dominion over this fight. Pony and Momo both shuddered at the sound of that last sentence. Something about the way his voice had changed, deepened, multiplied, something. They didn't know what had changed, but it sent their brains into a panic. As he saw Momo's reaction, he thanked Aizawa again. Thank God he taught me those intimidation techniques. He landed on the ground and clicked a button on his sword. The blade stopped showing the constant flow energy and clicked into a cylindrical shape. Once its transformation was complete, small bolts of electricity started sparking off of it. Momo knew the sword well. She had helped build it, after all, May dragging her into her workshop and showing her all sorts of blueprints and materials to create. She knew that this was going to hurt. She knew that if she was hit by the baton, she would very likely be out for the count. But she was 11th in the country, damn it. Izuku's training beat Med, she was well above him in the rankings, she could beat him. She couldn't make anything new, so she had to rely on the staff she had created beforehand. As she and Izuku stood a few feet away from each other, Pony lowered herself into the room as well and got into a combat stance next to Izuku, making Momo even more worried, feeling some of her confidence leave her, the traitorous feeling. She prepared herself for the attacks that were coming, but only saw Pony's attack. Izuku blurred as he moved, dodging the staff sent for his stomach by sliding along the ground, before getting up and smacking Momo in the back with his shock baton. As she felt the energy surge through her body, seizing it up, she saw Pony winding up a horn like a baseball bat, before smacking her forehead with it, knocking her unconscious. As she started to black out, Pony made a traditional baseball pose, yelling, "Home run." The class winced as the horn connected with Momo's face. Ida sympathized with Momo as they had both been beaten by electricity, and he knew how much that could hurt. Bakugo was psing himself laughing as Pony pulled her baseball pose while Izuku walked over and touched the bomb. All Might was surprised at how smoothly Izuku's plan had gone. He knew the boy was smart, he had practically aced the written portion of the entrance exam, but he knew Momo was as well. She had gotten in by scoring a 99% in the much harder written test for the recommendation students. For him to out-strategize her, he must be an analytical genius. Well then, heroes win. Please come back to the observation room. Midoriya, please release your quirk so Ashido can get out herself. On the screen, they saw Izuku turn to the hidden camera in the room, flash it a thumbs up, and they saw the eyes of his mask reappear, curved upwards. He was definitely smiling. Mina melted through the capture tape and ran down towards the observation room, to find Izuku carrying Momo out towards the robo-nurses. She felt the urge to tease him about it, but after remembering Momo's request, and seeing her with the mark on her forehead, her body still slightly spasming, she thought it best to leave well alone. The robo-nurses took Momo to Recovery Girl, who was very upset at how she was taken down. Momo had come out of it with a concussion but had no adverse reactions to being zapped, which was lucky. Izuku, Pony and Mina went back to the observation room to find Kachan laughing his butt off still, Itsuka looking both concerned and amused, and the rest of the class looking at the hero team like they were demons or something. Yo Midoriya, my dude. You're a plan-making machine. Kirishima yelled out as they reached the group, throwing a hardened fist in the air. The others in the group nodded in agreement. All Might turned and looked at Izuku and gave a discreet thumbs up, and Izuku thought his chest was gonna explode. Uraraka yelled to him from the back of the crowd. And what was that speech? I got chills from here. You were all like, I have dominion over this fight, and Momo and Pony just froze. How did you do it? It was so cool. Izuku smiled at her. Well, the trainer I've been going to for about a year now is a scary dude. Turns out he knows a lot about different ways to intimidate your opponent. He took off his helmet and ruffled his hair. Vocal patterns that strike specific chords in people's heads, body language to make you seem scarier, you name it, I'm at least a little proficient with it. The class just stopped. They knew that obviously there were ways to make people scared of you, but for changing your vocal pattern to freeze someone like that, no way. Right? So you just changed how you spoke and she froze like that? Kaminari asked, intrigued. What? Nah. They don't work very well one at a time, so I used a combination of her pre-existing worry about my quirk in tandem with the vocal patterns and body language. I wasn't really sure it was gonna work until she froze up. I've never tried it before. The class looked like they were about to ask more questions about who his trainer was when Pony yelled out, "Guys, listen to All Might." She raised her hand, and Izuku gave her a high five. Class, I'm fairly certain of who you're going to say, but can anyone tell me who the MVP of this round is? He said as he nodded in thanks to Pony. Is there really any choice but Midoriya? Yeah, he made the plan and set everything up. No offense, Pony. Or Yumina. No offense taken, Robo-Boy. All Might sighed as he snapped his fingers again. The class fell silent again, waiting for him to speak. Now then, I believe that it's time for round 3. He pushed a button on his remote and the 4 names showed up on the screen under Hero or Villain. Let's get to it, you newbies. Setsuna grabbed Tsuyu by the hand and started dragging her along. Let's go kick there, but my amphibian sister. Tsuyu seemed confused but hopped alongside her anyway. Hitoshi turned to where the gloves were floating. Let's go then, this should be over quick if she's that much of a talker. The last bit was mumbled, but Izuku heard it. He wondered what quirk Eraserhead's son would have. The match did turn out to be quick. Tsuyu and Setsuna had charged the pair, Setsuna going for Hitoshi, as she couldn't be trapped by the capture weapon, and Tsuyu going for Toru as she could barely see her using her minor infrared sight. Setsuna went down almost the second she found Hitoshi, answering his question about what color her suit was. He wrapped her up in the capture tape and headed towards Tsuyu, who was, surprisingly, having trouble with Toru, who had learned to be pretty slippery. He used his voice-changing device to replicate Setsuna's voice, catching Tsuyu out, allowing Toru to wrap the girl up. Hitoshi let go of his hold on the girls, leaving them dazed and confused. The analysis for that match went really quickly, with Itsuka explaining how much Hitoshi had just wiped the floor with them. Tsuyu and Setsuna were miffed, but understanding. Izuku, on the other hand, was intrigued, and when Izuku gets intrigued, he loses his understanding of personal space. He ran up to Hitoshi suddenly holding his notebook. No one knew where he had gotten it from, and Itsuka burst out laughing before attempting to control herself. The class watched as poor Hitoshi was ambushed by Izuku. You can brainwash people. Hitoshi flinched at this. That's so freaking cool. Hitoshi prepared himself for the bullying he had been experiencing his whole, wait, what? He thought it was cool? His classmate who just took out an entire team before they could fight him thought his quirk was cool. What are the requirements? You asked both of them a question, so it has to do with that. Maybe them responding is what does it? Can you make them use their quirks? Oh. Can I boost your quirk during training one day and test for the Risa dash? The class was shocked when Izuku fell to the ground mid-sentence, having just been karate chopped by Itsuka. The class stared at the pair in shock, and Bakugo's laughing redoubled. F nerd. Itsuka placed Izuku on a chair, knocked out, and walked over to Hitoshi. Sorry about that, eggplant. He gets really excited when he meets people with cool quirks. Hitoshi blinked, stunned. She thought his quirk was cool as well? It's all right, he found himself mumbling. It's just, by now, my classmates throughout the years have said I have a villain's quirk or accused me of controlling them. It's nice to see someone who doesn't think like that. His face fell as he talked. Itsuka frowned. She had been bullied for her stupid quirk before, but for everyone to think you're a villain, that must have been horrible. She was gonna fix this. Are you a villain? Hitoshi looked up at her confused. What? No, I'm here to be a hero. Itsuka shrugged. Well, then your quirk isn't a villain's, you're gonna be an excellent hero. Imagine if All Might went bad, no offense sir, who would be able to stop him? Hitoshi shuddered at the thought of a villain All Might. No one would stand a chance. Itsuka smiled as wide as she could. Izuku was much better at this emotional support stuff, but she was doing her best. Wrong. You would be able to stop him. One question and he'd be out of it. Be proud of your quirk, it's amazing. Hitoshi looked at her like a goddess had just arrived in the room. He quickly ducked his head, and Itsuka thought he was crying. She took him over and sat him down to the side of the room, and let him cry. All Might looked at the show of compassion from Itsuka, how she had handled Hitoshi's latent fears like a pro. Izuku might have some competition in his future, she could be a good choice as well. Well, now that this round is over, how about we start round 4? He pushed the remote again, showing the next 4 people up to fight. Heroes, Kirishima Ijiro and Uraraka Ochako. vs. Villains, Shoto Todoroki and Itsuka Kendo. Itsuka looked over at Shoto. Izuku had theorized that he could use fire and ice due to the way his quirk looked, and the hair color seemed to line up with that theory. He walked over to her as she was thinking and motioned for her to follow him. Let's go, this is going to be a quick fight. Itsuka rolled her eyes. She had to deal with Bakugo for almost 15 years, she didn't think she could handle another cocky a-hole, but at least with this one, she wanted to like him. With Bakugo she disliked him ever since she had heard about his treatment of Izuku. With Shoto, there might be an actual reason. And maybe it was because she was still in comfort mode after Hitoshi, but she wanted to get to the bottom of it. But first, she had to get through this fight. Ochako was nervous. She had seen what Todoroki could on the first day, and she knew that his ice powers were powerful. He had gotten first place in the quirk exam, and she was worried about getting frostbite. She was confident in her quirk, she liked it, and it was powerful if used right, but Todoroki was on another level. Kirishima was in a similar situation, although he was less nervous. He saw this as a way to prove to the class, and himself, that his hardening would be able to compete with the best quirks out there, and they didn't get much better than half hot, half cold. They were standing outside the building, trying to make up a plan of attack. Kirishima rubbed the back of his spiky hair. Yo Uraraka. What do you think we should do? I can't think of anything. She frowned, scrunching up her face. Why was she the one making the plan? Think Ochako, what should we do? What would Deku do? He's a brilliant strategist. What from his plan could we adapt and use for us? Wait. That's it, an evil smirk grew across her face. Kirishima was worried about her. He had just asked her for ideas, and she had this dark focus on her. She had obviously come up with something, and by the way she was now looking at him, he wasn't gonna like it. Uraraka? Are you okay? You got an idea of what we could do? It wasn't manly to back down from an exercise in any way, shape or form, and even if this plan was crazy he was gonna do his best. Uraraka nodded at him, still grinning. She clapped her hands together and cackled slightly. Hey Kirishima, how would you like to be a human meteor? Kirishima was definitely worried now. He knew her quirk, and he didn't really feel like a spacewalk. Oh don't worry, I'm not gonna actually send you into space, just high enough to crash through the roof. She moved her fist into the air as she spoke, her voice darkening again. He had never seen this side of her. She seemed so bubbly during the last few days, and now she seemed downright scary. They started to hammer out the details of the plan as well as a backup plan, and while Kirishima knew it wasn't Midoriya-level planning, he was proud of it. They were just finishing up one of the backups when the siren went off, starting the match. Round 4, start. Ochako smiled as she smacked Kirishima and herself with her quirk, floating them up to the roof. They checked the windows as they went up, and Ochako smiled when she saw the bomb on the second highest floor. Not quite perfect, but it's really good. They landed on the roof and Ochako stopped her quirk. She needed to be in as little pain as possible for what they were about to do next. Yep, this can definitely work, we can do this. She didn't yell the last bit, to make sure Todoroki and Itsuka didn't hear her, but she was having trouble hiding her excitement. This is gonna work. Izuku woke up as Uraraka and Kirishima arrived at the building and started to plan. He grabbed the back of his neck, which was still a little sore, realizing what had happened. He sprinted over to the front of the crowd to watch Itsuka and the others fight. Kaminari laughed as he pushed past him slightly. Yo Midoriya. Nice to have you with us again. Kendo said to zap you if you went overboard with the questioning again, so, maybe leave it until later. Izuku looked away sheepishly, turning and finding himself facing Hitoshi. He gave the boy an apologetic smile, before turning back to the screen. They seemed to be going over something about the roof. He was tempted to run to his locker and get the notebook filled with the plans to fight each student but didn't want to miss anything, they could be starting at any moment. All Might looked like he was thinking as he looked over at Izuku, but about what? Kid, before you start asking a bunch of questions, just trust All Might, don't go asking about us, alright? It'd shock him, and trust us when we say this kid, you wanna stay in his good books right now. Izuku didn't know what any of that meant. Obviously, he wanted to be in All Might's good books, he's All Might. But if the voice, All Might's predecessor, whatever that meant said to wait, he would wait. He had never heard a quirk talking to him like this before, not even Dark Shadow. He was about to go down another rabbit hole when he was tapped on the shoulder by Pony. Izuku? You were muttering again. You alright? Damn it, he needed to stop that. He had no clue how he could stop such an ingrained habit, but he was smart, he could figure this out. He was thinking of strategies to break the habit when he was tapped again by Pony, who was now laughing. Come on Izuku. Quit it. The tongue she poked at him let him know she was teasing him, but that he did need to stop. He gave Pony a smile and pinched himself, trying to focus on not muttering. He tried to put his mind into a blank state like Itsuka's dad had taught him to when he was trying to learn to control his quirk. As he felt his mind calm as he breathed in and out, he shifted his focus from his quirk sight to his regular sight. He needed to focus on the match, he wanted to be one of the best, and that meant knowing who he was going against. He saw them land on the roof as gravity returned to them, and Izuku felt like he knew what she was thinking, but wanted to see if he was wrong. He knew the roofs weren't very strong, as it was fairly easy to cut through. He knew that Kirishima was definitely going to be enough to break in. Shoto and Itsuka had just finished preparing the room to defend when the call to start went off. Shoto had covered the bomb in ice, so they would have to break through the ice to get to it. He had tried to get Itsuka to just wait by the bomb, as he knew he was going to win the second they entered the building. But Itsuka refused to be relegated to the sidelines. She moved the big metal boxes in the room they had chosen in front of windows and doorways. She knew what Uraraka's quirk was, so windows were the priority. What they didn't expect was Ochako to make Kirishima a human meteor. Up on the roof, Ochako went over the plan one last time. Are you sure you're alright with this, Kirishima? Just checking. Kirishima had to admit, he had never tested something like this, but it wasn't manly to back out of an agreement. Hell yeah. Let's do this, and so Uraraka smacked him with her quirk again, and he jumped straight up, twisting himself so he was facing the roof. Ochako let him rise for about 6 to 8 seconds, before releasing her hold. She could hear the yelling coming down to the roof at 1,000,000 miles a minute, and barely saw the streak of red crash into the roof. Kirishima, moving faster than he had ever moved to his memory, crashed through the roof, and then the floor, and then the next floor, before smacking into the ground on the level below the bomb. Shoto and Itsuka were shocked. Good. That was the wanted effect. Floating down onto the level with the bomb, Ochako landed and released her quirk. As gravity rushed back to her, she tried to run towards the bomb, only to be stopped by a massive hand. Shoto was focused on Kirishima, who had sprinted up the stairs and was trying to bust through the doorway and succeeding. Ochako was having a fight with a girl with 2 giant hands, which seemed like it would be funny if she wasn't about to get smacked. Talk to the hand, that was the last thing she heard before she was smacked by a hand the size of a car. She flew over and smacked into the wall behind her with a yelp, helmet protecting from any real damage, but unconscious. Itsuka ran over and tied her up with the capture tape before looking back at Shoto. He had Kirishima encased in a small tower of ice, captured. Villain team wins, Itsuka cheered and Shoto gave her a look that seemed like an, I want to congratulate you but I was rude before and I'm socially inept sort of look. She laughed as she picked up Ochako and carried her out towards the observation room. She placed her down on the chairs and let her sleep. What are you doing? You gotta take her to recovery, girl. Izuku came rushing over, grabbing Ochako and holding her in a princess carry. Itsu, she's unconscious. She could be really hurt. He held her out a bit, and Itsuka got the message. She enlarged one of her hands, grabbing the girl and walking off towards the infirmary. Izuku walked back to the observation room. They were just finishing talking about the MVP. And that's why Shoto is the MVP. Kirishima finished with a thumbs up towards the boy, who looked back at him blankly. Izuku frowned. He didn't like that the boy seemed out of it. He would have to do something about that. Izuku, you're doing it again. Pony poked him out of another muttering spree, and he shook his head. Damn it. Sorry, Pony. I'm trying my best. She smiled at him and nodded, before turning back to the screen. All Might had sent the teams towards the building and they were about to start their planning time. Ibra was a woman of faith. She believed in God, in heaven, and focused herself on being the best person she could be. That's why the class was so surprised when they saw her grab onto her teammate during planning time with her vines, hold in an X position, pull out her cross necklace, and start to pray. As she prayed, Tokoyami seemed to be both concerned and amused. All Might flicked on the sound system for the ready platform. Izuku burst into laughter as the rest of the class looked on in confusion. Ibra was chanting, invoking an old Christian exorcism ritual. Izuku knew why she was doing it. Tokoyami had a habit of calling Dark Shadow a demon living inside of him. All Might, sir, may I quickly talk to her? He raised his hand as he moved towards him. Sure, young Midoriya, here you go. He handed over the earpiece. Izuku turned away from the class and lowered his voice as much as he could while still allowing her to hear it. Ibra. Ibra. It's okay, stop the exorcism, it's totally unnecessary. Tokoyami doesn't actually have a demon in him, it's his quirk. He pressed the button to talk to Tokoyami. Come on out, DS. Tell her yourself. Ibra had stopped and was listening but seemed to tighten the vines around Tokoyami as Dark Shadow exited his body. Look at me, Greenie, I'm not a freaking demon. Fumi here is just an edgy little sheet. She stopped and considered for a moment in prayer, before releasing Tokoyami. The class wondered if the fight was going to be as eventful as the planning phase, but were sorely disappointed. The fight was over after a few minutes, Rikido and Shoji restrained by DS and vines before their wielders walked in and tapped the bomb. They looked downtrodden but tried their best to keep a smile. All Might does it, so can they. MVP was given to Dark Shadow, as DS had been their breaching tool as well as restraining Shoji during the fight. Dark Shadow hovered around Tokoyami, rubbing it in. Itsuka had to literally hold Izuku back so that he didn't jump the two winners and start examining their quirks. She didn't succeed for long though, and he rushed over to them. Hi Fumikage. Hi Dark Shadow. Hi Shiozaki. Can I ask you some things about your quirks? I know I've examined yours before Fumikage, but you've definitely grown since I last saw you. The three of them accepted and started to talk to Izuku about their quirks. The class could see the small golden light flashing on the left side of the helmet. It was obviously a camera recording the conversation. The rest of the class were talking about their own fights. All Might looked over the class. Well done everyone. You have all done very well. Now one last thing. He got into a sprinting stance. Watch how a pro leaves like they have somewhere to be. He sprinted off as fast as he could, and the students cheered. It was so cool having All Might as a teacher. Izuku was worried for him though. He saw the steam in the hallway. All Might couldn't do any more work today. The rest of the day was fairly easy. There was only one other class before they all were able to head back to the dorms for the night. Nearly the instant that the group arrived back into the building, there was a blur, and Izuku had sprinted up the stairs. He arrived back down a few minutes later writing frantically in one of the hero notebooks. He sat down at the table and pulled out a small screen. He selected a file and the others could see his conversation with Pony from before their fight. He was writing down notes super quickly, and when he finished the notes he started a quick sketch. Pony had walked over when he had pulled the video up and was looking at the sketch. She was impressed by the observations he had made about her quirk and was interested in the theories he had and the list of possible training programs. But what she was really interested in was the drawing. Holy CRP! You're an amazing artist, Izuku. You make me look so cool. He jumped when she spoke, and she saw he had earphones in. He looked back to her as he quickly shut the notebook, sputtering. Sorry for drawing you without asking. I was just drawing what I saw and I have done this for others as well. I promise I wasn't being a CRE-. Pony placed her hand on his shoulder, cutting him off. Don't worry Izuku, I don't think you're a creep, I think it's really sweet. And your notes are interesting, maybe you could help me train at some point? She flashed him a smile, hoping to calm him down. It seemed to work. He was nodding as he put the book away. Of course. If you need help with anything I'll be there, he smiled before Pony felt the air shift as he sprinted off. I'll be back in a bit. Just gonna go check on Mo, Recovery Girl said she should be awake by now. He sprinted out the front door before Ida could react, and was off. They saw him sprinting away at speeds that could only be beaten on foot by Ida. Kaminari whistled as he ran, smiling. Guys, I think we can all agree, Midoriya is a freaking powerhouse. How are we gonna stand a chance against him at the sports festival? He looked over to Kendo and Hitoshi, who were chatting. Hey Kendo, Hitoshi, can you guys teach me that martial arts stuff? I want to be able to at least fight at the festival. They looked up from their chat and Itsuka nodded. Sure. Hitoshi and I will help you guys if you want, but don't expect to be up to Izu's standards by the festival. Hitoshi looked like he was about to protest before Kendo leaned in and whispered something to him. He sighed and nodded, agreeing to help. Izuku arrived at the infirmary door with a small gust behind him. He had sprinted as fast as he could. He wanted to apologize to his friend for the brutal takedown. He knew that the first hit with the baton wouldn't have taken her down, as her body was slightly adapted to large amounts of energy. It had to be, as that was how she changed her lipids into other atoms. He hadn't expected the baseball-style hit from Pony, but it had secured their victory. He opened the door and walked inside. He found Recovery Girl sitting next to a crying Momo. That was definitely not okay. He felt his anger flare. Who had made his friend cry? Mo? Is everything all right? He asked, catching her and Recovery Girl's attention. Recovery Girl, for some reason, wouldn't look Izuku in the eye. She is physically fine, Midoriya, feeling a bit under the weather up here. She tapped the side of her head. I'll leave you to it now. Recovery Girl nearly ran into her office. He would have to figure out why she seemed to be avoiding him, but first, comforting Mo. He walked over and put his hand on her shoulder. Mo? You okay? She looked up at him and whimpered slightly. I'm fine now, physically. It's just, damn it. I'm meant to be the number 11 in Japan, and you took me down before I could even see you moving. My quirk was useless against All of them are, but I'm meant to be smart. I couldn't even think of a way to beat you, oh god. The only real reason I got in is because of my parents' connections, isn't it? Izuku smacked the side of the bed loudly, startling her. Sorry about that, but I need you to listen to this. You are amazing. You're super smart, you're super talented, and you have a quirk that makes you basically a goddess of creation from those old stories. Momo was blushing at this point, but Izuku didn't notice. If it had been anyone else, you would have kicked their butt. You're amazing, Mo, never forget it. How could you not know how cool you are? You know you make like 3 different heroes redundant just by your existence? Momo was just confused now, forgetting her self-consciousness. What are you talking about? She knew that he wouldn't say that lightly, he was kind, he wouldn't raise someone's hopes like that. He smiled at her. You know you can create water, right? Really easily? That's one, you've already beat out Wash, and the only thing Backdraft has on you is control. And Wash is the number 8 pro hero in Japan. We just have to train so you can release it with pressure. He was getting excited and was somehow holding his 4th notebook in his hands. He pulled up her page. The sketch had been drawn and erased more times than he could count, as they grew up together and the sketch had to change with them. And you know that if we got a sample of her quirk and let you study it, you could basically be a mini Midnight. Momo blinked. It had been a while since Izuku had shown Momo her page in his books, and she saw it wasn't just one page. Other than his own, All Mights, and Eraserheads, she was the person with the longest analysis, even more than Itsuka. She thought about it, trying to think like he did. She could do that. If she wore the gas mask she had been designing with Mei, she could expel the same gas that Midnight could. She turned to Izuku, and he smiled. She seemed happier, and he liked that. She had had bouts of self-consciousness before about her skills and quirk, as is normal for teenagers and anyone really, but he had been saving those ideas about her abilities for the big one. It had seemed to work, as she smiled at him and he could tell she wasn't thinking about the fight. So, do you think you're ready to come back to the dorms? Recovery girl said you were fine physically, which is good. He extended his hand to her. She took it and pulled herself out of the bed. She was fine, she just hadn't wanted to go back and let the others see her crying. She followed Izuku back to the dorms, happier than she had been before the fight. Izuku is scarily good at cheering people up. They arrived at the dorms and were shown a disaster scene. There were scorch marks on the floors, walls and furniture, and there was one wall completely encased in ice, and there was an overcharged Kaminari standing in the kitchen with a smile on his face. Bakugo and Hitoshi were on the ground being held down by Aizawa. They were wrapped up in his capture tape, and Aizawa's hair was flowing upwards, showing that he was using erasure on them. Welcome back, you guys. Guess who thought it would be fun to fight in the common room? Pony seemed too happy about all this, but it was good to at least get a little context. Aizawa looked over at them. Midoriya, please nullify both their quirks for me, my eyes are starting to hurt. Izuku nodded, grabbing onto their quirks and shutting them down, before giving him a thumbs up. Aizawa blinked, sighing. Thank you, problem child. Now, problem children. He sighed. What the hell do you think you're doing? You set fire to half the kitchen trying to make who FING knows what, and then fought each other arguing about a FING recipe? Izuku honestly had to hold back his laughter. He knew Kachan was a proud man, he knew he could be abrasive, but setting a kitchen on fire for a recipe? This was just too good. He wasn't entirely successful, as a small giggle escaped his mouth. Aizawa was on him in an instant. Something funny, problem child? Izuku gulped, already knowing that tomorrow morning's training was going to be killer. No, sir. Nothing at all, Aizawa released him, before turning back to the 2 boys on the ground. Both of you are on cleanup for 3 days. Whenever you're at the dorms, you're everyone else's maids. Bakugo looked like he was about to yell at him, but was cut off. You got that? The look in Aizawa's eyes must have been murderous, as both Hitoshi and Bakugo stopped struggling. Good, now get started, cleanup starts now. The 2 boys walked towards the kitchen, arguing, but not physically fighting. Aizawa went towards the teacher's dorm. Midoriya, the minute they try to pull any funny business with their quirks, shut them down, and keep them shut down until I get here. Izuku nodded. He had been in this role before in school, the one the teachers relied on to keep order, even if it made him a prime target for bullies and angry students. Hell, had he defended himself against his fair share of students angry about not being able to show off their quirks. He kept the 2 quirks in the back of his mind and practiced shutting off Hitoshi's quirk in an instant. Most quirks that he was unfamiliar with, unless it was a super powerful emitter quirk, it usually only took him about half a second to flip the SWCH. Mutations were slower, as his quirks had to mold the target's body into a new form, but it still only took a few seconds. The rest of the night went fairly quietly. They played a few games in the common room. He and Pony talked about the training ideas he had for her. He theorized some new uses of Mo's quirk, and then at around 8:30, he went to bed, knowing he had to be up really early. After he had gone, the tone quickly changed in the group. They started plotting. Plotting on how the hell they were going to beat the powerhouse of 1A in a quirkless fight. Plans were made, training plans formed, and enjoying every second of it was Pony, who didn't care about the festival that much. She was going to train, of course. They only had around a month and a half until the festival. It would be great to get into the tournament, but she wasn't too worried about it. She was enjoying listening in on the plans the others made, taking notes in the open while others tried to hide it. She knew what would make the festival extremely fun. She was going to laugh as Izuku systematically tore down all their plans. She was going to laugh as the others tried to figure out just how he does it. She was totally going to tell Izuku all about the others' plans. Lightning cracked through the night sky. It was a cool February night smack bang in the middle of winter, and Aizawa held his capture weapon closer to his neck. He was sitting on a rooftop, observing the gang hideout. He had been sitting on the roof for a few days now. He was staking out the Golden Spiders, a fairly new gang, but one that specialized in fencing trigger, a dangerous drag that caused the user's quirks to go haywire. His goal was a simple one. Locate all the guard posts, patrol schedules, and if possible, quirks of the gang members. Some of the quirks were in the database already, but it never hurt to do effective recon. His earpiece crackled, and a voice came through. "Everything good on your end, Eraserhead? We're ready to move out on your call." Aizawa did a double check on the hideout, before replying. "All good on my end, we have a green light." As he gave the signal to start the raid, he could see a squadron of police cars coming down the street, and he saw a few pro heroes jumping over the rooftops. He saw the heavy hitter of the operation, Endeavor, walking towards him. He nodded to the man, pointing to the building. He didn't really like Endeavor, but he respected his strength and his position as number 2, even if he was a media magnet. Walking alongside Endeavor was a sidekick that Aizawa was familiar with. The support hero, Booster. Aizawa liked the man. He was quiet and usually avoided the spotlight, and Aizawa had worked with the man before. His touch-based quirk nullification paired excellently with Aizawa's long range, as he could nullify from afar, letting Booster get up close, nullifying them for a further 10 minutes. The man was efficient, rational, and Aizawa was proud to call the man a brother in arms. He wore a red and black jumpsuit, similar to Aizawa's, with what looked like a black old-school military helmet, with headphones for communication. He had a utility belt filled with everything from bolas to a taser, even a few eskrima. He was one of the only men that could take Aizawa as a quirkless 1v1, and Aizawa tried to spar with him a few times a month, though Booster had been getting busier and busier over the last few years. The radio crackled again in a pattern. That was the signal to go. Booster smacked Endeavor on the back, and Aizawa could see the fires surrounding the man shift into blue. He could feel the heat from the man from a few meters away, doubly so when Endeavor smiled at the feeling of the boost, before jumping towards the building, propelling himself with flames. Booster looked over at Aizawa and reached out to him. "You want me to boost you too? It's important that the leader can't use their quirk for now, and I won't be able to get to her." Aizawa nodded, accepting the boost. It felt amazing. He felt the usual strain on his eyes lessen as if someone was moisturizing them for him. He agreed with Booster. The leader couldn't be allowed to use their quirk in this fight. The leader, Shimomura Mari, was a new, but extremely powerful gang boss that had been on the watch list for a few months now. Aizawa had been requested for raids on them multiple times, but had been called to higher priority attacks and hadn't been able to attend. He would make up for that tonight. The gang boss's quirk, Lair, allowed her to select an area that was 50 square meters, and she had near complete control of reality in said area. It was extremely dangerous, but it took time to set up, meaning she was more set up for defense than causing havoc in the streets personally. The heroes had breached the building. The building was slightly larger than the Lair was, and Aizawa was able to stand in the doorway and see the chaos. Mari was throwing up walls and barriers against the heroes, shifting materials to knock them around, and Aizawa could hear Endeavor yelling for him. He caught the slightest glance of Mari, and the world calmed down. The warehouse reset back to its original configuration, and Mari seemed to realize who was there. She looked around before her eyes landed on him. She held eye contact for a moment, but Aizawa was the king of staring contests, especially when being boosted. He saw her pull something out of her jacket, and sent his capture tape towards her. He saw the flash of metal, the glint of a pistol, and swore to himself. He may be fast, but he can't dodge bullets. He heard the click of the hammer, and footsteps behind him. He closed his eyes as a gunshot rang out through the building. He prepared himself for the pain, but it never came. He opened his eyes after a few moments and swore out loud. Lying in front of him was a red and black figure. Sheet, and oh. He dropped to his knees as he saw Mari fall under a plume of fire, dropping to the floor with second and third degree burns. He rolled Booster over, seeing the bullet wound through his heart. Booster coughed, face scrunched up in pain. Shoyuta. I need you to promise me something. He coughed a bit more, blood pooling around him. Aizawa nodded frantically, trying to put pressure on the wound. I know you've never met her, but I need you to try and keep an eye on Inko for me, and when the time comes, train my son. Aizawa was shocked. Hisashi has a son? Train him so he can be a better hero than I was. I know he wants to be a hero, and I won't imagine him getting hurt like this. Aizawa felt the tears running down his face. He was crying now, probably had been for a while. If anyone asked, he would deny it, but he was. You never told me you had a son, Hisashi. Hisashi chuckled slightly, before coughing again. Shoyuta, you may be my cousin, but to me, you've always been more like my brother. I had to keep this a secret from everyone, even you. I couldn't risk my wife and child, but now, he was racked by another coughing fit, his voice lowered to a whisper. Promise me, Shoyuta, please. He sat next to his cousin as he bled out under his hands, cursing the world, cursing Mari, cursing the golden spiders, cursing himself. It was a little while later that recovery girl arrived, but no amount of her healing could even hope to fix brain death. Aizawa woke up sweating. He never had that nightmare. He hadn't had that nightmare for years now. He only had it on days when something bad was going to happen. Could it be because of Izuku? He was a dead ringer for his cousin, the bright and happy man that would rag Aizawa out of bed, practically dress him, and then drag him to UA every day. The cousin that Aizawa had let down by not moving fast enough, by allowing the opponent to scare him, by relying too much on his quirk, by not sending his capture tape out quick. No. Hisashi had made it very clear that Aizawa wasn't at fault for his death, that the blame was purely on Mari. He shook himself as he had a shower. He had to teach the problem children today, and if the dream was anything to go off, it was going to be a heavy hitter. It might not be today or tomorrow, but he knew something big was coming. He finished his shower and got into his hero suit, which basically negated the shower, as it hadn't been washed for a while, something that Namiri was 100% honest about when he walked into the staff room. Jesus Christ, Aizawa. I can smell the soap on you, so you obviously had a shower. Well done by that way, that makes 2 in as many weeks, so that stench must be your costume. Get it washed, you vagrant. She smiled at him as she said this, showing that she was teasing, as she did almost every day. He found that when Namiri wasn't being Midnight, the bombshell of a woman who could stuck a suicide bomber into surrendering, true story, he found she was actually quite tolerable. She was actually surprisingly rational as Namiri. I'll wash it when I get at least 3 days of uninterrupted rest. No use cleaning it if I'm just gonna use it again straight away. He brushed the shoulder of the suit, wiping some lint off of it, and Namiri raised her eyebrow. Before she could tease him anymore, he got up and walked towards the front gate, where a large crowd of reporters had gathered, demanding an interview with all might. Aizawa tried to get them to leave, but they didn't seem to be listening to him. Not wanting to be on camera for longer than necessary, he told them to leave or the principal would be talking with their respective companies about legal action. He didn't know if Nizu could do it, but if anyone could, it was the DMN rat. He arrived at as classroom a few seconds before the bell and sighed before entering. Hopefully, the reporters attempting to get onto campus was the bad thing his dream signified. The class took a few seconds to calm down, but it was quicker than the start of the year. He looked over the class, eyes lingering for a few seconds too long on Izuku. Focus, damn it. All right class, we have some important business to attend to today. The class froze. Oh no. Aizawa isn't going to make us do some insane test and expel one of us, is he? Aizawa smiled at their fear. It was impressive that they feared him only a few days in. Other than Izuku and Hitoshi, of course, he had driven the fear into them for months, or years in Hitoshi's case. You will be selecting a class representative. The class erupted into shouting as Aizawa climbed into his sleeping bag. People shouting that they should vote for them. This lasted a few minutes before Ida was able to silence the room, and suggested a democratic election for the position. People agreed, and the votes were collected. Ida put them into a computer, sighing as he did so. He pushed a button on the podium and the results came up of the screen. Ida went and sat down, clearly miffed. Izuku Midoriya, 14 votes. Hitoshi Shinso, 3 votes. Momo Yaoyorozu, 1 vote. Ochako Yururika, 1 vote. Pony Tsunatori, 1 vote. The people who were voted for surprised the class, other than Midoriya, of course. Izuku was shocked to see that 3/4 of the class had voted for him, but calmed himself before walking to the front of the class. Hitoshi seemed just as surprised as he was, walking up to the podium seemingly on autopilot, deep in thought. They arrived at the front, and Izuku spoke up. "Thank you for this opportunity. I can't wait to help all of you guys become the best you can be. If you need anything that our roles cover, don't be afraid to come to me or Hitoshi with your requests." Aizawa smiled under his sleeping bag. He expected Izuku to be voted as the class representative. The class all seemed to like him, and his performance at the battle trials had definitely impressed them all. He was a little surprised that Hitoshi had been voted in. Most kids either didn't like him or ignored him completely. As a father, he felt terrible about saying that to himself. But as an onlooker, Hitoshi wasn't a very good people person, not that he had anything to brag about. But if the class wanted him to be VP, he wasn't going to stop them. "Very good, now get ready for English, Present Mike will be here any minute." He got up and walked out of the classroom, heading for the staff room, ready for a nap. The day was going quickly for Izuku. He had been voted representative by the overwhelming majority, and his classes were business as usual. Present Mike knew that Izuku was fluent in English, so as long as he got good grades in his class, he allowed Izuku to spend the English lessons tutoring Pony on Japanese. The classes with Ectoplasm and Midnight were easy enough. Izuku was good at them, as he had Momo, an intellectual powerhouse, as a tutor for over a decade. Soon enough, lunchtime rolled around. Izuku was sitting with Momo, Itsuka, Pony, Hitoshi, and Ida. They were talking about random stuff. Momo and Itsuka were continuing their weekly discussion of who is Izuku's trainer, which now had a new member in Ida. Pony shared his knowing look with Izuku and Hitoshi laughed. He leaned into Izuku and whispered to him. "I know about you and my dad's training session, ask him to teach you to be stealthier, I could hear you walking downstairs the other day." Izuku laughed, catching the attention of the "Who is Izuku's trainer" squad, but before they could, a loud alarm came blaring from the speakers, and students started to panic. "What the hell is going on?" he yelled at random, a third year stopping and responding. "It's the level 3 alarm. It means someone has forced their way onto campus, come on guys, we gotta move." Izuku ran off towards the door out of the cafeteria and realized all too late that it was the worst place to be. The crowd knocked him around for a bit before he crashed into someone he knew, a plan forming in his mind. "Ochako! Make me float!" She heard him and nodded, tapping him with her quirk. He instantly felt gravity leave him. In wide sweeping motions he grabbed the quirks of everyone in the room, barring Ochako, before shutting them down. As people stopped moving in favor of watching themselves morph, Izuku jumped towards the end of the hallway, garnering attention. As he flew he looked out the window and could see Aizawa and Present Mike standing at the front door, holding back a swarm of reporters. He hit the wall above the doorway with a thud and winced. He took a deep breath, remembering the techniques he used on Momo during the battle training. He readied himself and spoke as loud as he could. "Everyone stop, now." The crowd froze. Much like Momo had. He had their attention, not a single pair of eyes not focused on him. He felt a bit of self-consciousness before he buried the feeling away. He looked over the crowd and continued. "You are students of UA. You should be acting as such. There is no threat, it's just the media, so calm down and move to the meeting zone carefully, duh." The crowd had quietened down, no longer panicking, just confused about who this first year was and if the way they had frozen when he talked was part of his quirk. They were also confused as to why they were unconsciously following his requests. As he saw everyone start moving again, he released his hold on their quirks, before dropping to the ground and Ochako stopped hers. After hitting the ground, Momo and Ida ran up to him, followed by Hitoshi and Pony. "Midoriya. That was amazing. I must say I definitely voted for the right person," Ida remarked as they started walking towards the meeting zone. Izuku knew that he had gotten 14 votes, he still couldn't believe that, but he didn't know who the other 6 were. Apparently, the others walking with him had all voted for him. Izuku was shocked. "But I voted for Mo." Momo, in turn, was shocked as well. Why would he have voted for her? He won their fight, outplaying Momo at every turn? Well, Momo has always had a good handle on things like this. She was the class rep at her school during middle and high school, so I thought she would be the best choice. But I still plan on being the best class rep I can be. Momo blushed, looking away and talking to Ida, who was clapping his hands in awe of Midoriya's spirit. They arrived at the meeting zone and waited with their class. After a few minutes, ectoplasm clones spread throughout the room, taking the role. Aizawa had the dream again. He woke up feeling sick in his stomach, nearly throwing up as he staggered into his bathroom. He frowned. He was a pro-hero for God's sake. Sure, it was the first time he saw one of his family die, in a way that was mostly his FAU. No. He smacked himself in the head a few times. He had been down that rabbit hole before. The emptiness he had felt when he thought of Hisashi, the bar fights he had gotten into just because. The sleepless nights he had spent patrolling if only to smother his thoughts. In an ironic sense, that PRD of time was one of the reasons he still had trouble sleeping. When you spend a year and a half getting the most erratic sleep of your life, your body takes its time readjusting to a new sleep pattern. It had been better for the last few years, especially after he applied for UA. Well, present Mike applied him to UA. He had basically been forced into becoming a teacher, but at the time he hadn't had the willpower to argue. He just followed Mike into the interview room, listed of how he could be good at teaching, which apparently Nizu agreed with, and left, getting a letter a few weeks later telling him he was hired. It was funny, in a morbid kind of way, that Hisashi's death had put him onto the path that would allow him to cross paths with Izuku years after the fact. He sighed as he got dressed. The kids were doing an all-day exercise off campus today, and he was going to be stuck with All Might for the day. He walked towards the classroom with a minute to spare, entering the room. The class was silent, and Midoriya was walking back to his desk. He nodded towards the boy in thanks, before walking up to the podium and starting his explanation. Today we will be practicing one of the most important things about being a hero. The class seemed nervous, which was appropriate. Today we will be with 2 other teachers, in an all-day heroics class. He held up a small white card with blue writing on it. Today we will be doing rescue training. He pushed a button on a remote and the costume boxes slid out of the walls once more. You can wear your costume if you want, but you're not used to them yet, they could hinder your performance. He allowed the students to grab their costumes if they wanted, before retracting the slots. He walked out towards the bus, ready to have a nap on the way there. He saw most of the students wearing their costumes, with the exception of Momo, Ibra, and Pony. He guessed it was because of the lack of protection that Momos and Ibras gave them from environmental hazards, and the loose leather belts that hung from ponies would probably get snagged a lot. The bus ride was a fairly normal one. There were people chatting, some talking about the upcoming training, some talking about the most recent movies, etc. Unfortunately for Izuku, this peace was shattered when Tsuyu spoke up. "Hey, Midoriya?" Ribbit. He looked over to her and smiled. "What's up, Tsu?" She seemed to like that he had remembered to call her that, as she returned the smile, before asking her question. "Your quirk is really similar to Aizawa's, are you his son or something?" Izuku was shocked for a moment, but after seeing Hitoshi spring upright at the back of the bus, he started laughing. "No way, Tsu. I inherited my quirk from my dad. The support hero, Booster." No one noticed Aizawa flinch as Izuku proudly announced the name. He was one of Endeavor's common sidekicks. Apparently Endeavor liked the boost that my dad gave him so much, he practically bought him. No one noticed Shoto flinch either, for entirely different reasons. He had heard of Booster before. Anyone who had listened to enough of Endeavor's anger and alcohol-fueled rants would. He would say how the idiot jumped in front of a bullet, how his job had only to be a battery for him. If Midoriya was his child, he would have to do his best to make sure his father never got his hands on the boy. Shoto promised himself that he would not let Midoriya fall into his father's clutches. He was shaken from his thoughts as Kaminari seemed to realize something. "Wait, you said you can boost our quirks? How does it work?" He looked excited. More power was always fun. Izuku thought for a moment. "Well, my dad used to tap other people, and their quirks would get this power boost for about 10 minutes. It changed depending on who he boosted though. Endeavor got hotter fire, his baseline moving up to around 3,200 degrees Celsius. Suddenly, Izuku was holding a notebook. When he used it on my mum's telekinesis, she can attract small objects to her. She seemed to unlock a new bit of her quirk for the duration, and she had more stereotypical telekinesis. The class was listening in quiet rapture, and Ochako made a fist with her hand. The feeling she had gotten during the entrance exam, it was exhilarating, and it had given her a ranged option, something she had never been able to do before. Izuku continued. As my dad's quirk was touch-based, we believe that the combination of his abilities and my mother's telekinesis is what allowed me to have an area of effect version of his quirk. Izuku stopped his spiel about his dad as he heard someone giggling. It was obviously Mina. "Midori. That was so cute. I want to meet the man who can make you go all adorable like that." She was able to let out before Momo clapped her hand over her mouth. Both Izuku and Aizawa flinched at this, but only Izuku's was visible. His face darkened, dropping into a sad smile. "Yeah, I'd like to as well, but he died when I was 2. The bus instantly went quiet, and Mina's grin dropped. She was about to apologize when Aizawa spoke up. "Everyone, time to get off the bus, we're here." The USJ. A giant dome with doors that looked like they could fit full-size MT lady. They walked through the doors and were greeted to a appealing sight. Many different zones, each with their own theme. Fire zone, flood zone, landslide zone, you name it. Izuku marveled at how well planned out the building was. The flood zone was next to the fire zone, for what he guessed was easy access in case the fire got too bad. And there was a plaza in the middle of the zones, possibly a rest area? He was tapped on the shoulder by a horn, and Pony didn't even have to tell him he had been muttering. He nodded in thanks, before facing the front. Aizawa was standing in front of 13. 13 for Christ's sake. Izuku was in instant nerd mode but simmered down when he saw the astronaut hold up 3 fingers. It was then that Izuku realized that All Might wasn't with them. From what 13 had shown Aizawa, he had probably used up his time limit, and wouldn't be attending the training. Izuku was upset, but as the rescue hero in front of him explained how dangerous quirks could be, how they needed to practice using them so that they never hurt an innocent, he found himself calming. That was until something shifted. Normally when he could see a quirk he felt this warmth emanating from the person. Felt sensations and emotions unique to each quirk. Another facet of his quirk was being able to see when someone was using it. That's all he could feel. Someone he had yet to meet before was using their quirk on at least the entirety of Izuku's bubble of control. Aizawa sir. Something's hap dash, he stopped as he saw a purple cloud appear just in front of the fountain. It was a few meters out of his range, but that could be fixed. He was about to walk forwards when capture tape grabbed his shoulders. Aizawa was in front of him, so it had to be Hitoshi. Midoriya. Whatever is happening, we can't run in there stupidly. That's his job. Aizawa flashed a look of distaste at Hitoshi as he donned his yellow goggles. 13, Midoriya, get the students back to UA, and send for help, Kaminari, try and reach them with your quirk. The purple mist flared outwards, forming a wall. Izuku couldn't feel them, they were just out of his reach, but he could see them. Around 75 villains walked out of the mist into the plaza. Aizawa had been holding his position, waiting to see what would happen. But when Izuku saw 2 of the villains, a blue-haired man covered in hands, and a behemoth that had a head that looked like a bird's beak, brain exposed to the air, something in him shifted. He needed to get his friends away from here, the best way to do that would be to help take them down. So when Aizawa leapt down the stairs to go fight, Izuku broke out of Hitoshi's tape and jumped down as well. He felt 4 quirks fly towards him before he could even see anything coming, and he instinctively shut them down. He saw a figure flying towards him at speeds no human should be flying, before it slammed into him, knocking him into the stairs. As his vision started to go black, he saw the man who had slammed into the stairs stand up, before his quirk slipper, and the man started screaming as he reverted into the dark blue, bird-headed state. At the sight of this Izuku felt fear. He was about to be out of it, leaving his friends with a monster with 4 quirks, intent on killing them. He tried to fight, but his body wouldn't respond. He felt his grasp slipping, and he fell unconscious. He had been planning this for months. The troops were ready. His transport was ready. His present from his MSTR had been operational for weeks now. The only thing left for them to do is to attack UA. He gathered up all of the low-level cannon fodder into the main room of the warehouse, and pushed a button, releasing a low boom to emanate over the room. The crowd in front of him quietened, looking at him. You all know your positions, you all know what you're here to do. He grabbed a rock in front of him and disintegrated it as a show of force. We're gonna start in 5 minutes, get yourselves ready. Today was going to be the day when he would make his MSTR proud. Today is the day he is going to kill the symbol of peace. He pressed the other button on the remote and allowed his new toy into the warehouse. Nomu. A genetic abomination filled to the brim with quirks that made him the perfect thing to kill All Might. Shock absorption, super regeneration, super speed, and super strength. The perfect contender. The perfect weapon. The phone buzzed, telling him that the security system was down. He turned to Kurogyri and nodded, and he started to form into his wide portal. All right, everyone. It's go time. Let's go kill All Might. The crowd half-heartedly cheered alongside him. Most of them were here because they were blackmailed or this was their last option to try and get paid. They walked through Kurogyri, feeling the odd sensation of their bodies reappearing in a different place. They found themselves within the USJ, a building designed to help fledgling heroes practice saving people. Shigaraki walked through with the middle of the pack, Nomu following him through. He saw the USJ in all its glory, and he saw the crowd of people up near the doors. Where was he? Where was he? God damn it. All Might isn't here. Why isn't he here? They said he would be. I'm gonna disintegrate whoever lied to me. He wasn't surprised when he saw one of the teachers put some goggles on and jump down towards them, but when the students joined in, it set him off. That upstart brat thinks he can play in the big leagues, huh? He turned to Nomu. Nomu, kill the small one, then go after his friends and torment them for a bit. If All Might isn't here, we might as well ruin his reputation by killing his students. Nomu didn't respond but jumped at the brat. Shigaraki watched in glee as Nomu soared through the air directly towards the brat. Wait, what? He saw Nomu shifting, morphing, shrinking back down into the worthless alley thug they had abducted to use his quirk. He was about to run after them when he saw the thug smack into the kid, both of them crashing into the staircase. The thug changed back into his precious Nomu, and the boy stayed down. Seemingly happy with its work, the Nomu started to head up the stairs, towards the other children. Shigaraki laughed as Kurogiri warped off to go deal with 13. Eraserhead was too busy with his low-level summons to help. He'd already killed one of the children, and 13 was about to die. Apart from All Might not being there, things were going great. Things were going terribly. Izuku had just broken out of Hitoshi's capture weapons and run forward. Momo knew that he was a powerhouse, that his quirk made him one of the most dangerous people in a fight, but not even he could fight in a 100v2. Aizawa was only going down there to buy time. He didn't need to go as well. She tried to yell for him when she saw movement in the plaza. The big guy with the beak flashed forwards before Momo could see him morphing into a regular human again. She internally cheered until she realized that Izuku was still going to be hit. She and many others yelled as she saw the man crash into Izuku, sending them both into the staircase with a loud smack. She screamed as the beaked abomination reformed, as that could only mean that Izuku was unconscious, or worse. There was a noise behind the class, and the person made from the purple mist appeared behind them. Good morning, students of UA. I know it's a bit impolite, but we, the League of Villains, have decided to invite ourselves into this bastion of learning, for one reason. To kill the symbol of peace, All Might. The class was in shock. The last 30 seconds had been a roller coaster of emotions if roller coasters kept going further and further down. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. Kill All Might? That's impossible. There was silence for a few seconds before a voice perked up from the back. Wait. Who are you and what do you want? The yellow dots on the purple mist narrowed before the voice spoke again, sounding annoyed. You really should listen to your dash. The eyes went wide. The mist shrunk until a suit with a metal neck brace was visible. Hitoshi walked up to the front of the crowd. You have a warp quirk. Bring Midoriya to us from the staircase, as well as Recovery Girl from the nurse's office. The class was silent as two purple swirls appeared above the class. From one swirl fell Midoriya, arms bent at gruesome angles, and from the other, Recovery Girl dropped onto the ground, confused. As she arrived, the class could hear the alarms starting to go off in the distance. The teachers would be on their way soon. Recovery Girl took a moment to figure out what was going on but quickly realized where she was. What's going on here? What happened? She stopped at the sight of Midoriya lying on the ground, broken arms and fractured ribs. No. Not Izuku. Not him too. I can't, not again. I won't let this happen again. She sprinted over to the boy, faster than any of the students had ever seen her move before. As she reached the boy, she kissed him on the forehead and pumped as much of her quirk as she thought was safe into the boy. There were cracks and groans as his body repaired itself. She was just about to try and wake him up when a figure arrived at the top of the stairs. As the class watched in horror, the beaked monstrosity stepped onto the walkway and roared. There was a sudden flash of movement, a loud crash, and yelps of pain. Izuku was trying to open his eyes. He wasn't having much success, but he was trying. It was weird. He had been smacked into the staircase by a flying human, that much he remembered. But then he felt a weird tingle, then his body hit the ground. A few seconds later, all the pain in his body receded, leaving him physically fine, just extremely tired. He could feel his classmates' quirks near him, as well as the four-quirked beast, and another one, that confused him. As he felt around the quirks near him, he saw Momo's and Todoroki's quirks activate for an instant before he heard something crash through some ice, and people yelling. He recognized the yelling. The beast, it probably wasn't even a human anymore, had hurt his friends. Had hurt Momo and Pony. Todoroki and Ida. He felt an uncontrollable rage build up in his chest. He wanted to scream, wanted to get up and kill whatever had hurt his friends. And so he opened his eyes. His body quickly filling him with as much adrenaline as he needed to stand up. Recovery Girl gasped as he pulled himself to his feet. She had used so much of her quirk on him to heal everything, he shouldn't have been able to stand. He saw the Nomu holding Momo and Pony up into the air by their wrists, Ida's torso under one of the feet, and Todoroki was unconscious a few feet away from the scene, bleeding from the legs. The Nomu looked over to Izuku as his helmet, now almost completely broken, fell from his head, clattering against the ground. Izuku tried to focus. He needed clarity to shut the quirks off. He funneled his anger into focusing solely on the beast in front of him. He grabbed onto the four quirks and pulled. Momo had felt fear before. She had sparred against people who took it too seriously, who injured her and her teammates. She had felt fear at the battle training when Izuku had pulled out his intimidation techniques. But now, being held almost 3 feet in the air as the behemoth crushed her and her friends one bone at a time, she felt a fear deeper than anything she had ever felt before. She cried out in agony as the Nomu squeezed a little tighter. Then she heard it. Something clattering to the ground. She looked over as best as she could to the sound, helped by the Nomu as it turned to look as well. She saw Izuku, standing upright, the anger of God in his eyes. The eyes that were glowing. The telltale sign that usually meant he was boosting someone's quirk, only brighter than she had ever seen before. She knew he wouldn't be boosting the monster, but she didn't feel the usual rush, neither did the other two being held seem energized. That only left one other person possible. And as she realized who it was, she saw it. Creeping over his now exposed skin, spreading from his torso, were golden lines, wrapping around his body. As they reached both above his head, as well as the floor, there was a flash, and his entire body started glowing bright gold. The entire class flinched as their bodies started to change, all of Izuku's being focused on turning quirks off, even his classmates. Hagakure yelled in the background somewhere, but no one looked back at her. Kurogyri yelled as the mist condensed, leaving Hitoshi and the rest to deal with a now struggling man, instead of a struggling cloud. How dare you even think about laying a finger on them? You attack a school, you hurt my friends, the people I love, and you use your amazing quirks to harm others. You and everyone you brought here today are the problems with the world, the disease that must be cured. You use your amazing powers to harm others. 1A shuddered. They had seen this in action before, at the battle training, and when the alarm went off. But it was so much worse now. It didn't even sound like Izuku anymore. His voice reverberating through the fight, he sounded like a demon, brought from hell to slay the beast. And here he was, standing before a beast that had their classmates in their grasp, speaking as if it had already lost. You waste and flaunt your gifts, you have multiple quirks for God's sake. Do you know how many people you could help like this? And yet you use your immense power to maim and steal and hurt others. In my eyes. There was another flash of light. For tendrils of golden energy flew through the air, stabbing into the Nomu's chest, and it started screeching. It started to change again, shrink and thrashing about as the people it was holding dropped to the ground. The class looked in awe as 4 orbs of light emerged from the beast who was now back to a human and started to orbit the man. The orbs whirring as they started to spin faster and faster. You don't deserve these amazing powers you've been given? You don't deserve your quirks. The class watched as the orbs of light grew dimmer and dimmer, as the golden light of Izuku wrapped around them again and again. There was a cracking sound, and then a large bang. To say that Shigaraki was bored was an understatement. His Nomu had run away and was apparently taking its sweet freaking time murdering all the students. Kurogyri still hadn't returned, which was puzzling. 13 was a rescue hero, surely he was able to overpower her. And Eraserhead was living up to all the hype he had been given by his low-level summons. Many of them had dealt with the man before and knew how powerful Erasure was. The pro-hero quickly dismantled the group of thugs that were in the plaza and was now heading towards Shigaraki himself. He wasn't concerned. He had watched the pro work and could see that the amount of time that Erasure was active was getting smaller and smaller, with longer gaps in between. He laughed as Eraserhead approached, sounding like your stereotypical cackling villain. Eraserhead's hair fell down, and Shigaraki lunged. He was faster than Aizawa had expected, and the blue-haired man caught his elbow as he tried to dodge. He felt a searing pain as his suit, as well as his skin started to disintegrate, dust falling to the floor. Aizawa jumped back and clutched his arm, hissing in pain. He could see the frayed muscles and blood vessels. Ha ha ha. You're getting way too slow, Eraserhead. My minions must have tired you out more than I thought. Your quirk is powerful, but in a fight against large groups, your weaknesses become clear. Without your quirk, you're just a regular human being like me. Shigaraki laughed as Eraserhead seemed to flinch at this, before becoming confused as to why the hero was smiling. It became apparent a few seconds later. There was a golden flash, sweeping over the entirety of the USJ. Shigaraki felt the power in his hands vanish, as well as Eraserhead's eyes return to their normal black. What are you doing, you cheater? Your quirk should be off right now. Why can't I use mine? FING hacker. Shigaraki had reverted back into a tantrum-throwing child. He kicked and sputtered, cursing the world for allowing cheaters to become heroes. There was a loud cracking noise, and both of the fighters in the plaza felt their power returning before Shigaraki's was promptly turned off again. Almost immediately after the crack, the doors of the USJ flew open with a boom. Shigaraki panicked. He was losing this fight badly. And if Kurogyri suddenly appearing next to him, breathing deeply, shaking. Was anything to go off, they were in trouble. That's when he heard it. The catchphrase that brought fear to villains' hearts. Never fear, students. Because I am here. Or at least, most villains. To Shigaraki, all it brought was rage. Shigaraki Tamura, one of the children has taken out the Nomu. I suggest that we leave immediately. We are not capable of fighting All Might without him. Shigaraki looked at him furiously. Did you at least kill any of the students? Shigaraki was watching as All Might checked on someone at the top of the stairs. The mist seemed to shake its head. I am sorry, Shigaraki, I was unable to. One of the students used their quirk on me and I found myself under his control. Shigaraki smacked the ground in front of him. Fine. Fine, we're leaving. Kurojiiri, let's go. He kicked up a cloud of dust to block Aizawa's vision, and by the time the dust had gone, there was only the last part of the portal closing. Damn it. Aizawa yelled before a gust of wind almost knocked him over. All Might appeared next to Aizawa with panic all over his face. Aizawa, Midoriya is in trouble, come to the infirmary as soon as possible. To say that Aizawa was panicking was an understatement. He knew that the kid had done something big. He could feel the waves coming from his quirk, similar to his father's, actually, but right now, he couldn't sense the field Izuku normally emitted. He turned and sprinted towards the infirmary, moving as fast as his exhausted body would allow him to. Pony was in pain. She had been held up by Nomu the longest out of all of them, and she currently couldn't move her forearms or hands. She was trying her best not to scream, to cry out in response to the agony she felt. She wasn't who was important right now. Standing, bathed in golden light, was Izuku. Sparks of light floated towards the ceiling, and the Nomu stayed in its human form. Directly after the sparks started to dissipate, the golden light surrounding the boy flickered on and off, before eventually shutting off, and he collapsed, spasming. They yelled in fear. If Izuku was unconscious, that meant the beast was going to change back, right? It was going to change back and finish the job. It was going to get back up, looking like a demon, emerging from the depths of hell, and kill all of them. At least, that's what she expected to happen. What she didn't expect was for the man to continue lying on the ground, unmoving, in almost a catatonic state. The man didn't revert back into the large creature. What on earth had Izuku just done? Almost the instant after the crack, and having all of their quirks returned to them, the doors of the USJ flew open. All Might's catchphrase was heard by everyone in the USJ, and everyone in 1A could almost feel themselves fill with hope. He walked over to the crowd and asked what had happened. Hitoshi explained the events that had transpired, and All Might was shocked. He looked over to where Izuku was laying, with Momo, Pony, Recovery Girl, and Ida sitting around him, Momo currently making a stretcher for him as the others tried to hold him down. There was a rushing noise as All Might disappeared for a moment, before he grabbed Izuku and Recovery Girl, sprinting at 100% towards the infirmary. Tashinori wanted Izuku to be safe and on the road to recovery. They arrived at the infirmary, All Might placing Izuku on the bed, before deflating. Recovery Girl took a moment to steady herself. Goddamn, was she gonna need a drink tonight? She started to set Izuku up with nutrients, but for the most part, just let him rest. Tashinori stayed with the boy as he slept, overnight, and then the next day, and the next. Soon it had been 3 days since the USJ incident, and Izuku still hadn't woken up. His mother had arrived on the first day and hadn't left school ground since. He was lucky that school had been cancelled for the next 4 days after the attack, so he wasn't missing out on much. Pony was around a lot more than Tashinori thought she would be. Apparently she had taken a liking to the golden-haired boy. She sat next to him practicing Japanese out loud to him as if her life depended on it. Momo, Itsuka, and Mei were there during almost all the time, chatting with the unconscious boy, Momo, and Mei talking at him about new devices Mei was designing for them. Itsuka was going over the homework that had been left for them with him, explaining that Izuku wouldn't want to fall behind. Nijire had nearly broken down the doors at the end of the first day, sprinting into the room with Mirio and Amajiki, demanding to know what happened. She had stopped yelling once Recovery Girl explained what had happened, but was still sitting with him for most of the afternoon until Mirio dragged her away so that Recovery Girl could focus. The rest of the class visited the boy as well, but most of them left around an hour after arriving. They brought him gifts, thanked him, worried about him, reassured him, warned him not to die, as only they were allowed to beat him, etc. They didn't know if he could hear them. They didn't know if he was going to survive, and it terrified them. There were a few discoveries over the 3 days as well. An old detective friend of All Might's, Tsukachi, brought Aizawa, Tashinori, and Nizu into a meeting to discuss the monster that Izuku had taken care of. The detective brought up a slideshow, the first slide showing a sketch of what the beast apparently had looked like. According to our tests, the monster at the USJ was originally a man known as Sawada Toshikazu. The villains that were arrested are all saying that this was what the leader, who has been identified as Shigaraki Tamura, called his all-might killer. The room grew cold. Tsukachi continued. Some of the stronger villains seemed to think that this beast had multiple quirks, or that Shigaraki seemed to think it did. He pulled up the next slide, a picture of the man they had in custody. This is Toshikazu now. He is completely unresponsive, and testing has shown no traces of a quirk in their system. The room was now in chaos. They had over 25 eyewitnesses to the fact that this man was the beast. I know it sounds insane, but from what the tests have shown, this man might as well have been born quirkless. The detective then hit the button again, the next slide showing the student photo of Izuku. From what we can tell, this student is responsible. Multiple of the students there at the attack claim that Midoriya, who might I add, has a quirk that can manipulate other people's quirks, ripped 4 glowing orbs out of the monster. While we can't be sure of what the boy did, or what the orbs are, I think the logical thing to assume is that young Midoriya somehow destroyed the creature's quirks. And on that note, the room was no longer in chaos. This far surpassed chaos. As Toshinori sat and thought about what the detective had said, he wondered just what the hell Izuku had done. If what the detective had said was true, then Izuku might be related to him. He was one of the only people Toshinori knew that could do something like that to a quirk, although even All for One couldn't just delete them. They would have to wait for Izuku to wake up. They needed to talk now more than ever. It was the night of the 3rd day when Izuku woke up. He woke up slowly, senses turning on one by one as if his body was booting up like a PC. He got his smell back first. He could smell the flowers to the side of his bed, a smorgasbord of smells that was somehow comforting. His sense of touch came back after that, the cold sheets of the bed, the softness of the pillow, the feeling of a hand in his, the tube in his mouth. After that, his sense of taste came back, the cool taste of water splashing at the back of his mouth every few seconds. Finally, his sight came back. His vision stayed black for a few moments as he gathered the strength to lift his eyelids, but he pushed himself, opening his eyes. To his immediate side sat Momo, who was staring at the roof, holding his hand, talking about some chemical compound May wanted her to make. If his body had any spare blood, he was sure he would have blushed because of the contact, but at this point, he didn't mind. He tried to say hi to her, but he couldn't. He looked around the room and saw Nijire asleep in the next bed over. He was immediately worried, pushing through his drowsiness to sit up, croaking out her name. Momo was surprised and yelped before placing a hand on his shoulder and pushing him back down onto the bed. Momo, is Nay safe? Momo took a moment to understand what he asked, but laughed as she did. She couldn't believe it. He had just woken up after a 3-day coma, and his first reaction was to ask if someone else was okay? Recovery Girl appeared next to him, her face showing more relief than he thought possible. Izuku? Nijire is completely fine, she just stayed up all last night waiting for you to wake up. How are you feeling? Izuku looked over to check for himself and she was right, Nijire was just sleeping. I feel tired. Body, hard to move, he managed to croak out. Recovery Girl nodded, before checking on the monitors beside him. Common symptoms of extreme quirk overuse. You should be fine to leave tomorrow, but I'm not sure how long it will be until you can use your quirk. She softly tapped him on the head, tears appearing in her eyes. Now why on earth would you go and do something so reckless? I already feel terrible about your father, I wouldn't have been able to live with myself if I let you go too. Izuku was confused. Had Recovery Girl known his dad? You knew my dad? Recovery Girl flinched and nodded. We used to work together a bit back in the day. He would visit me in my hospital and boost my quirk. It was amazing. The patient's stamina usage was almost halved when he boosted me, but the healing we were capable of, she trailed off, remembering something, before promptly bursting into tears. But when he needed me most, when I was his only hope, I wasn't there for him. I was at a goddamn conference. A conference. She was crying extremely hard now, and Izuku tried to reach over to her shoulder to comfort her, but Momo shot him a death glare, and he laid back down. I wasn't able to get to him in time. I wasn't able to save him. And for a while there, I thought I had lost you as well. She looked over to him and wiped the tears out of her eyes. Which is why you have to promise me not to do anything this stupid again, I can't lose you like I lost Hisashi. Izuku was once again shocked. Recovery Girl knew his dad on a first-name basis. When he was better he needed to ask her about him. But first, he had to comfort her. He looked over to her and croaked out as best he could. I promise. Recovery Girl. To be as safe as possible. Almost on cue, he fell back asleep as he finished the sentence. They were worried for a second, but when the recording devices didn't say he was going to die, they calmed down. He was just sleeping. All Might ran into the room a second later, in his deflated form. He had heard people talking and thought that young Midoriya might have woken up. He was saddened to hear that he had missed him. He had wanted to talk to the boy. Momo looked the boy over as he slept as well. There was something she needed to talk to him about too. Something he had mentioned at the USJ. But that could wait. For now, he could rest. He woke up a few hours later, around 8:30 p.m. As he opened his eyes he noticed that the sky had darkened before he looked over to the clock. The lights of the city were bright. There were signs of a villain attack down where Izuku could see, but he was still too out of it to do anything about it. Physically he was now fine. Recovery Girl had done an exemplary job at fixing his wounds. His arms were fine, no permanent damage, thanks to Hitoshi's quick thinking, and his ribs were repaired. He fully expected to see either Momo or Itsuka or maybe even Nijire sitting next to him when he woke up, but was mildly surprised to see Pony sitting with him. "Hey Pony, how are you?" It was a little basic, yeah, and didn't really convey how concerned he was for her safety, but it would do, as his head was still reeling over the fact that he was alive. She looked up from her Japanese textbook as she heard him talk. The book was thrown to the side as she wrapped him up in a hug. "Izuku! Oh my god, I'm so happy you're okay. I was so worried about you. I could see what it did to you and She broke down into a small sob, and Izuku did his best to comfort her, squeezing her a little bit with the hug, reminding her that he was there, he was safe. "It's okay Pony, I'm okay." He pulled her back from the hug and looked her in the eyes. "I'm not going anywhere, you hear? Who's gonna teach you Japanese if I do? I don't trust Present Mike too, he'd just blow your eardrums up." She laughed a little at this and removed herself from the hug. "Sorry about that Izuku, I was just so scared. You're the best person I've met while I've been in Japan and I thought I was going to lose you." Izuku nodded but stayed silent, not really knowing how to help further than he had, and not wanting to accidentally make it worse with his patented, stupid mouth syndrome. Pony sat next to the bed silent for the next few minutes before loud footsteps could be heard outside the door. A second later, the door was kicked in, like properly knocked off its hinges. Nijire sprinted into the room, eyes a mixture of angry, concerned, amused, and after seeing Pony, teasing. "Izubro. How dare you almost die on me? Who else am I going to find to chat with and tease? Mirio and Amajiki are both immune to it at this point." Izuku winced a little at how loud she was speaking, and she noticed that. The second she did, everything dropped in favor of concern. She ran over towards the bed and grabbed his left hand, sitting opposite Pony. "Are you alright? Is there any damage? I'm so sorry for being loud Izubro, I'm just worried dash." He cut her off by squeezing her hand a little bit. "I'm fine nay, just reeling a little, my quirk is all out of whack, and it's making me a little nauseous." She looked extra concerned now. "Quirk's all out of whack? What does that even mean?" Izuku chuckled a little bit before leaning over to his right and looking for his notebook. He eventually found his bag and got Pony to retrieve number 1 for him. He pointed to his own pages. "So normally my quirk is an area of effect, meaning I can sense and affect people from afar, as long as they are within 110 m radius of me." He flipped over to his dad's page, which was transcribed straight from his dad's old book. "Right now my quirk is recovery just as much as my energy levels are, and it's a little inconsistent right now. Right now, I can only sense 2 people's quirks, yours, and Pony's." He squeezed both of their hands. "And that's because we're making contact, the second you or I let go." He let go of Nijire's hand, and the feeling of her quirk left him. "Nothing, can't see you, can't affect you." Nijire and Pony now both looked extremely concerned at this, but if Izuku said that it would be fine, they were willing to trust him. A few more people showed up to visit the now lucid Izuku. Recovery Girl came in and did a general checkup, before telling Izuku he should be fine to do regular classes tomorrow, but was going to be sitting out of hero basic training. Izuku was miffed, but understanding, he had almost died, and his quirk was basically non-existent right now. He shouldn't go up against people who can control minds or explode buildings. That would just be downright insane, and his friends might actually commit him to a mental hospital like Momo keeps threatening to do. Speaking of Momo, she was currently sitting in the waiting area of the infirmary, overthinking the hell out of the USJ incident, as you do. She was thinking about how she should have been able to help her friend, how she should have been able to help protect the class, how Izuku said that the Nomu was hurting people he loved. And off she went again. She was trying to distract herself from that one sentence. That one sentence that sent her mind into overdrive. Had he really meant that? If he did, had he meant love like family or love like love? Did he mean her? Did he mean something far less important and she was just overthinking every T? She was pulled from her thoughts by Mirio placing his hand on her shoulder. "Hey there Yamamo, you alright? I heard from Nijire that Izuku is all good, just a bit tired from quirk overuse. You look like he just hurt himself again." He stopped as he said that, looking into her vacant face. She was still trying to process the situation after being yanked from her thoughts. Oh my god, he didn't hurt himself again, did he? Mirio was starting to panic as well, she could see that, and she didn't want him to. No, Izuku hasn't hurt himself again, I'm just a bit out of it, I'm thinking about something he said when he attacked the creature. Mirio visibly calmed down, his worry turning into curiosity. What did he say? Surely it had to be something big to get the amazing Yamamo off balance. He was grinning at her, and she knew he was complimenting her to pull her from her thoughts, a basic psychological tactic used to ease up victims of attacks, something he had learned here at UA. Even knowing the tactic, she blushed at the praise. She weighed her options. She could tell Mirio about what Izuku had said and why they were affecting her so much, but that would risk him telling Izuku. On the other hand, she could, wait. What would be wrong about him telling Izuku? Then she wouldn't have to do it. It was nearly perfect, if not for the fact that she was betting this all on Mirio telling Izuku, which was, to be honest, a little unlikely. Mirio was a good friend, he didn't share secrets unless the person wanted him to. She sighed. I might as well tell him. When Izuku first stood up to the monster, it was holding me and Pony up in the air. He said something about it hurting the people he loved. She shook herself, rubbing her wrists, where the Nomo had grabbed her. I guess I'm just overthinking about what that meant. Mirio was grinning. As an outside observer, he was well aware of the mutual attraction between Momo and Izuku. He and Itsuka had spent many a conversation brainstorming how to get them together, but not even getting Izuku to go to one of Momo's parents' rich people parties as her date had done it. Izuku had honestly thought that he and Itsuka had gotten sick and couldn't go. And now might be the perfect opportunity for Mirio to have another go at getting the two together. It had been far too long, and to be honest, was starting to frustrate him a bit. Like life was some kind of bad rom-com or shitty fanfiction. Mutual pining was only fun if they get together, Mirio thought to himself. He shook himself mentally. There was time for reminiscing later, but for now, it was showtime. He grabbed her by the hands and looked her in the eyes. Momo, here's a little tip, your big bro, Mirio. She laughed at him, rhyming. Mirio had always known how to cheer her up, almost as well as Izuku. Izuku is so in love with you, it hurts me that you're not together yet. Physically hurts me. He held one of his hands to his heart in fake pain. Like seriously, I know you love him too, and seeing you guys step around each other is starting to get really annoying, so go right ahead. You got this, Yamamo. Momo was shocked at this revelation, blushing up a storm but not having the capacity to care. She didn't say it to him, but she felt like she owed Mirio $1 million. She was about to go stand up and talk to Izuku when she saw Pony walking out of the infirmary, looking over, and seeing the pair talking, small tears still in her eyes. Pony looked at Momo, then looked back into the doorway, presumably at Izuku, nodded to Momo, and walked off. He turned back to Momo. Okay Yamamo, Izuku is going to be in the infirmary for about 4 days. He can wait. Your talk should probably be when he is more lucid anyways. So you go talk to her, comfort her and all that, and I'll check on Izuku for you. I'll try not to bother him, he deserves his rest. Momo nodded, thanking him, before running off after Pony. Momo saw her round the corner at the far end of the hall. She was sprinting extremely fast. Holy shit, she's fast, this calls for tactics, not brute speed. She tried to predict where Pony would be going, and ran towards there. She didn't like it when other people were upset. Mirio was right, she might not be able to help much at this point, but she should try anyway. Pony was not crying. Or at least, that's what she would tell anybody who asked. She was trying to stay strong for Izuku, who shouldn't have to worry about her when he was stuck in the infirmary. He was so nice to her, so accepting of her struggles with Japanese, so willing to help her, she couldn't help but be worried for her friend. She was walking through the hallways, finding it harder than it should be. Some hallways were blocked off, some had wet floor signs. As she turned a corner, she saw Momo standing a few meters away, face showing she was very deep in thought. She looked up as Pony rounded the corner. Hey! Momo looked at Pony with an expression that looked both sad and contemplative. Hey Yamamo, what's up? She tried her best to not show Momo her tears, but it was fairly obvious that she had already seen them. Momo smiled sadly at her and opened her arms up for a hug, waving Pony in. Pony hesitated for a second before breaking, grabbing Momo and hugging her tightly. I was so scared for Izuku. He saved us and then just dropped spasming to the floor. Pony's voice was shaky at best, almost unintelligible at worst. Momo placed her head between Pony's horns, patting her hair. It's okay, Pony, I was scared as well. Momo shuddered, pulling Pony further into the hug. You're my friend, Pony, I'm not going to judge you for feeling this way. Hell, I would probably judge you for not feeling like this. What happened in the USJ was terrifying. She ruffled Pony's hair a bit. But we are all safe now, Izuku included. No one can hurt you here. Pony couldn't put words together to tell Momo how thankful she was for this, so just squeezed her tighter in the hug, Momo reciprocating a second later. Pony, I have a plan to say thank you to Izuku for what he did, will you help me with the setup? She had no idea what Momo had come up with, and was extremely curious. As Momo leaned in and whispered to her the plan, Pony started smiling. She was okay with Momo's plan, she was practically vibrating with excitement at this point. All that was left was to see if Izuku would like it. They continued talking, hashing out all the details, and Pony couldn't wipe the smile off her face. Izuku was about to take a nap when Mirio walked in. He had a grin mixed with a worried frown on his face, leading to an odd-looking expression. Izuku smiled weakly at him as he entered. Hey Mirio, I'm really sorry but I don't think I'm gonna be able to stay awake much longer, I'm exhausted, can you let me go to sleep now? He pointed to his 4 drips. The faster I recover, the faster I get my quirk back into working order, which means I can get out of here and go back to doing hero basic training quicker. He finished his spiel and gave Mirio his best puppy dog eyes. Nope, not falling for that. Nijire has used them too much on me, I'm immune to your charming powers. Izuku gave up, dropping the adorable expression. Mirio laughed at Izuku's crestfallen face. Don't worry Izubro, I won't stay for long, just wanted to check up on you, my dude. Izuku nodded before Mirio launched into a recovery girl-worthy question stream about his injuries. Izuku was physically fine, but his quirk had been pushed to, and past, its limits, and was recovering slower than he was. After a while, Mirio noticed Izuku starting to fall asleep. He had been talking with him for almost half an hour now, but he was running out of time. Eventually, at about 10 minutes later, Mirio gave up, letting Izuku fall asleep. Mirio got up to leave the room and was surprised to see Recovery Girl standing in the doorway with a strained expression. Recovery Girl? Is everything all right? She looked over to him and nodded silently, before sighing. I was just thinking. I guess thick-headedness runs in his family. I worked with his father for many years, saving hundreds in hospitals around the world, but when the time came that he needed my help, I wasn't there to save him. She walked over to the sleeping boy and placed her hand on his shoulder. I guess I never really did get over that, just forgot about how much it hurts. 16 years is a long time. Seeing Izuku broken like he was at the USJ, brought up some unpleasant memories. Mirio nodded. As a third-year hero in training, he had already been subjected to his fair share of horrific scenes, but he had been able to save most people he came across. He knew that he would hurt too if Nijire or Amajiki needed his help and he wasn't able to. He patted Recovery Girl's shoulder before leaving the room silently. Izuku woke up the next morning feeling a little better. He could see Recovery Girl, but he didn't think he would be able to affect her quirk. That at least told him that he was alone in the infirmary. He rolled his shoulders, stretching, and prepared to stand up. He got off the bed and staggered a bit as his legs were still asleep. He shook them a bit, before walking over to Recovery Girl's office and knocking on the door. There was a rustling, and she opened the door, smiling as she saw him. Good morning Izuku, good to see you up and about. She exited her office and walked him back over to his bed. Before I go and get your clothes for you, I would like to do another checkup on you. Izuku nodded, following Recovery Girl's instructions. He tested his leg strength, his mental clarity checking for any lingering effects and finally, telling her about how his quirk felt. Well today it's doing much better, I could see you from my bed, so that's a range of at least 7 meters radius. I thought I could feel some quirks below me faintly, but I wasn't able to confirm it. She nodded, writing all of this down on a small blue slip. Alright, I'm clearing you for all non-heroics classes. Izuku grumbled a bit but was quickly silenced by a smack on the head with her syringe-shaped walking stick. When you can see people from at least 75 meters away, I'll let you go back to heroics class. Until then, you will allow your quirk to rest. I don't even know what you did to it. Most people don't lose complete access to their quirks due to overuse, just some pain or trouble. Izuku looked up at her and started explaining as best he could. He reached out to her quirk and boosted it for half a second. You feel that rush of energy you get when I boost your quirk? That's actual stamina and energy, not just the illusion of power. When I saw that creature hurting my friends, I just got so angry, and I guess my limiters dropped for a moment. I boosted my own quirk, falling into a CYCL of boosting my quirk improving and me getting more energy and then using the improved quirk and the new energy to boost it again. He shot upright as if he remembered something. Recovery girl? I think I destroyed its quirks. Now, Recovery girl was shocked, and almost called him out for bullshitting her, but the look on his face and the way he had described how he beat it, it was entirely possible. I don't think I should ever use that move again, it's way too dangerous. A quirk is part of a person's being, taking that away from them could be catastrophic for their mental health, not to mention their physical health. Recovery girl smacked him on the head lightly. Izuku, anyone that you feel the need to use that move on, I trust your judgment enough to say that they have already done something terrible enough to warrant their quirk's removal. She ruffled his hair. You're a good kid, if you don't want to use it again, that's fine, but if the day comes when you need to help people, know that I and everyone else that cares for you won't judge you. She elbowed his shoulder lightly. Especially that Yaoyorozu girl. She flashed him a smirk, before going and grabbing his clothes. He started walking towards his classroom slowly, a few minutes late. He didn't think Aizawa would mind. He moved through the hallways for a little more until the doors for 1A came into view as they turned a corner. As they reached the door, Izuku was hit by a few of his classmates' quirks as they made him aware of them. Curiously, no one was moving, and Aizawa wasn't there yet. No, wait, there he was. He was sitting under the podium in his sleeping bag. He stepped into the room and was immediately hit by a wave of sounds as the lights flicked on and people started yelling. Izuku Midoriya. You're back, man. Kirishima ran up to him and grabbed him in a massive bear hug, lifting Izuku off the ground. I'm so glad you're all right, my dude. The class seemed to agree with him, as they surrounded Izuku, giving him lots of praise and thanks for his actions in the USJ. They celebrated for a little while longer, talking and laughing, until around the halfway mark of the homeroom session. Everyone calmed down and went to their desks, before Aizawa stood up from behind the podium, shedding his sleeping bag. Mr. Aizawa, sir. I am glad to see that your elbow is okay. I'm honestly surprised that you came out of such a deadly encounter with minimal injuries. Ida yelled out, ever blunt as he is. Aizawa looked down at his elbow, which was wrapped in more bandages than he had caltrops in his belt. Yes, I was lucky to not be hurt more than I was, unlike some people. He shot a quick glare at Izuku as he separated from his friends, making his way to his desk. Who shall not be named. From what I heard, if that giant creature had targeted me, I would probably be drowning in bandages. Izuku shivered as he thought about the sight of Aizawa wrapped up in bandages, looking like a mummy. He was lucky that Recovery Girl was brought to the USJ as quick as she was, it took less stamina and was easier to heal recent injuries. He would have to thank Hitoshi for that later. But enough about me, you need to really knuckle down at this point. Your fight isn't over yet. Izuku almost giggled at how visibly Katsuki perked up at hearing that he would be doing more fighting, but it was smothered by his worry about what Aizawa meant. You still have to prepare for the annual sports festival. As the crowd erupted into cheering, all Izuku could think was, oh hell yeah. They talked and planned for the rest of the lesson. The class was chatting about the festival, about strategy, about possible events. I heard they're not going to be doing the cavalry battle this year. Apparently, Nizu got bored with the event. Aizawa called Izuku over. Midoriya, I'd like for you to come to the staff room at 7:30 tonight. I need to talk to you. Izuku nodded, flashing a smile. Of course, sir. I'll be there, talk to you later. Tonight, he ran back to his desk to start packing up his stuff. A few of them started to get up to leave before Uraraka opened the door. Oh, can I help you guys? Uraraka's voice pierced Izuku's thoughts, and he looked out of the door to see a veritable swarm of students sitting outside of the 1A classroom. There weren't any quirks that Izuku really recognized, except for a few he vaguely remembered from the entrance exam, meaning there were some 1B students here as well. Oi, round face, get out of my FING way. Katsuki pushed past Uraraka, walking to the edge of the crowd with a scowl on his face. They're obviously FING here to check out the competition. And that's when it clicked for Izuku. The sports festival was coming up, and they were 1A, the first years that fought real villains. They would probably have been the talk of UA. Standing up and walking over, he waved at the crowd. Hi, there. Could you all please move? We need to get to lunch. He then stepped forward and was a little annoyed when no one moved. There was a snort from the crowd before a blonde boy walked forward. Wow, I heard that 1A fought a bunch of villains, and this is what they're like? One ditzy girl, one arrogant a-hole, and a massive fake? Man, you guys must think so highly of yourself for beating a bunch of bad guys. The boy smirked as he talked, riling up the crowd with obviously practiced ease. You 1A students are going down, you know. Just because you're all high and mighty because of the USJ, doesn't mean you're going to crush us at the FES. There was a loud bang as Izuku punched the door frame, caving it in slightly, cutting off the blonde boy's rant. XFING excuse me dash? He stepped forward and grabbed the blonde by the collar. Are you seriously being jealous and petty about us for getting attacked? You think we're happy that they were trying to kill us? 1A shuddered while the rest of the students froze up. Izuku was funneling as much intimidating energy as he could into this rant. He really wanted this guy to shut up. At the USJ, we had to fight for our lives. I almost died protecting my friends from a beast with multiple quirks. Our teacher got his FING elbow disintegrated. He pulled the blonde boy a little closer. So don't you dare even insinuate that we think you're lesser than us, just because a bunch of people attempted to murder us. You had one thing really wrong though. I am definitely going to enjoy crushing you at the festival. He stormed off and people moved like Moses crossing the Red Sea. Everyone was quiet for a while, staring at Izuku as he walked away. 1A recovered the quickest, Momo and Itsuka running out of the classroom, through the gap Izuku had created. Monoma watched Izuku mouth wide open, as the other students around him realized that they had screwed up. They all had a collective thought. He's really scary. It was hard for Izuku to calm down after that, but chatting with his friends was definitely helping. They were currently sitting in the 1A dorm common room, going over some notes Pony had taken from the others planning on how to beat Izuku. Apparently, Itsuka had taken it upon herself to teach all the students martial arts, and she had dragged Hitoshi into teaching as well after seeing him practicing. Izuku was laughing as he read over some of the students' plans. Pony was actually a great note-taker. It was surprisingly easy for her to understand Japanese, she just had trouble speaking it. Izuku liked the thinking that went into most of the others' plans, but was a bit concerned when all Mina had planned for him was to mess with him until he loses. Hey Pony, did you hear anything about what Todoroki has planned? You don't have his or Kachan's plans, but I already know that Kachan has been practicing Muay Thai. He thinks he's being sneaky but I've seen him practicing and I recognize the moves, but dash. He ruffled the pages again, looking to see if he had just missed Todoroki's page. Todoroki isn't in this. Pony looked over from her chat with Momo and shook her head. Nope, sorry Izuku. Candy Cane didn't talk with anyone about strategy. When he was asked what his plan was, he just said, win. He seems a bit arrogant. Izuku laughed at Pony's nickname for Todoroki and nodded as he continued to go through the plans. He laughed at Kaminari's plan. It went for about 3 pages of Pony's notes, but eventually boiled down to zap him before he can turn my quirk off. He showed it to Momo and Pony, and they laughed as well, already knowing how that fight was going to go. Another person of note was a Masahiro Ojiro from 1B, apparently, Kendo knew him from a few high-level tournaments, so he was a threat as well. Momo pointed out that his fighting style would probably incorporate his tail a lot, so he would still probably be thrown off quite a bit, especially as 1B didn't know his quirk. The people he was actually most worried about taking on in 1v1 fights were Itsuka, Todoroki and Momo. He was fairly certain about his ability to beat Momo and Itsuka, as he was really fast, thanks to Aizawa, while Todoroki was a complete wild card. He had no clue how good the son of the number 2 hero's hand-to-hand combat skills would be. If it was anything like his control with his ice, then it would be a hard fight. They continued to talk and study like this for a few more hours until it was finally time for Izuku to go talk to Aizawa. He got up and said his goodbyes to his friends, and started walking towards Aizawa's office. As he walked away he could hear them continuing their conversation. He passed Kirishima, who congratulated him again for the USJ. Izuku laughed as he accepted the high five, before running off towards the staff room, as he only had a few minutes until Aizawa's deadline arrived. He arrived at the staff room with 2 minutes remaining before 7, he knocked on the door and walked inside when he heard Aizawa call him in. Izuku, good to see you, have a seat. Izuku followed his instruction and sat down across from Aizawa. He was a bit confused as to why Aizawa called him Izuku. They had known each other for about 1.5 years, but he had always called him Midoriya. First of all, I wanted to remind you that as you got first place in the entrance exam, you'll be required to make a speech at the festival. Izuku nodded. It was something he actually was aware of. His role as class rep had basically forced him to read the student guide cover to cover, and he already had a few ideas for his speech. Aizawa coughed and continued with a strained expression. Look, I'm not the best with this stuff, alright? So I'm going to need you to be silent as I talk, got it? If Aizawa had his attention before, he now had Izuku's curiosity. Izuku nodded and motioned for Aizawa to continue. Aizawa shuffled around for a bit, looking really uncomfortable, before taking a deep breath and speaking. Well, here goes. I'm technically your uncle. What? He was trying to uphold his promise to be silent, but he knew he was giving Aizawa a shocked expression. He closed his open mouth manually, pushing on his chin, and shakily nodded at Aizawa, running thoughts through his head. How is he technically my uncle? Is he my father's brother? Why didn't he tell me? Why dash? He was cut off when Aizawa decided it was time to continue dropping a bombshell onto Izuku. Aizawa made his capture weapon poke Izuku, who had dropped into a glassy-eyed expression. You alright? Izuku gave him a shaky thumbs up and Aizawa continued. Your father, Hisashi Midoriya, also known as the support hero, Booster, was my cousin. We worked together for about 10 years after we graduated from UA, before the incident that led to me becoming a teacher. Izuku could only nod as Aizawa talked. His dad's cousin. His mum had never talked about his dad having a cousin, and the books he had found that were his dad's had talked about Eraserhead as a colleague and a rival, not a family member. Maybe that was intentional? We grew up together, practically brothers. My parents weren't the greatest people in the world, and after my mother died when I was 8, my father just stopped caring about the world, about me, anything. I was left to fend for myself. He rubbed his recently healed elbow. That was before Hisashi came into my life. I didn't even know I had a cousin at that point, but his family came to my father and offered to adopt me, and my father signed the papers on the spot. He growled out that last bit and his capture weapon unconsciously rose into the air slightly. I lived with Hisashi for most of my childhood. His dad is one of the nicest people I've ever met, and I'm workmates with All Might. Izuku chuckled at this. He never thought about why Aizawa was the way he was, but this was shedding some light on why he had his strict, no bullshit attitude. He leaned forward in his seat eagerly, wanting to learn more about his favorite hero who was apparently his uncle. He also happened to be a martial arts instructor. From the age of 8 to the age of 18, Hisashi and I were trained in the ways of hand-to-hand combat by him. Why do you think I'm so good at what I do? I trained for almost a decade straight with a partner my quirk didn't affect. I learned how to work around it. Hisashi and I became nigh inseparable. He was there when other kids tried to bully me for my weak quirk and DMN. I still remember the beatdown he gave to the blasty guy when we were UA students. He chuckled softly and Izuku laughed with him. He honestly hadn't seen him seemingly happy in the entire time he had known him. There were times when Aizawa looked proud, yes, but never happy. Anyway, enough of the sappy sheet. Izuku laughed softly. It was around 16 years ago when he died. We were attacking the base of a new gang called the Golden Spiders, and we had called in Endeavor as our heavy hitter for the operation. That meant Booster was there. Izuku nodded. He was telling the truth in the bus when he said that Endeavor had practically bought Booster. When Booster was alive, you almost never saw the two of them apart from each other during hero work. Endeavor dragged Booster around to constantly boost him. He was quoted in an interview saying that he liked blue fire more. We were going up against a powerful quirk. Hisashi boosted me, and I shut it down, but they pulled out a gun. Izuku's breath hitched and his eyes got dangerously blurry. I thought I was going to die. And I would have if it wasn't for Hisashi. Izuku was definitely crying now. He may be confident in his abilities, but he could never get rid of the Midoriya family trait. He dived in front of me as the villain fired, taking the bullet for me. I tried my best to keep the pressure on the wound, to try and stop him from bleeding out, but the bullet had grazed his heart. There really wasn't anything I could do. Izuku was crying a bunch now, and Aizawa was joining him, keeping his voice level as tears rolled down his tired face. Not even Recovery Girl could help him. By the time she was able to get to us, Hisashi had been dead for around 8 minutes. Not even Recovery Girl can reverse brain death. Aizawa put his head in his hands as he talked, obviously trying to calm himself down. This was bringing up old memories and fears that Aizawa really wasn't awake enough for, but he knew that he never would be. Izuku was trying to calm down his crying as well, with less success than Aizawa. Crying was really ingrained into the Midoriya genes. As Aizawa had stopped talking altogether now, Izuku spoke up. Aizawa, sir? Why are you telling me this? Aizawa pulled his hands from his face and looked at Izuku. I'm telling you this because you seem to have inherited more than just your father's quirk from him. You've got the same absurdly strong self-sacrificing streak as he did, and I don't think I could take it if you got hurt like he did. I made a promise to him that night, one I intend to keep. Izuku watched as Aizawa shifted, his usual personality coming back little by little. Once you recover, I am going to push you harder than you have ever been pushed in your life. There will be little time for anything other than sleep, as I prepare you for the unforgiving world you're attempting to enter. I'm going to make sure that you're safe in this world. I'm fairly certain Recovery Girl and your mother would kill me if I let anything happen to you. Izuku nodded, his teary eyes solidifying into determination. He nodded quickly, standing up. Thank you, sir. Not just for sharing all of this with me, but for pushing me as far as I can go. He bowed and walked towards the door, but stopped. Wait. Does this mean Hitoshi is my cousin? Aizawa looked shocked for a moment, before growling softly. How did you know that? Izuku just shrugged, laughing softly. His eternal eye bags, the punches he throws, they all have your name on it. Also, he told me. Aizawa, for a moment, looked like he wanted to strangle someone, before taking a few deep breaths. I guess it does. Izuku, now go back to the dorms, we start your training at 4 a.m. tomorrow, you need your sleep. Izuku nodded, before heading back to the dorms. He was not expecting this. The second he walked through the door, he felt someone's quirk activating and he was grabbed by a giant hand and dragged over to the couch of the dorm's common room. He sighed. He really should have seen this coming. He couldn't find it in himself to even bother to nullify Itsuka's quirk. He just let himself get dropped onto the couch, and as Itsuka's hand shrunk, he was greeted by Mirio, Nijire, Amajiki, Itsuka, Hitoshi, Mina, Momo, and Pony. Can I help you all? Izuku tried to make himself sound as innocent as possible. Itsuka, recognizing the tone, snapped her fingers and gave a quick bark of laughter. You're not getting out of this with your little kid voice, Izuku. I'm not Inko, I won't fall for it every time. What did you do to make Aizawa like you so much? He's rude to almost everyone else. Izuku shook his head. Look, I just came from a really emotionally charged conversation, alright? I just want to go to bed. I have to get up really early tomorrow for training. Hitoshi gave him a quick look of what looked like sympathy, but Mina spoke up. No way, explain first. I'm super curious about this. Izuku sighed, he hadn't wanted to tell everyone so quickly. Fine. I'll tell you, but then I'm going to bed, okay? Nijire jumped forward, floating above his head. Yes. Speak, young one, tell us your secrets. Izuku nullified her quirk and she fell onto the couch beside him. Izuku looked at the group. You guys just want me to talk? They all nodded. Fine. If you guys are going to hold me hostage, I might as well just say it. Aizawa brought me into his office so that he could tell me that he's my uncle. He only had a second to prepare himself, plunging his fingers in his ears, to stop him from getting deafened by the squeal that followed. What? Mirio phased through the crowd surrounding Izuku, and Izuku thanked the Lord in heaven that Mirio was wearing the special breathes. That phased with him. Wait, actually, that makes a lot of sense. Nijire looked like she was about to short-circuit with all the vibrating she was doing, I know, right? I don't know how I didn't see it earlier. This is huge. I have to go tell everyone. She pushed herself into the air with her quirk, but Izuku nullified it. She was caught by Amajiki. Let me go. The people must know this news. Nijire, I know you're excited about this, but could you please not tell everyone about Aizawa and me? Izuku stood up. There, I answered your questions, now please let me go to bed. He looked over to Hitoshi and quickly turned his quirk off and on again, and Hitoshi seemed to get the message. Hey guys, do you think we should let them go to bed? He said with a smirk. There was a loud collective "no" before everyone went blank. There you go, Midoriya, you and run off now, I'll make them go to their rooms and sleep. He turned from Izuku as he walked away, and issued his command. The others turned and walked away to their own respective bedrooms. As Izuku lay down on his bed, he thought over what Aizawa had talked to him about. He could feel the pull of sleep and went to it willingly. He was looking forward to the next few weeks. The sports festival was going to be amazing. Hell Week. It was a self-explanatory name. A little inaccurate, seeing as they had 2 weeks until the sports festival, but the hell part was definitely true. The students of 1A and 1B were subjected to an intense workout every single heroics class. There were some people that were focusing on their quirks, some people focusing on hand-to-hand combat, some focusing on pure strength and endurance with Aizawa. Izuku was in the third group, but not of his own volition. Izuku and Hitoshi had been ordered by Aizawa to do specialized training with him, and Pony had asked to join in on it. She started to regret her decision when she lost feeling in her legs for a few minutes. Pony, get up, you wanted in on this, you run harder. Izuku, drop and give me push-ups, stop when I say so. Hitoshi, get up, sprint around the track. Aizawa was watching over them like a bird of prey, giving commands, yelling at them if they failed to follow through, etc. Izuku looked around as he did his push-ups. His arms were burning due to the lengthy workout as well as the 10 kilograms weight attached to his back. He saw Momo practicing with her bow staff, moving through the positions and stances. He saw Itsuka instructing basic hand-to-hand skills to, surprisingly, Kaminari and Ishido. Uraraka seemed to be focusing on the weight limit for her quirk, as she and Aoyama alternated use of the toilets. Izuku could see the various bits of Setsuna, he counted around 20, all throughout the room, spinning and moving before rendezvousing and reforming, then splitting again. Jairu and Shoji were training with Hagakure, the two of them trying to hear where she was, and Hagakure trying to conceal her movements as best as possible. He couldn't see the others. They must be doing some other training in a different area. He could feel his arms start to burn again and looked up at the clock. He had been doing push-ups for nearly 10 minutes now, and Aizawa didn't seem to be stopping him anytime soon. It was at this point that All Might entered through the door at the other side of the gym. His quirk was still recovering, so he was limited to around 50 m radius at the moment. He watched as All Might came closer, saying something to Aizawa. Izuku didn't hear what he was saying, because the oppressive aura of All Might's power filled his senses again, the weird voices that yelled at him returning. Yo, the kid's up and at 'em, guys. Dude. Shut up, he's obviously trying to focus. Normally he would respond by mumbling, as they always seemed to hear him, but he actually was focusing on his breathing, so he tested something. He mentally sent them a wave and was surprised when the voices responded. Hey guys, did he just wave at us with his brain? I think he did. That's so cool. How did you do it? Izuku just thought about shrugging. He honestly had no idea why, it just worked. Alright, I guess, we're a weird but quirk, this might as well be something we can do. Izuku funneled as much of his curiosity as he could towards the voices, and they seemed to get the message. Oh, yeah, we're technically All Might's quirk. Please don't bug him about it, he will tell you if he wants. For now, just know that we're all really glad you're okay. Izuku's curiosity was reaching critical mass, but he accepted the explanation of the voice. The woman, who was one of the more active voices, was calming. He was sure that if she had an actual body she would be giving him an All Might-worthy smile. Midoriya. On your feet, you're moving on to squats. Aizawa yelled at him, before directing Pony through more exercises. Yes sir, he yelled back, before swapping over and moving on to squats. He sent a confirmation to the voices, thinking that was all they were going to say. Oh, no dude, we haven't been able to talk to anyone but each other for like 25 years, you're not gonna be rid of us that easy. Dear God, Totoya. Leave the kid alone. You can listen to Tadashi complain about the weather a few more times until someone new shows up. Damn it Koina, you can't say things like that when the kid can hear us. Yo. Kid. Can you forget about the last 5 minutes of this conversation please? Honestly, Izuku was all too happy to comply. The voices were vague, confusing, and seemed to have fun messing with him. Aizawa called out to him to move on to sprints, so Izuku got up and started sprinting around the track. Every now and then he caught people chatting about plans for during the festival and training they could do beforehand. Izuku frowned as he saw Todoroki at the very edge of the group, pumping ice at a large heater in a constant effort to enclose it. Izuku could see the strain his body was under. He could see that the heat Todoroki was probably able to generate, probably even fire like his dad, which would be able to heat him up and help him recover from the frostbite he was obviously suffering from. As Izuku passed Todoroki again, he noticed the cold, look on his face, brows furrowed in concentration. Izuku could see the anger in his eyes as he muttered something under his frosty breath. Izuku frowned again. He would get to the bottom of this. He would help Todoroki as best he could. The weekend couldn't roll around fast enough. The day off that the class got was a day full of plans by everyone. Some people were satisfied to lounge around the dorms and relax. Some people spent their day off studying, and some spent it doing miscellaneous tasks. Izuku had suggested that Momo, Itsuka and he should go to an arcade for the day, but both of the girls were busy. Momo's parents wanted her home for some fancy party, and Itsuka had to greet her dad at the airport. Izuku had offered to go with one of them, but they refused. They wanted to tell their parents about how UA was going by themselves, which Izuku could respect. That left Izuku with nothing to do. He resigned himself to another day of studying, working out, and practicing his martial arts. That was, at least, until he spotted Hitoshi searching through TV channels, looking bored. Just like his dad. A light bulb went off in Izuku's head. Aizawa was Hitoshi's dad. Aizawa was his uncle, technically. That means Hitoshi is technically his cousin. Cousins usually hang out together outside of school. He could use this day off as cousin bonding time. Hitoshi. He sprinted over the couch and smacked into the back of it, poking Hitoshi in the head. Hitoshi spun around, startled. Yes, Midoriya? What do you want? He was looking a little grumpy. Hitoshi. Okay, here's the short version. Since you're my cousin, I'm abducting you right now so we can go do some cousin bonding time. Izuku stopped poking him, and just beamed at the boy. Hitoshi seemed to take a moment to process what Izuku had said and then seemed to realize what was about to happen, took a step back off the couch and tried to get Izuku with his quirk. Hitoshi felt the block between him and his quirk and looked at Izuku with fear in his eyes. Izuku picked Hitoshi up, put him over his shoulder, and sprinted out the front door. Mina and Kaminari, who had been watching, burst out laughing after they left. Izuku was basically carrying Hitoshi as he sprinted out of the UA campus, towards a nearby arcade. So, we're actually going to an arcade? Izuku nodded as he carried Hitoshi towards one of the arcades in the area. Yep. This is a really good one. They have this old fighting game called Street Fighter. I'm honestly surprised it still works. Hitoshi blinked. That was definitely not what he expected. So now that you have found out we were cousins, we're going to this amazing arcade to dash, he put up some finger quotes, bond? Of course. I've never had any extended family, or so I thought, so this is a great opportunity for me, I mean us. Izuku placed Hitoshi back on the ground. He knew he could catch him if he ran, and so did Hitoshi. Hitoshi sighed as he accepted that this would be what he was doing for the day. Izuku dragged him into the arcade and showed him to a game. Hitoshi promptly wiped the floor with Izuku, surprising him. Now that he knew Hitoshi was a worthy opponent, he took him to the next game, a motorbike racing game, and got beaten at it as well. Izuku was surprised. He normally won when he played games with Momo and Itsuka, so this was new. They continued to play like that for a few hours, chatting about life before UA, complaining about Aizawa's training regiments, talking about previous sports festivals, etc. It was at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There was a loud boom from down the street, followed by screaming. Izuku and Hitoshi looked up from the game they were playing and rushed outside to see what was happening. Down the street was someone who was standing in the middle of the road, holding a car over their head with 2 hands, but also holding some sort of weapon? Izuku started planning immediately. Okay. Bad guys with 4 arms, kinda like Fourth Kind. Can't shut down his quirk right now or the car will crush him. Maybe I can get him to throw it away? Wait. Hitoshi. Izuku patted Hitoshi on the shoulder. Hitoshi, go and get that guy, but make sure no one sees you use your quirk, I'll call the police and heroes. Hitoshi nodded and ran off towards the dude, before yelling something at him. The second the guy replied, Hitoshi ran off towards an alleyway to hide, before activating his quirk. The villain immediately stopped. Standing in the middle of the road, holding the car above his head. A hero arrived at the scene. Izuku recognized him as Kamui Woods, and grabbed the car with his branches, placing it down on the side of the road. As the villain stayed still, the police arrived and placed cuffs on him, looking extremely confused at his behavior. As they loaded him up into a truck designed for strength enhancers, Hitoshi let go of his quirk, and the man started yelling and screaming, thrashing about in the back of the van. Izuku ran up to him, grabbed him by the arm, and started pulling him away. Great job, Hitoshi, we should probably leave before we get in trouble though. Hitoshi nodded and ran alongside Izuku. That was definitely not how he expected to spend his Sunday. The time had come. The fortnight that they had spent preparing for this had passed. People had trained. People had planned. And today, they would show the fruits of their labors. They would show the world their skill and potential. Izuku was in the waiting room with the rest of 1A. They had yet to be called out to the field. Izuku shifted as he felt Todoroki move towards him. Midoriya. Izuku looked up at the two-toned boy. He tried to gauge his mood by examining his face, but it was cold and blank, as usual. I may be the physically strongest, but your quirk, the ability to negate any of ours, is powerful. But don't misunderstand me. I will beat you during the festival. He then turned and started to walk away before Izuku spoke up. Todoroki. I have no clue what your deal is, but I'm not going down without a fight. For your sake, I hope you can fight without your ice. That was when Izuku saw it. The flinch Todoroki made when he said that. There were bad memories tied to those words. Izuku thought about what it could mean. Fight without your ice. The only person I could think of that would push him to do that would probably be his dad, but why the flinching? All classes, please make your way out onto the field. The call came from over the intercom, startling the class, who had focused on Todoroki and Izuku. Ida started yelling at them to get moving. As the class moved out of the waiting room, Izuku pondered about Todoroki, before brushing it off. He had a speech to give, and a tournament to win. And no one was going to stand in his way. It was really bright in the stadium. That's what Inko thought as she sat in the booth, watching over the festival grounds. One of Izuku's teachers, Eraser-head, had gotten in touch with her and offered her a very good seat. Apparently, it was because Izuku was the student representative. She was so proud of her boy. He had taken first place in an exam that wasn't suited to his quirk, he had been voted into the position of class rep, and while she was still worried for him, she was proud of what he did at the USJ. She had heard what happened from Itsuka and Momo when she had come and visited him in the infirmary. She had been so scared when UA had called her. He had never had a seizure after using his quirk before, so she knew he did something big. The police still wouldn't tell anyone what happened to the Nomo that the League of Villains had brought with them, but from the way the class had described it, Inko guessed Izuku did something really weird to it during his last attack. But right now wasn't the time to be thinking about the USJ. It was time to support her son and all of his friends. She was lucky that the school had given her such good seats. She was almost right on top of where the action was going to be. As she sat and waited, she could hear the faint noise of the intercom calling out the students. She apparently wasn't the only one, as people all around her started cheering and yelling. "Welcome, all you sports fans!" Present Mick's voice boomed out over the stadium, and the cheering just got louder. "I'm your host, Present Mike. And give it up for my co-host, Eraserhead. Dear God, why did I agree to do this with you? Haha. It's too late to back out now, as we introduce our classes." Inko cheered as she saw 1A start to come out of the gates, waving at the crowd. She could see Katsuki soaking it up, actually smiling for once. Then she saw Izuku, and laughed. He was waving and smiling at the crowd as he spun slowly in a circle, bouncing up and down. "Please welcome the first years that fought actual villains, the magnificent Class 1A. The crowd went absolutely wild with this. Say what you will about Present Mike, but he was an excellent hype man. And after them, Hero Course students as well, welcome Class 1B. Mike, your favoritism is showing, tone it down a bit, for Christ's sake." No one could see Ibra's upset look towards the commentator's booth from their seats all the way up in the stands. "And now for the other classes. Welcome classes 1C through to 1K. Inko watched as all the classes came onto the field, looking a bit miffed that 1A was the only one to get hyped up. She smiled as she saw Izuku walk to the front of the crowd. "Please welcome this year's referee, the R18 hero, Midnight." Izuku watched as Midnight stepped up onto the stage, waving at the crowd and swaying her hips. Izuku could almost hear the men in the crowd getting nosebleeds from the field. Midnight grabbed the microphone in front of her and cracked her WHP. The stadium quieted down as she got everyone's attention. "Welcome everyone. Please give it up for the first-year student rep, Izuku Midoriya, who will be giving the student pledge." Izuku gulped as he walked up the stairs with a brave face on, the crowd yelling and cheering for him. He raised his hands and waved in all directions, and the cheering just got louder. Midnight passed him the microphone with a wink as he reached the top of the stairs. "Knock 'em dead, kid." Izuku nodded to her and shook himself slightly, before starting the speech he had prepared during Hell Week. "Good morning everyone. I will keep this short, because I know you here to see us compete, not to hear me talk. Each and every one of us is here for a reason. Be it to prove someone wrong, to improve yourself, to help people, to learn as much as you can, to make a bunch of money, or to become super famous." He waved at the crowd of students behind him. "Each and every one of us is here to be the best person we can be. To push ourselves and to show the world that we are where we belong." Moving his hand up into the sky, he increased his volume slightly. "So let's push ourselves as far as we can go, and then go beyond that. Let's go plus ultra." Izuku smiled at Midnight and passed the microphone back to her as the stadium erupted into even more yelling and cheering. He was pretty sure he could hear his mum over all the noise. She smiled and cracked her WHP again, and the crowd fell silent after a few seconds. "Thank you, Mr. Midoriya. Now for what you all have been waiting for. Let's spin the wheel and find out what the first event for this year's sports festival will be." A screen appeared in the air, and a digital wheel started to spin. It eventually slowed down and landed on a bright blue bit, with the words obstacle course written on it. "There you go. Today's first event will be an obstacle course. Allow me to explain the rules." An obstacle course? Izuku pondered the event for a second as the crowd made their way to the entry. A fairly basic 4 km sprint, with 3 unidentified obstacles. He made sure to push his way through to the front part of the crowd. He knew that being at the front initially would give him the best chance of winning. Although, he wasn't really worried. He was probably the fastest non-speed quirk person at UA, or at least the first years. Who knew if Aizawa had a disciple in the second or third years? He had taken to calling both Hitoshi and himself disciples, especially after finding out how much Aizawa hated it. That, on top of the fact that as soon as the starting gun was blown, no one would have a quirk, was another thing giving him confidence. He looked back at the stage that Midnight was standing on. She was holding the starting pistol, its gleaming barrel raised in the air, and bringing the microphone to her mouth. "On your marks." Izuku crouched down a bit, getting ready to spring forward, as well as preparing his quirk. He heard the chattering around him lessen, the cheers from the crowd becoming the only sound he could hear. "Get set." Izuku smiled as even the crowd quieted down. It was time to show what he was made of. And go. The gunshot went off, and Izuku pushed his quirk as he started running. All around him, people whose quirks changed their body to a large degree started visibly changing, becoming more uniform in their appearances. They had the most trouble adapting to their current quirklessness. Others, like most of 1A, who had sparred quirkless with Izuku before, and a bunch of the students without mutations handled the change fairly well. As Izuku sped off and looked behind him, those in the crowd of contestants that had recovered were chasing after him, and he started laughing as he saw Todoroki looking set off as he stomped his right foot onto the ground. Izuku had plans for Todoroki, but right now, he was going to show off his stuff. At the front of the pack is Izuku Midoriya. Look at him go. For all you at home, he's why everyone else is struggling right now. I'll leave it up to you theorists at home to figure out why. He kept running, thanking Aizawa mentally for the intense training, and cursing Present Mike for placing a target on his back. He started to round the bend when he reached them. Look out for the first obstacle, contestants. Izuku dodged out of the way of one of the robot's arms and smacked the off button on its back. Then he saw the shadows. I like to call it the Robo Inferno. God damn it, Mike. You're way too loud. You have a microphone, you don't need to scream everything. Izuku was shocked as he saw the 7 0-pointers lined up, ready to block the contestants. He could hear people murmuring about them. This is what the hero course had to fight? Hey, do you think it's that Midoriya dude's fault that our quirks are acting up? How the hell does UA get the funding for these things? Izuku kept dodging robots and turning them off, but he knew that people were starting to catch up to him. He searched around for a few of his classmates and turned on their quirks. Momo. Todoroki. Give the 0-pointers everything you've got. Todoroki looked like he was going to say something, but was quickly distracted by the freaking anti-tank cannon Momo had pulled from her stomach and fired at the 0-pointers. Todoroki looked at Izuku with a similar expression to Bakugo, before promptly freezing an entire 0-pointer by himself. Izuku smiled at them and nodded, before shutting their quirks down again and running off again after making sure that the 0-pointers were done for. Those 0-pointers didn't last as long as I thought they would. Give it up for Momo Yaoyorozu and Shoto Todoroki for their brutal efficiency. They're lucky they were able to use their quirks at all. Todoroki huffed again as his hair became pure white again, his quirk being blocked, before sprinting after Izuku. Momo just accepted her quirklessness, as she knew it was just Izuku giving him the best chance possible, and started sprinting after them as well, the rest of the first years on her tail. One of the general study students, as midget with short, curly purple hair, tried to grab onto her jacket, but she spun and punched him away, before continuing to run. Izuku smiled as he ran. He felt so free when he was running at his top speed. He could feel the people at the back of the crowd start to exit his area of effect, which usually meant their quirks were about to be force-activated. He closed his eyes and prayed for a moment that nobody hurt themselves, and somewhere in the crowd, Ibra felt pride for some reason. Looks like our first-place contestant, Izuku Midoriya, has arrived at the second obstacle. Mike, please, it's either dry eyes or bleeding ears, please stop yelling. Look out for the pit. Mike, please. When he opened his eyes, he had to stop himself quickly. In front of him was a giant pit, filled with pillars, connected together by ropes. From behind him, he could hear whirring. Better get going, I guess. Mei was having the time of her life. She knew that Izuku had shut down everyone's quirks, and to be honest, she thanked him for it. Without everyone's quirks to steal the camera's attention, the spotlight would stay permanently on her amazing babies. Still, the giant crowd in front of her was a little annoying. She wanted to turn her hover boots on and grapple hook ahead of the competition, but in her time with Izuku and his friends, they had hammered in the concept of not intentionally hurting people into her. And while she resented the fact that they thought she would intentionally hurt someone, she had definitely become a bit more careful with her babies around other people. So, instead of just barreling forward and knocking people out of her way, she left her babies off for now and weaved her way to the front of the crowd, where there were fewer people. She eventually made to the front, just in time to see her second favorite person in the world produce a cannon and shoot a bunch of the 0-pointers from the hero course test. She saw Izuku running away from them all, and cackled. He had obviously let Momo and the Ice Boy use their quirks for a moment and then taken them away again. She found something sadistically satisfying in how much control Izuku's quirk let him have over a fight. She shook her head and started up her hover boots engine. She knew how fast Izuku was and she knew she wouldn't catch up to him on foot, especially with all the gear she was wearing. The boots whirred to life, and she shot forward after him. She was getting closer and closer to him until Izuku stopped for some reason. Mei reacted a second slower than she would have liked, and had to stop incredibly quickly to avoid smacking into Izuku. She then saw why he stopped. The giant pit filled with pillars. Izuku might be awesome, but even he could break from a fall like that. Hey, Izuku. Nice to see you winning and all that, but it's my time in the spotlight now. She shot out her wire arrow, which stuck into one of the further pillars. With a cheer, she pushed the hover boots to 100% and jumped off the edge of the pit. Now, all you support companies better be watching. Watch as the magnificent Mei Hatsum shows off her fantastic babies. She reeled in the cord for the wire arrow, which dragged her closer to the pillar it was stabbed into. She checked to make sure her hover boots were still on 100% and spread her arms out, winking at the camera drone above the pit. She reached the pillar and was pushed off of it by her boots. She flew up the side of it, and landed, taking a few more jumps to get across to the other side. Look at her go. Mei Hatsum from Class 1H takes the lead. She laughed. Present Mike was an excellent hype man, and flying was really awesome. OOH, I just got another idea for a baby. Izuku watched in awe as his friend basically flew over the pit. He was currently hanging upside down from one of the ropes, climbing across it. He was making good time, but other people were starting to arrive and copy him. He eventually made it to the other side, just in time to see the pink, red and gold blur that was Mei Hatsum disappear around the bend of the track. He let himself rest for a moment. Climbing on the ropes had hurt his hands a little bit, and it was more difficult than he thought. Maybe he should add something like it to his workout? Not the time for planning a workout. He shook himself off, willed away the pain in his hands, and sprinted off after Mei. Realistically, she was his biggest competition in this race. Her babies would be unaffected by his quirk. He continued running after her, but the people behind him were closer than he would have liked. In the front of the pack chasing after him was Bakugo and Todoroki, each glaring at him. Oi! Deku! Get the F back here so I can pummel you into the dirt. Izuku didn't respond to him, instead just holding his hand out behind him and flipping him off, which just seemed to enrage Bakugo further. Izuku then turned away from them and focused on running, pulling ahead of them a little bit. He definitely wasn't tired yet, his intense training with Aizawa at least giving him that, but he was starting to feel his body strain against his movements. He noticed that Mei had slowed right down, and was curious. He rounded the bend and was greeted by two massive signs. Signs that made him slow down as well, for very good reason. Written in super big writing, with a skull superimposed in the middle, were the words, "Warning, Mines." As he reached it, Present Mike must have thought that enough people were close to the minefield to announce it. Look here, everyone. The third and final obstacle for the race. The Minefi UHG. Due to an unfortunate incident, Present Mike has been removed from the commentator's booth for the duration I'm required to be in here. I am not sorry for any inconveniences this causes. Izuku nearly burst out laughing right there at the entrance to the minefield, but he spotted Mei get to a point where there were fewer markings on the ground. She seemed to have noticed this as well, as she was taking hoverboots-assisted jumps to speed up. Mei! He yelled out after he and she spun around and smirked at him. Giving a friendly wave, she reached the end of the minefield and started hovering towards the end gate. Izuku could almost feel the smug energy she was emitting. Izuku started to make his way through the minefield. He was determined to catch up to Mei, even though he knew it was a long shot at this point. He had made it about 3/4 through the minefield when he heard a buzzer go off. Mei Hatsum of Class 1H has won the obstacle course, congratula, Crash. You really gonna do a boring thing like that for our champion? How did you get in here? I locked the door. And I knocked it down with my quirk. Gah! Get off me! Wait no. ARRRGH. Give it up folks, for our champion of the first event, the pink gadget queen of UA, Mei Hatsum of Class 1H. Look at her amazing gear. Izuku had just reached the end of the course. The only thing left was the tunnel back into the stadium, and as he jogged over the line, he was greeted with cheers and applause, as well as Mei crashing into him and hugging him. Great job, Izuku! You canceling everyone's quirks made my baby shine even brighter. Oh, also, I won. She was laughing, so Izuku hugged her back before letting her go, and waving at the crowd. He released his hold on the other contestants' quirks, and over the next few minutes, it was a mad, chaotic dash to the finish line from everyone. Quirks going off left, right and center. Todoroki came in third, with Bakugo coming fourth, being unable to build up enough speed in the short distance to the gate to overtake him, something he was screaming about off to the side. After everyone was gathered, it was time for the next event. The top 32 people had gotten into the next round, and the second round was meant to cut that number in half. Midnight cracked her WHP and gathered everyone's attention. Great job to all of our contestants. I know some of you had some performance issues, but don't be alarmed, that was just a quirk in action. Izuku was grateful that she didn't say whose quirk it was that did it. But now, it is time to have a short break before we move on to our next event. The wheel appeared behind her again, and for a second it looked like it was going to land on the cavalry battle panel. But with a sound that sounded eerily like Nizu's laughter, it flicked over to the panel above it. Emblazoned with a crown skull and swords, the name flashed up on the screen. Midnight squealed, obviously liking the outcome. Get ready everyone. You're going on a manhunt. You're going on a manhunt. Izuku, and every other hot-blooded male in the stadium, shivered at the way Midnight said, manhunt. Izuku had never seen this event used before, so it must be a new one. But no matter if it was new or not, Izuku was hyped. Now, I know that this event hasn't been used in a sports festival before, but don't worry. It's going to be a lot of fun. The first 32 of you that cross the finish line will be participating in this next event. Congratulations to you all. Now, let me tell you the rules for this event. She cracked her WHP and smiled. This match will be culling half of the crowd, leaving 16 to move on to the 1v1 matches. The 32 of you will be fighting over this. Midnight held up a black sphere about the size of a basketball. For each second that you hold the ball, you will get 1 point. Midnight smirked and pointed at May. And as a reward for winning the last event, our first place for the obstacle course, May Hatsum, will get a 60-point head start. For the points to count you must have at least one hand on the ball. If 2 people are holding it, neither will get points. Also, you are allowed to use your quirks as much as you want. She liked her lips. With Recovery Girl on standby, you're free to go all out. Now, Cementos, set up the arena please. She pointed over to the middle of the field, to where Cementos was currently building a large arena. It had 4 raised platforms with 2 stairs and 2 ramps leading up to it. In the center of the arena was a 6x6 grid of pillars that could be used as cover, and there was a platform for the ball right in the middle of the arena. Around the whole thing was a wall of cement, meaning that nobody could escape one they were in. Izuku studied the layout quickly. There was no way for him to hole up and defend a position, not unless he teamed up with someone, so he would have to keep moving. May would be starting with some points, so she would most likely be getting through no matter what, hopefully meaning she held back a bit in this match. Not likely. Midnight seemed to be finishing up her speech and told them to move into their starting positions. He smiled as he was picked up and placed on his podium surrounding the arena. It was go time. The speech ended, and they were shown to their starting positions. Izuku was getting flashbacks to a certain movie series as he saw the small podiums that the contestants were meant to stand on while they waited for the buzzer. He turned to his right, waving and smiling to Momo, then checked his left. He didn't know this guy's name, but with his quirk on it looked like he didn't have any lips, his teeth open and on display. Izuku nodded to the boy as Midnight began the starting countdown. Each count was accompanied by the cracking of her WHP. 3. He cracked his knuckles and jumped in place, shaking his limbs out for a second before dropping into a classic runner's stance. 2. He double-checked the left and right, mentally listing the opponents that he could see. He only had a line of sight on a few of them, so he would have to be careful. 1. He reached out and grabbed hold of the other's quirks, ready to suppress them. He used this to mentally note the quirks he was familiar with, so he at least knew where all of the 1A students were. He was less aware of 1B's capabilities when made quirkless, but he was confident enough in his own abilities that it didn't upset him too much. Although he did make a mental note to plan some interclass activities after the festival with 1B's class president. He saw Midnight raising her WHP and go, and they were off. Or at least, some of them were. Izuku cringed as he shut off everyone's quirks and saw a few of the more mutation-heavy lose their balance and fall over. But he was on a mission. He weaved his way through the pillars in the middle of the field, every now and then getting a flash of blue from the other students' PE uniforms. He entered the small clearing where the ball was held and was greeted by a smirking May. She blew a raspberry at him. You may be fast, Quirk boy, but I have the power of science on my side. Izuku chuckled and sprinted after her as she grabbed the ball with her grappling hook. He rushed forward and managed to grab hold of the cord, intercepting the ball before it reached her. And Izuku Midoriya snatches the ball off May Hatsum. Start the timer people, count up his points. Izuku grumbled at the fact that they would be announcing when people lost the ball but accepted it. It was a televised event, after all, he should expect there to be theatrics involved. He rushed through the arena, seeing people chasing after him, fighting amongst themselves. He wasn't sure exactly how long he held onto the ball, but he guessed around 30 seconds. As he was distracted trying to sprint while avoiding the pillars in the middle, as well as keeping track of who was behind him, he didn't realize that there was someone coming from his front. He yelled out as he got coat-hangered, slamming to the floor as Katsuki laughed at him. Katsuki snatched the ball off the ground and started running. Izuku stood up, catching his breath, before following him. Katsuki Bakugu lands a killer blow on Izuku Midoriya, and takes the ball. He caught up to the boy and tackled him, the ball spilling from both their hands and rolling forward. Katsuki tried to stand up but Izuku kicked the back of his knees, making him crumple over, right before being dragged down by Katsuki as he tried to stand. And now Midoriya and Bakugo are fighting over the ball. Oh no, they have incoming. As they fought over the ball, Ida had caught up to them and scooped the ball up as he ran to the top of one of the raised platforms, breathing. He was used to extending PRDS of running, but not without using his engines before. Ida held onto the ball for just over a minute as he ran around and kicked people down the ramps of the platform, playing an impromptu game of King of the Hill. Honestly? Izuku was proud of the boy for holding out so long without his quirk. That minute was spent fighting, for Izuku and Katsuki. Izuku was mostly dodging the attacks or redirecting them to the floor or his sides. What's the matter, Bakugo? You seem to be having trouble hitting your target. Katsuki roared and charged at Izuku. He threw a massive right hook, and right as Izuku went to counter as he had been for the last minute, he dropped to the floor and swept Izuku's legs out from under him. Izuku hit the ground with a huff, having momentarily forgotten about Bakugo's practice with Muay Thai before rolling to the side to avoid the kick that followed it. Look at all this chaos. Tenya Ida of Class 1A has held onto the ball for just over a full minute. But look at this. This was Momo, the first person of the horde of students to finally getting a hit in on Ida, and the boy dropping the ball. Momo grabbed it as it bounced, dodging Kaminari's outstretched hand, grabbing for the ball as well. She landed, kicked the electric boy in the face, and then rolled down the ramp to get away from the crowd. The group of students seemed to take a moment to realize that Ida no longer had the ball, and following Momo. Hey, Momo! Izuku yelled over as he stopped smothering her quirk. She seemed to realize that was what he was doing. She flashed him a smile that almost made his heart stop, and he smiled back. She immediately made herself a short wooden staff and wielded it like a short sword as Pony reached her. She smacked out at Pony, and the rod smacked into the side of the girl's head. Momo Yaoyorozu somehow uses her quirk. Could she be immune to whatever is happening down there? No, one of the other students is just being highly irrational. Momo huffed in pride as Pony fell over, as well as being slightly worried about the girl. Her worries were calmed when she saw the girl get back up, shake her head, and continue to chase her. Take that as revenge for the battle trial. And so the game continued. Well done everyone. You all performed spectacularly. Even though some of you had some performance issue dash. You already used that joke midnight. Here, everyone, I'll put the final scores up on the big screens, just look up there for your ranking. Anyone on the list will be moving on. Well, aren't you just a spoilsport eraser head? But yes. Look up to the screens to see how you placed. 1. Tenya Ida 69 points. 2. Izuku Midoriya 67 points. 3. Bakugo Katsuki 63 points. 4. Todoroki Shudo 61 points. 5. Mei Hatsum 60 points. 6. Itsuka Kendo 57 points. 7. Momo Yaoyorozu 42 points. 8. Hitoshi Aizawa 38 points. 9. Pony Tsunatori 24 points. 10. Ibara Shiozaki 22 points. 11. Setsuna Tokage 18 points. 12. Hantasiro 15 points. 13. Mina Ashido 11 points. 14. Kaminari Denki 10 points. 15. Yanagi Reiko 9 points. 16. Monoma Nito 8 points. Inko was ecstatic. Her baby had come second. Out of all the students in that event, a whopping 32, her baby had come second. She had expected him to cancel the other students' quirks out, but even then she had been worried. It was her job as his mother after all. The only thing that was dampening her mood was a niggling in the back of her mind. The entire festival, her mind had been bugging her about this eraser head. He sounded so familiar. Like she should know him from somewhere. But she couldn't for the life of her think of where that was. It was driving her crazy. Izuku was ecstatic. He had come second. He was proud of Ida for holding out as long as he had and held no ill will towards the boy for beating him. Bakugo, on the other hand, was furious about his placement, and was screaming at Midnight that he wanted a rematch. Midnight just shook her head and sighed, before cracking her WHP. Listen up kiddos. You have an hour until we start the one-on-ones, so use them wisely. And for all you people who didn't make it to the next round, we have some fun games so you can still strut your stuff. Izuku was about to head over to Momo when a cold hand was placed on his shoulder. He turned and saw Todoroki glaring at him. Midoriya. Izuku almost flinched from the tone. It sounded angry, confused, and very strained. He just smiled at the boy. What's up, Todoroki? How can I help you? Todoroki nodded his head towards the hallways of the stadium. Izuku got the gist. Please accompany me. There is something I wish to talk about with you. Izuku nodded at him. He could hear how much this was making Todoroki uncomfortable, so he planned on making it easier for him. Sure, I'll follow. And know that you don't have to talk until you want to, alright? I'm here for you, Todoroki dash. Just lead the way. Hey, Itsuka. Itsuka turned to Momo as she ran up to her, giving her a smile. She waved at the girl. Hey, Momo. What's up? Congrats on getting to the finals. I bet you're itching to have a rematch with Izuku. Momo blushed and looked down, remembering the thrashing she had gotten during the battle trials. Actually, this is about Izuku. Itsuka smirked. So you're finally getting on with it, are you? Mirio had his doubts after you didn't talk to Izuku about you and him after he recovered from the USJ, but I guessed you were probably just nervous. Momo blushed even harder, smacking Itsuka on the head with a newspaper she pulled out of her arm. Itsuka. Please don't talk about that. We have 2 people in our class with super hearing, who knows if 1B has some. She shook herself off and created a single speck of white phosphorus in her hand, and it ignited once it touched the air, burning up the newspaper. I was merely wondering where he went. I wanted to congratulate him for coming second, but he disappeared quite quickly. Itsuka looked around, but couldn't see him either. It had only been a few minutes after the manhunt had ended. He really shouldn't have been able to slip away that quickly. I don't know, sorry, I'm sure he'll turn up before the 1v1 start, doubt he would want to miss that. Itsuka said with a grin, before running over to where Hitoshi was waiting for her. A worried frown placed itself on Momo's face. Guess we'll have to talk later. Izuku leaned against the wall, waiting for Todoroki to speak. Todoroki just stood on the opposite side of the hallway, staring at him, but Izuku felt like he was staring through him, not really seeing him as he collected his thoughts. He was about to start speaking when Todoroki started talking. Your quirk. It's much more powerful than your father's was, even if you use it differently to him. Todoroki's voice was cold, no pun intended, but had a tinge of concern in it. Izuku blinked, losing his calm facade for a second. He had not expected to be talking about his dad with Todoroki. You must know that my father had a great interest in yours. For someone like Endeavor, having more power at your fingertips near instantly was a tantalizing prospect. Izuku shuffled uncomfortably as Todoroki talked. He knew that Booster was one of Endeavor's favorite sidekicks. The large savings account his father had left them was a testament to that, but it felt odd talking about his dad as if he was just a power-up from a video game. I urge you to drop out of the competition, to place low so that you don't bring any more attention to yourself than you already have. Endeavor cannot know that you're Booster's son. Please, it's for your own safety. Now that set off alarm bells in Izuku's head. Why on earth would not getting Endeavor's attention help him stay safe? Why was Todoroki seemingly afraid of his own father? Was Endeavor? Todoroki. The boy looked up at him, and Izuku could see a small flash of panic when their eyes met briefly. I will not be doing anything of the sort. I will be doing my best in the tournament, to prove to myself and others with non-combat quirks that they can be heroes as well. Todoroki was shaking slightly and looked like he was going to argue with him for a second, before Izuku raised his hand, cutting the boy off. Izuku looked Todoroki dead in the eyes. Todoroki. Why would your father noticing me put me in danger? Are you in danger? Is that why you're warning me? The quickened breathing, eyes darting around the hallway and the tensing of Todoroki's entire body, as well as the barely audible "I've said too much," told him everything he needed to know. He stepped forward and placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. Todoroki, if your dad is hurting you or your family, we should go to Aizawa and Nizu right now, and they'll have an investigation up in 2 or 3 days, max. If you let us, we can help you. You are not alone right now. Izuku had to quickly shut off Todoroki's quirk as his left side started freezing. He could tell by the glazed look in his eyes and the way he was shaking that he was probably having a panic attack. Izuku took a step back when Todoroki crumbled, holding his head in his hands. This was quite possibly the most emotion Izuku had ever seen the boy express. And it pained him that it was panic and fear for this moment. Izuku pulled out his phone and texted Aizawa, asking him to come down to them, stating that it was an emergency. Hey Todoroki, it's okay, you're alright, he's not here right now. It's just you and me, alright? Just follow my breathing. In. Out. In. Out. Izuku noticed after a bit that the shaking had stopped and his breathing was returning to normal. It was shortly after that when Aizawa found them. He noted Bakugo standing around the corner, and knew that Izuku probably knew he was there as well. He shrugged it off though after seeing Todoroki sitting on the floor, obviously coming down from a panic attack. Midoriya, what happened? Izuku gave him the 1-second motion with his finger and whispered something to Todoroki, who just nodded slightly in response. He then got up and walked over to Aizawa. He stood as straight as he could and put on his most serious voice. Eraserhead, sir, I have reason to believe that Todoroki Enji, also known as Endeavor, has been both mentally and physically abusing his family, or at least Todoroki Shudo. Aizawa had known it was going to be important the second Izuku had called him Eraserhead. The way he had just told him about Todoroki's situation was to make sure he followed a very specific procedure that was required when accusing a hero of a crime. Aizawa was heartbroken that Izuku was so sure about his claim that he made it an official statement. What the hell was Endeavor doing to Todoroki and his family? After a brief conversation with Izuku, Aizawa had sent them both to Recovery Girl and headed up to Nizu's office. Nizu sir dash. I am already aware of the situation, Aizawa. I have cameras all over this school, and I like to keep track of all my students, especially after the USJ incident. What Midoriya has stated is very worrying. Aizawa nodded, glad he didn't have to give Nizu a recap. I heard rumors about Endeavor's wife going into the hospital about a decade ago, but I never suspected abuse. A mistake that probably condemned the Todorokis, and one I will not repeat. Nizu sighed, grabbing a cup of tea, and passing over a jelly packet for Aizawa. We mustn't go about this rashly. I know how fiercely protective you are towards your students Aizawa, especially your nephew. Aizawa just nodded, not even surprised that Nizu knew that Izuku was related to him. He had told Izuku that on UA grounds, nothing here was a secret from Nizu. So what do you suggest we do, sir? We can't just let this go. Izuku Midoriya came forward with an official statement. We legally have to at least start an investigation. Honestly, I'm sort of proud that he had the procedure for doing so memorized. Nizu chuckled, throwing Aizawa for a loop. For now, Eraserhead, continue on as nothing happened, but let Izuku know that it is going to be looked into. We can have him complaining about us not doing anything and accidentally revealing our intentions. Nizu's chuckles became louder. While the sports festival progresses, I will look into this myself. As an abuse survivor myself, it would bring me great satisfaction to ruin an abuser's life, even if he is the number 2 hero. Aizawa nodded and left the room. He was still furious, but he knew better than to disobey Nizu's direct orders. For a brief moment, Aizawa felt pity for Endeavor for being Nizu's target. Then his anger overtook the pity, and he prayed to every god in the heavens that Endeavor would be punished. He would not let Todoroki, or Izuku, down with this. The first rounds of the tournament were starting. Izuku had taken Todoroki to Recovery Girl, but after calming down, the boy had practically run away from Izuku, that fear still in his eyes. Izuku noted that Todoroki's left side heated up when he was scared or upset and that Todoroki seemed to fight almost desperately to stop it from spewing out of him. But now they were in the stands, watching as the first match was about to start. Cementos finished creating the ring, and Midnight was raised from the side by a pillar of cement. She cracked her WHP, gaining everyone's attention. She smiled at the presenter's box and gave them a thumbs up. Thanks, Midnight, for calming the crowd. You all know what time it is. The meat of the sports festival. It's time for the one-on-one tournament. The crowd went wild. This was always the most popular part of the festival. People seemed to like 2 kids beating the CRP out of each other more than they did seeing a crowd of people all fighting each other. Which was weird. Time to bring in our first 2 contestants. Give it up for Phil Swift's reincarnation, Hanta Zero. Zero stepped onto the stage grinning, knowing who Mike was referring to, and approving of the comparison. Next, say your prayers for the mighty creator, Momo Yayorozu. Itsuka nudged Izuku and smirked. Izuku nodded and they stood up and yelled out, Hallelujah, as Momo blushed due to her introduction. Alright, you two. I want a good, fair fight, got it? You can win in a few ways. Either your opponent surrenders, one of the contestants touches the ground outside the ring, or if you immobilize your opponent. The 2 contestants both nodded to her and she flashed them a grin. Zero waved at Momo. Hey, no hard feelings, alright Yamamoto? Go. After all, this will be over in a second. He shot out some tape, aiming to wrap her up and throw her out of the field. He grunted as he saw he sidestepped the tape, and moved towards him. He tried sending out his tape horizontally and cheered internally when he wrapped Momo up in it. Sorry about this Yamamoto. He threw her to the side, towards the boundary. Momo quickly formed some blades out of her arms, cutting the tape and freeing herself, before creating spikes from her calves to stab into the ground, keeping her in the ring. She knew that if Zero got a hold of her again, she was way too close to the edge to get out in time, so she unzipped her shirt and pulled something out of her stomach, pointing it at Zero. A squeal could be heard from a certain pink-haired inventor as everyone in the stands realized that Momo had just pulled an assault rifle out of her stomach. Zero immediately put his hands up as she pointed it at him. Whoa, Yamamoto, come on. I was just kidding around. Please don't shoot me. He tried to be sneaky and fire off a strand of tape while still keeping his arms up, but stopped as she smiled at him mischievously. No hard feelings, all right, Zero? She pulled the trigger, and the bullet hit Zero in the chest. He was pumped full of electricity from Momo's taser bullet, and he started convulsing, hitting the floor. Midnight started counting as Zero laid on the ground, smoking slightly. Momo felt a little guilty but smiled when Midnight reached 10. Maybe tossing him was a little overkill, but it was better than being tossed out of the ring. And that's 10. Zero is unable to continue due to being tossed. Momo Yaoyorozu has won the match. The crowd went wild, cheering and shouting, and she smiled when even over all of it, she could hear Itsuka and Izuku cheering the loudest. She turned to the 1A stands to see Izuku leaning half over the railing, yelling and cheering, the smile on his face almost making her heart stop. She smiled back at him and waved to the crowd as she walked into the hallways, being passed by Zero and the Medibots. She puffed out her chest in pride as the crowd continued to cheer. It felt really good to win a match. She remembered Izuku's words from after the battle trial. You are amazing. You're super smart, you're super talented, and you have a quirk that makes you basically a goddess of creation from those old stories. She blushed and shook her head. It was nice to hear him say all that, but it was another thing to prove to herself that she could fight well. And from the hug that Itsuka and Izuku gave her when she returned to the seats, she would say she did pretty DMN well. Congrats, MO. You were amazing. She blushed at Izuku's statement, as well as the look he was giving her as if she had just pulled off the most amazing thing he had ever seen. She looked away from him just to see Itsuka giving her a sheet-eating grin. You really did do well out there, Momo. Is Zero alright? I would guess that getting tossed isn't particularly pleasant. Momo shrugged but had a worried look on her face. I'm sure he's fine. The bullets didn't have a high charge, just enough to knock him unconscious. While this is a tournament, I would never aim to injure a classmate. Izuku and Itsuka nodded in agreement. Izuku smiled at her before turning away and walking back over to Kirishima, who he had been talking to before Momo had shown up. Itsuka just wrapped her arm around Momo's shoulder. So, Momo, you talked to Izuku yet? Or are you waiting until the end of the festival? Momo sighed and shook her head. I haven't talked to him yet. It's just so nerve-wracking. What if you and Mirio misread how he feels about me? What if I ruin our friendship and make things awkward between us? I know it's unlikely, but I still worry. Itsuka just nodded at her and was seemingly about to start talking again when Present Mix's voice erupted over the field again. All right, everyone. We are moving on to the next match. Everyone clasp your hands together for the Lean Mean Green Machine, Ibara Shiozaki. Ibara walked out onto the field looking a little confused and upset about her introduction, but forgave Present Mike and waved to the crowd with a smile. And next we have the winner of the first event, the Pink Queen of Gadgets, welcome Mei Hatsum. Mei walked out onto the stage covered in the tech, waving at the crowd with both hands while giving them the biggest grin they had ever seen. Surely someone's face stretching that much was unhealthy. Midnight stepped up to the arena and looked at both of the girls. Alright, you two. You both understand the rules. Getting nods from both of the girls, she smiled and raised her WHP. Excellent. Then you may begin. Ibara immediately shot a few vines forward in an attack very similar to what Zero had tried. She was disappointed when they whipped past Mei as the pink-haired girl was lifted by some stilts from her backpack. Normally I would have just used this as an advertisement, but Izuku said it would look better if I got further. I reckon he made a good point. So I'll get to show off more babies next round. Sorry about this plant hair. Mei used her stilts to dodge Ibara's vines, before pulling something out of her backpack. She spent a second fiddling with some valves before the front of the contraption lit up with a small blue flame. Is that what I think it is? Mei was holding a flamethrower, obviously of her own design, and was currently using it to enclose her opponent in a circle of fire. She was about to finish enclosing Ibara when vines erupted from the ground below her, wrapping around the front of the flamethrower and crushing it. Now that Mei wasn't shooting fire everywhere, Ibara used her vines to shoot forward out of the gap in the ring of fire. She flung her vines out while Mei was looking at her flamethrower, looking like she was in pain, and caught her around the ankle. Using her vines, she flung Mei to the right, heading towards the side of the ring. Mei smiled as she grabbed something off of her belt, and cut through the vines on her legs, using the stilts to stay in the field. I guess this is a good showing as well. You're really letting me show off how good my babies are to all the investors. Ibara furrowed her brow and glared at the girl. Please treat this as an actual battle. If you don't, you will see how your pride will condemn you. Mei just cackled in response. She dodged another swipe from the vines before reaching into her backpack again, bringing out 2 blue orbs. She threw one at Ibara's feet, and she dodged, expecting an explosion. Instead, ice spread from the point of impact, rooting Ibara to the floor. Before she was able to use her vines to break the ice, the other orb landed, surrounding her torso, pinning her vines to her sides and stomach. Mei Hatsum puts her opponent on ice. What will Shiozaki do next? Ibara started struggling, trying to get out of the ice, when Mei appeared in her field of vision, a metal pole ready to smack her. Wanting to avoid both getting a concussion and making more work for Recovery Girl, Ibara stilled. Midnight smiled at the girl apologetically. Ibara Shiozaki. Are you able to move? Ibara shook her head. No, I am not without being hit by my opponent with their weapon. I forfeit. Midnight cracked her WHP and smiled up at Present Mike, who started yelling again. And there we have it. With this battle's chilling conclusion, Mei Hatsum has moved on to the next round. Mei walked over to Ibara and broke the ice around her feet and torso with her staff. Sorry if you have a bit of chill plant hair. I reckon that my cryobabies would be best to immobilize you. Ibara merely smiled sadly as the two girls walked off the stage. I must commend you for your performance, Hatsum, you performed exceptionally well. Mei just smiled at her as she skipped off to her seat. Just remember my name when you're asking for support equipment. Nizu's paws blurred slightly as he tapped away at his keyboard. He had been looking into the history of the Todoroki family since Aizawa left. He had already noted down a few things. Medical records for the children, including Shoto's burn scar and the eldest, Tuya's, multiple fourth-degree burns. Luckily it seemed like the other two children, Fuyumi and Natsuo, had avoided major injuries over their life. He frowned as he read through Rei Todoroki's medical reports. Her initial report stated that she had entered a state of psychosis, and was the cause of Shoto's burn. His frown deepened as he started reading more up-to-date reports. From what these were telling him, Rei Todoroki had been well enough to leave for almost 10 years now, but had been held for monitoring and safety reasons. Nizu called bullshit. He cracked his neck as he prepared to start some deep research into the group of doctors that held her in the hospital. If Endeavor was going down, Nizu needed proof, lots of it. Luckily, this was what he did best. Izuku gave a quick wave as he walked down to the waiting rooms. He could vaguely hear roaring fire, meaning Mei was using her flamethrower. He worried for Ibara and gave her a brief prayer so she didn't get her hair all burnt off before arriving at the waiting room. He wasn't there for long. He got to see Mei use ice on Ibara, and then Ibara had forfeited. Izuku saw Samantha step up to the field and start to reshape it, so all Izuku really had to wait for was the ring to be fixed. He was pumped and ready for this fight. His opponent for this match? Monoma Nito. Also known as the blonde douchebag that set him off after the USJ. Eventually, the field was fixed, and Present Mick's voice came over the intercom. Alright you guys, can Monoma Nito and Izuku Midoriya head towards the field? Izuku jumped up, hyping himself up, and started jogging towards the field, smirking. He was so ready to make good on his promise to crush the boy in this fight. Alright everyone. Our first contestant for this match is Nito Monoma. And no one knows what tricks he has up his sleeves. Monoma sauntered up to the stage with his hands in his pockets, smirking. Right before this fight, he had tapped Reiko, Hananuki and Kamakiri, and had copied their quirks. He was sure that with the combos he could do using their quirks, he would easily overpower Izuku. And our other contestant is Izuku Midoriya. He came second in the obstacle course, as well as the manhunt, but hasn't really shown off his quirk. Izuku stepped onto the stage and bowed towards Monoma, attempting to throw the boy off guard. Monoma was probably expecting an angry fighter, due to the incident after the USJ. It seemed to work, as Monoma gave a half-hearted bow back, looking slightly confused. As he did so, Midnight cracked her WHP. You both understand the rules? Wonderful. You may begin. Izuku grabbed onto Monoma's quirk and smothered it, nearly laughing out loud when Monoma slammed his foot to the ground behind, yelping in confusion. He ran forward, intent on ending this fight quickly. Monoma seemed to take a second before recovering and got his guard upright as Izuku's punch slammed into it. He was pushed back a few centimeters and hissed as he shook his arms while Izuku just smirked. What's the matter, Monoma? Having a bit of trouble with your quirk? That's such a shame. He laughed as Monoma glared at him. Monoma just shrugged while giving an obviously fake laugh. You won ABSTRD, you didn't think you could take me in a fight, so you resorted to trickery. Just what I would expect from Dash. Smack. He was cut off mid-sentence by a punch to his cheek that put him on his butt. His hand snapped up to his cheek to hold it as he growled. You sly dog. You got me monologuing. Izuku just nodded as Monoma stood back up, and got himself into a fighting stance. Just from the stance, Izuku could tell that Monoma had no formal training. No Monoma, the stance you're going for looks like this. Dash, putting himself into the stance that Monoma had been attempting to do, and internally laughed when the boy huffed in anger and charged at him. He easily sidestepped the clumsy charge and kneed the boy in the gut, taking a step back when Monoma collapsed. He then grabbed the boy's collar and dragged him to the side of the field. "There, I fulfilled my promise to you, Monoma, now pull your head out of your butt, alright? 1B is meant to be one, as sister class, not our enemy." Finished with his speech, he threw Monoma over the edge of the field. Midnight was silent for a second, before joining the crowd in cheering. Monoma Nito is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins. Izuku waited for the Medibots to arrive and placed Monoma down on the stretcher. He waved to the robot at the front. "Tell Recovery Girl I'm sorry, alright? I was just proving a point, didn't want to hurt him this much." The robot made a noise that could be taken as a huff, and its head bobbed as it nodded. Izuku followed them off the field and into the hallways. He smiled as he heard the crowd cheering for him. He wondered if anyone had figured out what his quirk was yet. "Boss, you gotta see this." The man looked away from his microscope and looked over to his underling. He was holding a tablet with a video from the UA Sports Festival on it. It was showcasing a plain-looking blonde boy with light green roots in his hair. The man huffed. "What is it?" "I am busy right now and have no time for distractions." The underling shook his head. "Don't worry, boss, this is worth your time, just watch this fight." So the man did. And he saw why his underling brought this to him. He saw the other blonde boy attempt to use his quirk at the start of the match, only for it to fail. The plain-looking one? Izuku Midoriya turned his quirk off. "Well done, my friend, you did well bringing this to my attention. Go get something to eat, leave the tablet here." The underling nodded and placed the tablet down on the table. Overhaul smiled as he rewatched the recording of the fight. "Izuku Midoriya, your quirk might be just what I need for my designs. Alright, sports fans. After that fairly one-sided fight, let's pray that this one will be a bit more exciting." Present Mick's voice got everyone cheering again. Izuku's fight had been pretty boring, it was basically just a thinly veiled quirkless beatdown. "Our first contestant, he's sure to shock you. Meet Kaminari Denki." Kaminari walked onto the stage with a swagger and a confident grin, shooting finger guns at the crowd, doing the occasional, "call me" motion. There were a few groans from the crowd and, was Jairu already booing him? Next, we have a boy with an explosive personality, give it up for Bakugo Katsuki. He came fourth in the obstacle course and third in the manhunt. Let's see how he does now. Kaminari's smirk fell off of his face when Bakugo stomped onto the stage with a feral grin, his hands occasionally crackling as he got into a fighting stance. Midnight got the boy's attention. "Alright, you two. You both understand the rules? Excellent. In that case, begin." Kaminari, expecting Bakugo to come right at him, started sparking as he charged up his super move. Indiscriminate shock, 1.5 million volts. Right before he short-circuited, he realized that Bakugo had propelled himself upwards instead of forwards. But by the time he had realized it, he was too dumb to figure out what to do next, resorting to waddling around making a "way" noise. Bakugo used an explosion to slow his fall before landing on the ground with a thud. He knocked Kaminari to the ground and put his boot on the boy's back while looking at Midnight. "Dumbass short-circuited. You gonna call the fight or what?" Midnight was shocked, for a moment but gathered herself quickly. She cleared her throat. "Right. Kaminari Denki is unable to continue. Bakugo Katsuki wins." Izuku sat with Itsuka and Momo, watching the fight. Momo sighed. "Well, that went about as quick as I thought it would. If Kaminari had just been a bit more patient he might have actually beaten Bakugo." Izuku nudged her, flashing her a smile. "Well, not everyone is as smart as you, Mo. He probably thought Bakugo would just rush him, which is a fair guess with Bakugo's track record." Momo blushed at the compliment and turned away, pointedly ignoring Itsuka's growing smirk. Itsuka gave up after a moment and went back to chatting with Hitoshi, who was sitting on her right. The compliment, as well as Itsuka's knowing smile, had just been another thing today that had been convincing her to just take the plunge and ask Izuku out. Momo took a deep breath, steadying her nerves. "Hey, Izuku, can we talk after the festival ends? I got something I want to tell you, but it needs to be after." Izuku gave her a confused look before smiling and nodding. "Of course. I'm always down to talk with you, Mo." Momo grinned and refocused back on the field as Present Mike started yelling again. "Alright, sports fans. Moving on to the next round, we have the alien queen herself, Mina Ashido." Mina slid onto the stage and waved with both hands to the crowd, nearly blinding the viewers with how bright her smile was. Izuku smiled, as his friend was obviously in her element. And welcome her opponent, the lizard lady of 1A, Setsuna Tokage. Setsuna ran onto the stage beaming as well, seemingly loving all of the attention just as much, or maybe even more, than Mina was. "Alright girls. Do you both understand the rules? Excellent. Now let the fight Begin. Mina immediately went on the offensive, sliding over to Setsuna, who was pulling an odd pose and smirking at the girl. Oh ho, Mina, you're approaching me? Instead of just dousing me in acid, you're coming right to me. Mina smirked as she chucked a glob of acid at the girl. Not enough to do permanent damage, just enough to hurt. I can't beat the sheet out of you without getting closer. Setsuna just roared in laughter as she split up into almost 20 different parts. Then come as close as you like. It's been 200 years, can we stop referencing that show? Man, Eraserhead sounded even more tired than usual. She flung her body parts all over the field, causing Mina to bob and weave to avoid all of the projectiles. She flung another glob at the center mass of Setsuna, who was just a second too late to avoid it. Her jacket corroded away before Setsuna got the glob of acid off, leaving the floating torso clad only in a black sports bra. Somewhere in the stadium, a purple-haired midget fainted from joy. How naughty of you, Mina. Are you really gonna strip me down in front of the entire world just to win a fight? Didn't know you swung that way. While Mina liked to tease people, she was not used to having her own weapon used against her and hesitated while Setsuna laughed. Midnight was also having a chuckle off to the side. That was her downfall. Too focused on Setsuna's torso, she didn't see the separated parts around her starting to move towards her at high speeds until it was too late. She was smacked square in the back by a floating melons, while Setuna's legs kicked the back of her knees. Before she knew it, she was lying face up on the ground, dazed from hitting her head on the concrete. Setsuna reformed as she moved towards Mina, standing over the girl with her fist raised, ready to strike. Once Mina was fully aware of her surroundings again, she raised her hands. Alright, I get it, you win. Guess you'll just have to console me over my loss later, she purred out the last bit, intending to get Setsuna with her own trick. It seemed to work, as Setsuna's smirk was now accented with a blush. Midnight squealed in joy before cracking her WHP. Mina Ashido has forfeited. Setsuna Tokage wins the match. Setsuna helped Mina up and they walked into the hallway. As soon as they passed out of the crowd sight, Setsuna slammed Mina up against the wall and put her hands next to her head as she whispered in Mina's ear. How about I console you over dinner tonight? Mina gulped, not knowing what she had gotten herself into. With that fight over, please welcome our next contestants. First up, the ghostly girl from 1B, Reiko Yanagi. Reiko walked up to the stage calmly, hands in front of her hips, in a stance very similar to Tsuyu. She did a quick bow towards Midnight before stopping. And the purple menace of 1A, give our next contestant, Hitoshi Aizawa, a round of applause. Hitoshi walked onto the stage in what looked like a casual stroll, but Izuku could tell that he was psyching himself up, while also keeping an eye on his surroundings. Aizawa was teaching him well. He gave a quick bow to Reiko, flashing her a smile. For someone who was so tired and quiet all the time, Hitoshi was a fantastic actor. Apparently he had been practicing it to help with his quirk. Alright, you two. I'm sure by now you understand the rules, so I'll go ahead and just start the match. 3, 2, 1. Begin. May the best student win, Reiko? Hitoshi yelled out to her and had to stop himself from laughing in joy as she gave a simple yes to his question. He grabbed a hold of her with his quirk and she froze in place. Lovely. Now please walk out of bounds for me. Reiko complied, turning and walking out of the field. Hitoshi did an overly dramatic bow to the cameras and turned to Midnight, who was giggling. Reiko Yanagi is out of bounds. Hitoshi Aizawa wins. Hitoshi let go of the girl and she turned around to face him as he walked towards her. They walked into the hallway together. Hitoshi smirked as he could almost see a pout on her normally emotionless face. Alright. That last fight may have been boring and confusing, but this next fight is sure to be a good one. Or it might not be, who knows. Give it up for the youngest member of the powerful Ida family, Tenya Ida. Ida walked up to the stage almost robotically, waving to the crowd and bowing to Midnight when he reached his spot. And a round of applause for the American dreamer, Pony Tsunatori. Pony ran onto the stage with a smile, waving both hands at the crowd before turning to the 1A booth and beaming at Izuku, Momo and Itsuka. Momo created some sunglasses for them to wear so they wouldn't go blind from it. Midnight giggled as Pony bounced up and down in excitement. Alright. I'm sure you both know the rules, so let's just get started. You may begin. Pony started by immediately sending 2 of her horns into her hands, holding them like eskrima sticks, while another 2 hovered around her shoulders. Ida looked like he was charging up something when Pony shot out one of the horns and smacked him across the face. His concentration was broken, and his engines let out a whine as smoke came out of them. Never let enemy charge attack. That's one thing Izuku taught me. Pony yelled out to Ida while he stomped on the ground, trying to restart his engines. He realized he wouldn't get them ready in time, so he gave up for the moment and rushed Pony without his quirk. Pony charged him as well, her horse-like legs giving her the speed advantage while Ida was recovering. She tried to duck under his kick, only to have his leg hit her horns. She was pulled back and smacked onto the ground, but got up quickly. With her lack of focus, her horns had fallen to the ground, so she picked them back up and had them hover around her like a shield. She shook her head to get rid of the last of her dizziness and charged at Ida again, who was just starting to speed up as his engines kicked back into action. Haha. You have inadvertently allowed me to recover from your earlier actions. Now I thank you for this excellent fight, but I must do my brother proud. Ida yelled as he charged Pony. Pony ran to the side, avoiding Ida's first kick, and blocking his second with two of her horns crossed in front of her. She sent them out at him immediately after and he yelped, diving to the side to avoid them. As he did, Pony sent out the other two at him, one slamming into his chest, and the other slamming into his forehead. He hit the ground with a thump, and Pony used her horns to hold him down, before placing one foot on his chest. Ida struggled for a moment, before sighing, falling still. I surrender, you have bested me Tsunatori. Ida Tenya has been immobilized. Pony Tsunatori wins the match. Wasn't that last match just fantastic? And now we move on to the final match of the first round. After this is the semi-finals, followed by the finals. Recovery Girl is on standby, so give it your all or something. Excellent work Eraser Head. Please welcome our first contestant for this round, the muscly octopus, Mizo Shoji. Shoji walked onto the stage seemingly calm, but if you could see under his mask, you would see a cringe directed at his introduction, as well as his upcoming fight. And now, put your hands together for the son of Endeavor, the number 2 hero, Todoroki Shudo. Todoroki walked up onto the stage, shaking slightly. Both Izuku and Aizawa picked up on this, and worried for the boy. They knew he wasn't having the best day, and that Endeavor was here at the festival. Could he have said something to anger Todoroki? Alright then boys. You know the rules, so you may both begin. Shoji had barely started moving when Todoroki put his right hand to the ground, and everything started shaking. In the span of a few seconds, Todoroki generated enough ice for it to be considered a glacier. Midnight's teeth chattered as she watched the fight. Shoji, are you able to move? Shoji gave her an incredulous stare from his position of being 3 of 4 encased in the ice. He shook his head. No, I cannot, Miss Midnight. Midnight nodded. Alright. Mizo Shoji is immobilized, Todoroki Shudo wins. Todoroki walked up to Shoji and started to thaw the ice around him with a frown on his face. My apologies Shoji. It was not my intention to use this much power, I was merely upset. Shoji nodded, walking off the field with Todoroki once he was out of the ice. Hey Izuku, Todoroki looked really bummed out after his fight. Do you think this is, like, a Saitama situation, and he's too powerful to feel emotions anymore? Izuku frowned and shook his head. He didn't want to lie to Itsuka, but Todoroki's secrets weren't to be spread like gossip. Sure, he can tell a responsible adult like Aizawa or Nizu so they can act on it, but telling his peers might be too much of a breach of privacy. I don't think that's it Itsuka, but who knows? He is pretty emotionless all the time, he may just be Saitama 2.0. He internally cringed, not wanting to make jokes about something that was so delicate. Izuku watched Todoroki's quirk offer up the heat from his left side to the boy and got rejected. Izuku frowned. You seem to be avoiding your fire due to what your father did to you Todoroki, but I can tell it's hurting you more than he ever could. Your body is meant to go back and forth between generating heat and cold, so neglecting one side is dangerous for you and any civilians you would attempt to save in the future. He didn't want Todoroki to die later in life due to his vow, and he didn't want any civilians to die from it either. He was sure Todoroki would feel the same, as long as he wasn't blinded by his hatred for his father. I promise Todoroki, I'll help you see that it's your fire, I'll help you become your own hero. Yo, Todoroki my dude, everything alright? That was one super crazy attack. Izuku had planned on being calm and silent when Todoroki got back, to hopefully allow the boy to calm down, but then Kaminari just outright yelled at the boy when he and Shoji returned to their seats. There was a quick glance in Izuku's direction from the boy before he refocused on Kaminari. Yes, I am fine. Do not concern yourself with me. Kaminari just nodded, going back over to Shiro and Jairu, the latter of which jolted him with her ear jack and admonished him for bugging Todoroki. Momo sighed as Todoroki silently went up the back of the seats and stared down at the field, eyes glazed as if thinking about something. I'm worried about him though. I know that growing up wealthier than others can leave you slightly out of touch with everyone else, but he seems even more detached than I would think. Izuku nodded in agreement. I'm worried about him too, maybe after all this is over, I could try talking to him more. He had already planned to do that, but he still wanted to keep up the act as if he was ignorant of the boy's problems. There were people in 1A and 1B who had trouble keeping secrets, and he didn't want any of them to find out just yet. He shook his head and focused back to the field as Present Mike started talking. Alright everyone. Welcome to the semifinals for our 1v1 tournament. We have cut through the riff-raff with the first round, so let's move on to our next contestants. First up, we have Bakugo Katsuki vs Setsuna Tokage. All yours, Midnight. Hey, don't steal my lines if you're just gonna be boring about it. Midnight just laughed at their antics as the two competitors got onto the stage. Setsuna gave a small bow while Bakugo just sneered at her. You're the one that can split your body up, right? This should be easy, not even worth my time. Are you both ready? Excellent, let the fight begin. Well, then why don't you just surrender for me now? Setsuna yelled out, splitting in half. She knew that Bakugo was an excellent one-on-one fighter, so she would have to be cautious. She separated her legs into even more parts while sending her ears straight up. She knew how loud explosions could be and wanted to lessen any damage to her ears. She surrounded Bakugo with the floating bits of her legs, spinning them as fast as she could around him as if they were orbiting him as she yelled out, Hellstorm. She closed the distance between Bakugo and the floating body parts, while the boy just stood there, taking the occasional hit with a smirk. I get hit harder every time I use my quirk. You really aren't worth all this, so eat sheet and die. He yelled the last bit out as he put his hands forward and released an enormous blast, so powerful that Setsuna's ears, which were floating above the arena, started ringing. The rest of her body was sent away from the boy at high speeds, and before she could pull herself back together and regroup, part of her thigh landed outside of the field. Midnight cracked her WHP. Part of Setsuna Tokage has left the ring. Bakugo Katsuki wins the match. There was a few grumbles from the crowd about this, but Bakugo just sneered and walked off the field, readying himself for his next fight. Setsuna brought the piece of her thigh back to her body and sighed as it reattached itself. Traitor. And to think I was gonna use you to squeeze Mina's head later. I guess I won't if this is how you treat me. While no one off the field could hear her, they could see Midnight cackling at Setsuna's statement as well as the fact that she was talking to her thigh as the girl walked away. And now we finally get to the biggest fight of the tournament. I've had this fight planned since day one of this FIC, hope you guys enjoy it. Congrats to the guest on FF.net and Jun6 on AO3 who guessed it correctly. Itsuka placed her hand on Izuku's shoulder as he stood up to go get ready for his fight with Todoroki. Izuku, I know that look in your eyes. You're going to do something crazy in this fight, aren't you? Please don't be a dumbass. Izuku turned his head to her and flashed her a smile, winking. That's my secret, Itsuka, I'm always a dumbass. He waved at the rest of the class. Wish me luck. There were some small, quiet, good lucks, before Kirishima jumped up, grabbing Izuku's hand in an ubermanly handshake. Screw that weak but encouragement. Kick his butt, Izuku. You got this, my dude. Go be supermanly. Izuku just laughed and gave him a thumbs up, before heading down to the field. Itsuka turned to Momo and sighed. I don't know what, but he's definitely going to do something stupid in this fight. Momo sighed as well, trying her best to hide her worry for her friend/crush. Definitely, let's hope he doesn't hurt himself doing so. Alright everyone. This match should be interesting. First, we have the Son of Endeavor, singing a song of ice and fire, Todoroki Shudo. Todoroki walked up onto the stage with a blank look in his eyes. He got into a fighting position, watching Izuku walk up the steps, hoping no one noticed the slightly flinch as he saw the boy. And his opponent, the wild card of 1A, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku stepped up onto the stage as he flexed his quirk. He was going to try something he had never done before, and he knew that if it worked he would be on a timer for the match. Midnight stepped up onto the field, WHP in hand. Alright you two, give us a good show. You both know the rules, so you may. Izuku grabbed onto Todoroki's quirk and closed his eyes as he focused on the separate halves of the boy's quirk. He could see them. One was an endless expanse of ice, and the other was a world made of a raging inferno. And in the middle sat Todoroki, building a wall between him and the flames, condemning himself and others to a slow death from the cold. Izuku wouldn't let it happen. Begin. A weird feeling came over Todoroki's body as he scowled and planted his right foot, sending out a wave on ice to trap Midoriya before he could cancel out his quirk. At least, that was what he was planning on doing. What happened in reality was a short burst of flame coming out of his right foot, narrowly missing Izuku as he stepped to the side. Flame from my right side? What the hell happened? He looked up to see Izuku crouched down, the entire right side of his body covered in the golden light he had seen at the USJ. He briefly feared losing his quirk like the Nomu had, but he could still feel the heat under his skin, meaning Izuku hadn't turned it off completely. I know you're smart, Todoroki, so you must have realized what I'm doing right now. I'm nullifying your ice while keeping your fire in your body. Show me what you will do when you can't use your ice. Will you just give up? Izuku ran forward at Todoroki, dodging under a punch and slamming his elbow in the boy's gut. Or will you use your power to fight me? Another thrown punch dodged, a kick redirected at the ground. It was plainly obvious to Todoroki that Izuku was better at hand-to-hand combat than he was. He growled at Izuku. Even after what I told you, and what you figured out, you still want me to use that BSDRD's power? How much is he paying you for this? Right after that, he took a punch to the face, and he could feel his nose break. You really think this has anything to do with your piece of shit father? Endeavor, you're facing me. Focus on me. Izuku knew that there were only 3 other people that could hear Izuku other than Todoroki, so he was letting out a bit of his inner Bakugo. He knew that nothing but tough love would be able to get Todoroki to listen to him instead of his own mind. Look at me. Endeavor is up in the stands, and he's still on fire, but so are you. And look at this dash. Todoroki's view shifted as the man who he hated more than any villain's flames shut off. Look at him. I turned his quirk off, and yours is still on. Todoroki turned back to Izuku, just in time to get a kick to the gut, falling to the ground. Isn't that enough proof for you, you absolute dumbass? It's not his quirk, dash. It's yours. A mother cradled her son in her lap, watching an All Might interview. Mum, I don't want to be like him. He hits you and hurts you and I don't want to hurt anyone. Rei. Todoroki clutched her son to her chest and she hummed, swaying back and forth while All Might talked. While children might inherit their parents' quirks or even a mix of the two, it's up to you how you use your quirk. But you do still want to be a hero, right? That's fine. You're not bound by his blood. Decide who you want to become. And be all you can be. Whoosh. Izuku had to take a step back from the wave of heat that came off Todoroki's entire body. The only way Izuku could describe it was spectacular. He hadn't expected it to work so quickly. But he was glad it had. He had to both boost and nullify the separate parts of Todoroki's quirk to keep this up, and while he had gotten better with boosting quirks over the years, it still drained him fairly quickly. Todoroki stood up, bathed in fire on both sides, relishing the feeling of warmth, and smiled at Izuku. Midoriya, you're absolutely crazy. Beating a lesson into someone? Are you sure you're not Aizawa's secret love child or something? Izuku just laughed as sweat dripped from his forehead, from both the heat and the stress of forcing Todoroki into fire-only mode. Nope. I'm his nephew. Hitoshi's his kid, although he's adopted. A small chuckle came from Todoroki as he watched the fire on his arms. That makes way too much sense. Now, are we going to fight? Just know that you're going to lose if you don't turn my quirk off. Izuku dropped into a combat stance. That's what you think. Even if I get burned, Recovery Girl can just heal me. Recovery Girl got a shiver down her spine. She looked up at the TV to see Izuku fighting a flaming Todoroki. What is that boy thinking, and why do I already hate his idea? You would be willing to get third-degree burns just to win a match? Todoroki yelled. He couldn't imagine that being true for anyone. Izuku nodded, moving towards the boy. Yeah, I would be. I am here to show that even people with non-combat quirks, or cowards' quirks, or even quirkless people that they can be heroes if they try. No amount of pain is gonna stop me. We'll see about that. He sent out a wave of fire at Izuku, who ducked into a combat roll and dodged it, reaching Todoroki and sending a kick to the side of his head. Todoroki saw Izuku's arm get burnt as it got caught in the flame, but the rest of him was fine. He could admit that he didn't have very good control of his fire, but that was impressive. He hesitated for a moment as he went over that thought. His fire. It felt weird calling it his icy dash. The thought was cut off by a fist hitting the side of his face. As he fell on his butt, he snapped out of his daze. He saw Izuku dodge backwards as he shot another stream of fire at the boy, doing a backflip before pushing off with his hands, landing in a crouch. Todoroki could see the gold on Izuku's right side starting to flicker, and could feel the fire on his own right side fading. Sorry Todoroki, but I don't have much boost juice left in me. You ready to go back to the Twilight Zone? Before he could respond, the gold on Izuku's body vanished, and Todoroki could feel his ice returning to him. And I know how good you are with your ice, so I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to stop that too. And almost as quickly as the ice had returned, both Todoroki's ice and fire vanished. Heh, your whole game plan was just to get me to use my fire, wasn't it? But you're looking a bit tired there, Izuku. Boosting people takes a toll on you, doesn't it? The sigh he got from Izuku confirmed his suspicions. Izuku got into a combat stance again, shuffling towards Todoroki. It's like I said earlier. I'm not going to allow any amount of pain to stop me from kicking your butt. They went back into it, throwing punches and blocks, dodging and weaving through the others' attacks, but Todoroki found himself getting overwhelmed, taking the occasional hit. Even now, semi-exhausted, Izuku was better at martial arts than he was. As the boy stepped into one of Todoroki's punches and spun the boy around in a hip throw, he understood that. He looked up into the crowd to see his SPRM donor watching the fight, and got an idea. An idea born out of spite and the feeling of freedom he was experiencing. Hey, Midoriya. Izuku stopped midway through his follow-up and looked at the boy in confusion. What, Todoroki? My old man wants me to win this and show everyone who's gonna be the next number one, so this is really gonna PSS him off. Todoroki then smiled at Izuku and stood up, turning to Midnight. Miss Midnight. I surrender. What is this? Todoroki Shudo has surrendered. Is he sure about this? Doesn't matter if he's sure, he's already said it. Midnight, call the match. Midnight shook herself out of her daze and cracked her WHP. They are correct. Todoroki Shudo actually did surrender. This means that Izuku Midoriya is our winner. Izuku just stood there, watching as Todoroki got up calmly, and dusted himself off, only to notice that his entire top half was naked. His fire had burnt away his shirt and jacket. As Todoroki started to leave, Izuku followed him into the hallway. Todoroki. Are you sure that was a good idea? What if he hurts you for that? Todoroki just turned around and stared at the boy for a few seconds. Then I will take the pain knowing that there is hope in the future. I was worried about what would happen when you told Nizu and Aizawa about what my father has done, but now. A spark of flame appeared on Todoroki's arm. I remembered something during our fight. Something important that I had forgotten in my hatred of my father. Something freeing. He looked Izuku in the eyes and gave the first genuine smile Izuku had ever seen from the boy. You helped me realize that protecting people is more important than spiting them, Midoriya. I know I'm not very good at things like this, but do you think we could be friends? Izuku stomped over to the boy and placed his hands on his shoulders. If you think I would just forget about you now, then you're even stupider than I thought. You're stuck with me now. Welcome to the world of friendship, Todoroki, it only goes up from here. They headed towards the seats, taking the long way when Izuku saw Endeavor coming their way with his quirk. They were silent the whole trip, having said all they needed to. They reached the seats, getting swarmed by his classmates. Izuku smiled as Todoroki actually spoke to a few of them before heading towards the back seats. He was focused on Todoroki, so didn't realize that Momo and Itsuka had reached him. This meant that he wasn't able to dodge the chop to the head that Itsuka gave him. What did I say about not being a dumbass? Thanks for listening, everyone. The name is Mei Hatsum, remember that. And can everyone thank my assistant, Hitoshi Aizawa? Give him a round of applause. The crowd clapped slowly, reeling over the anticlimactic fight. Although, after Izuku and Todoroki's fight, most others would be boring. Oh, I should probably give the announcers their permissions back. There was a crackle from the speakers before Present Mix's voice came back over the intercom. Not cool, Hatsum. You can whatever. Let's just move on to the next fight. Can we get Momo Yaoyorozu and Pony Tsunatori out onto the stage? Momo jogged up, smiling up at the stands, waving to her friends, and where she knew Inko would be sitting. She could hear Izuku and Itsuka cheering the loudest, and blushed. Pony pranced up into the stage and waved at Momo. Hey Momo. I'm gonna beat the CRP out of you. Both Momo and Midnight reeled at the difference between her body language and her actual language. I don't think so. I'm confident I can beat you in a one-on-one. You may have won the battle trial, but I'll beat you right here and now. Oh yeah? Bring it on. You may begin the match. Pony had to quickly dodge to the left as Momo chucked something at her. She took a quick look back to see a metal container sending out a glue-like substance. She quickly flipped back to Momo, sending out a horn to intercept another container. Not going to get me with that, Momo. Nope, but I will with this. She threw two more metal objects on either side of Pony, who just looked at her, confusion written all over her face. You missed? Pony had a flash of fear at the smirk Momo gave in response to that. Did I? Another object appeared in Momo's hand, and Momo pushed down on the button at the front when it finished being created. The two metal objects extended upwards and started sparking. Taking advantage of Pony's momentary lapse in concentration, Momo created a launcher from her stomach and shot it at the girl, wrapping her up in a shiny net and pinning her to the ground. Now you have two options, Pony. Surrender, or I will use the metal net as a lightning rod for the generators on either side of you. Pony struggled for a few seconds before remembering what Zero looked like after being tossed in his match. She sighed. Fine, I give up. Pony Tsunatori has surrendered. Momo Yaoyorozu has won the match. She must really like tossing people, she's really good at it. Alright everyone, that wraps up our second round. We have the semifinals next, so be back in your seats in 30 minutes. Our first fight for the semifinals will be Hitoshi Shinso vs Momo Yaoyorozu. You're so boring. Why are you all so boring? Where is your sense of showmanship? Mike, the students are allowed to surrender for any reason. It's not Hitoshi's fault he didn't want to get tossed today. Momo Yaoyorozu wins this fight by default. Oh please Lord Nezu, shiny be your fur, please send me an exciting fight. I can't take this boredom any longer. You actually pray to Nezu for help? You don't? Seems like your prayers have come true for this fight, Mike. Thank Nezu. I shall gift you an offering of cheese and tea after the festival, my lord. Okay, before Mike manages to convert people to Nezu's cult, please welcome Izuku Midoriya and Bakugo Katsuki to the stage. Izuku and Bakugo walked up to the stage, one with a determined glare, the other with a smirk. Midnight shook in excitement for the match as she raised her WHP. Bakugo sneered. You think you're so tough, don't you, Deku? Just because you beat that icy hot BSTRD doesn't mean you'll beat me. I'm going to kick your butt so badly they'll have to stop the fight. Izuku crossed his arms and frowned at the boy. Really Kachan? Trying to rile me up? You've been nothing but talk our entire lives. Ever since I got my quirk you've left me well enough alone. You have no idea what I can do. Bakugo let out a growl and instinctively put his hands behind his back in preparation to boost towards Izuku. Izuku just smirked at the boy, not pointing it out. He needed to boost forward for Izuku's plan. Are you both ready? Wonderful. Don't kill each other, and begin. The second that she said it, Bakugo instinctively activated his quirk, sending him forward. He had thought that Izuku would have cancelled it out, so he was surprised to find himself flying at the boy faster than normal, the recoil from his blast hurting more than it usually did. He looked at Izuku, who was charging him, eyes glowing gold before fading back to normal. The BSTRD has boosted him for a moment to throw him off. He prepared his opening move, a massive right hook when Izuku dropped to the ground under him. A second later, he pushed himself upwards with his hands, both of his feet landing squarely in Bakugo's chest, where a crack could be heard. Bakugo only barely managed to hold in the cry of pain that tried to escape his throat. You BSTRD. I'll kill you, Quirk or no Quirk. He walked towards Izuku and dropped into one of the many Muay Thai stances he had practiced over the years. Izuku dropped into his own stance and approached Bakugo. While Izuku had turned Bakugo's quirk off, the recoil from his explosions had made the boy's arms incredibly strong. Izuku found this out the hard way when he miscalculated and took a punch to the chest, and felt his arm get grabbed. A quick spin later and Bakugo had his arm in a lock before he pushed upwards, and Izuku yelled in pain as his arm was broken. In retaliation, he stepped forward and dropped, spinning and taking Bakugo's legs out from underneath him. He then sat on the boy's chest, and punched him in the face a few times, wanting to end the fight. Bakugo was holding back his stupid but tears as Izuku sat on his obviously cracked ribs. He had tried to move when he felt a punch to his forehead, then his nose, then his forehead again, dazing him as he took hits from the fist and smacked back into the concrete. Unfortunately for him, that was all Izuku needed to grab Bakugo with his unbroken arm and throw him to his right, before pushing the boy out of the ring. There was silence for a moment as they processed the fight before the entire stadium erupted into cheering and clapping. Bakugo seemed to snap out of his daze a few seconds later, and growled, slamming his fist onto the cement next to him. Don't think this means anything, Deku. You had to trick me to win. Next time, I'm going to rip you apart. Izuku ignored him as his vision started to fade. He saw Midnight grabbing his non-broken arm and holding him up before he could face-plant into the concrete below. His last thought before blacking was, I wonder if they'll let me fight Mo like this. I'm sorry Aizawa, but he's in no condition to fight. His exhaustion from his foolish plan fighting Todoroki, as well as the activities throughout the day, made it so I could only partially heal him. His arm still has a few fractures. Aizawa sighed as he watched his nephew sleep in the infirmary, running his hand down his face. I get it, he just really wanted to win. And I'm sure Yaoyorozu isn't going to like this either. I think they had planned this to be a rematch from their battle trials. Recovery girl shut the door to the patient area and walked Aizawa to the door. Well, he always has next year? I wish he could have fought as well Aizawa. But we can't let him do permanent damage to himself just to win a festival. Aizawa nodded. Well, I'm done for the day, I'm not needed at the announcer's booth anymore. I'm going to go drink at a bar with Joke, erase this stupid festival from my memory, and do questionable things with her because I can't admit I like her to her face, or she wins. Aizawa walked out of the room, leaving Recovery Girl to head back to Izuku. Did Aizawa just say he was going out with Mrs. Joke? People have thought they were dating for years. The ceremony was complete. Bakugo and Todoroki came in third together, although one was smiling while the other tried not to kill everyone around him. Izuku was sitting on a stool at the second-place podium smiling at Momo, who had just been given the first-place medal by All Might himself. "Sorry about not giving you a good fight, Mo. I promise we can spar some other time." Momo just shook her head. "Do not worry yourself. The fact that I am even up here shows both our strength. We got to the finals match. It was only due to Bakugo breaking your arm that the fight had to be cancelled." Izuku just smiled. "Well, you deserve to be up there. Your fights were really awesome. Oh, I might have to do a rain check on that chat as well. Recovery girl wants me to go straight to the infirmary after this." Momo sighed, nodding. "That's fine, I can wait. I've been waiting for years, what's a few more hours?" Izuku woke up in his dorm room, relishing how comfy his sheets were. It felt like he was being wrapped in a cloud. He was still fairly sore from the festival the day before, so lying down in his bed was akin to a gift from the gods. He had gone straight from the podium to Recovery Girl's office the day before, apologizing to Momo again, but she just waved him off, saying that she would text him later so they could set up a time to talk. He was a bit confused about what was so important she needed to plan an outing to tell him about it, but he was fine going along with it. If she wanted privacy, he would be happy to oblige her. Realistically, she could ask him to do just about anything and he would do it for her. It had been a few years after he had met Momo that he realized he had a crush on her, and then a few years after that, when the crush hadn't gone away, that he realized he loved her. But she was Mo. The badass, martial artist, super smart, super pretty creation goddess of his dreams. There was no way she would reciprocate any of his feelings, she was way too far out of his league for anything like that to happen. So he had stayed her friend for these long years. He promised himself that he wouldn't allow his problematic feelings to ruin their friendship, to undermine the trust they had built up over the decade they had known each other. Part of him still held out hope, and it was that part that was the most excited for this upcoming talk. He knew it was the longest of shots, but that little bit of him wondered if she considered the outing a date. He laughed softly under his breath, shaking his head sadly. Like someone as fantastic as she was would want to go on a date with him. Momo was panicking. Turns out, it wasn't just a few hours of waiting, as almost immediately after Izuku got back to the dorms, he had passed out on the couch, leaving it up to Kirishima to carry him back to his room. She looked over the 30 different outfits she and Itsuka had picked out and laid on her bed, breathing heavily as she tried to find the perfect outfit for this totally a date, but he doesn't know it's a date. Itsuka just laughed at her from her chair, ignoring the glare Momo sent her way. "You know you could be wearing a potato sack and ripped up boots and he would still follow you to the ends of the earth, right?" While the image of Izuku staying by her side for the rest of their lives was a fantastic one that filled her with joy, Itsuka's snarky comments was not what she needed right now. "Itsuka, I swear to God if you are just here to tease me I will wring your neck." Itsuka flinched slightly at the menacing aura that briefly surrounded Momo, before nodding. "Fine, I'll dial down the teasing. I know how much you want this." She looked over the outfits and grabbed a simple outfit comprised of some jeans and a black shirt. Just go simple. Go to fancy and you'll look out of place, and probably make him uncomfortable. You said you were just getting coffee, right? This should be fine. Momo looked the outfit over, before putting it on. She looked it over in the mirror and found that she liked it, nodding at Itsuka. She pulled on her sneakers quickly, tying the knots as quickly as she could. "Itsuka, are you 100% sure about this? I mean, if he likes me back, why hasn't he ever done anything to show it?" Itsuka facebombed at both Momo's doubts, and her shitty argument. "He hasn't done anything to show it, because the dumbass is too afraid to lose you as a friend to risk anything. And while that's not a particularly good argument, it does make at least a little sense." Momo smiled at the girl and started putting the other outfits she had pulled out or created away. The two of them walked out of Momo's room and headed for the common area. Both of them were surprised when they saw a disheveled Mina attempting to sneak out of Setsuna's room. Mina just gave them an awkward wink and headed to her own room. Neither of them commented on it. Izuku was feeling good about today. He was out with his best friend in the world, people were congratulating them for their performances in the sports festival, and Mo was being even cuter than normal. The coffee shop they were going to try out was a bit farther away from UA than they would normally go, but Izuku had heard good things about it. Apparently it was a good spot for hero watchers, as a bunch of mid to high level heroes around UA would stop there and sign the occasional autograph. They had gone a roundabout way and stumbled upon a group of small children who recognized them and started praising them for how good they did. Momo had instantly started fawning over them, showing off her quirk by making them small figurines of themselves using their quirks for them. That had just caused them to be even more excited, running off to play with them. Izuku, watching this, fell for Momo a little more. They eventually arrived at the cafe, just in time to see MT Lady and Kamui Woods exiting the cafe, before Kamui grabbed the roof with his quirk and dragged them both onto the rooftops, out of sight. Izuku chuckled at that and held the door open for Momo, who smiled as she walked in, Izuku following behind. They grabbed a booth up the back and ordered their drinks. They made idle small talk about the festival, their friends, parents, things like that until their drinks were given to them, where they went silent for a minute, just sharing each other's company. Momo finished her drink first, and Izuku raised his eyebrow at the worried expression working its way onto Momo's face. He sipped the rest of his drink and sighed. "What's bothering you, Mo? You look all worried." "It's not something I did, is it?" Momo shook her head quickly, waving her hands in front of her. No. Nothing you did, you've been nothing but excellent this whole trip. It's just, I wanted to talk to you about something, and I'm psyching myself up for it." Izuku nodded, sipping on his coffee, letting Mo psych herself up, with a small amount of hope in his chest. It took a few moments before Momo slid over closer to Izuku and grabbed his hand. Izuku's heart kicked into action, beating faster than it had ever gone before, at least in Izuku's opinion. Not that his mind was clear enough to think properly right now. Mo had gotten closer to him and was now holding his hand. He snapped back into reality and looked Mo in the eyes, smiling at her. She coughed into her other hand and started talking. "Izuku, I remember when we first met at Kendo's dad's martial arts school. You looked so afraid that everyone was going to hate you for your quirk, and it filled my heart with joy to see you smile after I complimented you. And then, over the course of the last decade, I got to see you go from shy and scared to confident and happy with front row seats. All those nights you, me, and Itsuka spent staying up late chatting about heroes or practicing with the staff together, I cherish all of those memories." Izuku just smiled at her as she took both of them down a trip through memory lane, promising himself to carve the determined face she was making into his memory forever. "And then we got into UA together. I was overjoyed. It was agony having to go to separate schools from you and Itsuka, and there are still some days where I wish I had just said no to my parents and gone to Aldera instead." She shifted in her seat, her voice cracking slightly. "And then the USJ happened, and I was so afraid. I was afraid of dying, I was afraid of our friends getting hurt, but the one thing that filled me with more fear than any of that was seeing you get crushed into the staircase." Izuku squeezed her hand. Mo, he was about to start talking when Momo's other hand came up to his mouth, silencing him. "Just give me a minute. If I stop now I don't know if I will be able to continue." Izuku nodded, and Momo took her hand off of his face. "Where was I? Ah, right, the USJ. When I saw you lying there, broken, because you tried to protect us, something clicked in my head. We're going to be heroes. That means facing our problems head-on with no regrets, not letting things like fear get in our way." She put her hands on Izuku's cheek, staring right into his eyes. "That's why I'm just going to go ahead and do this now." Izuku Midoriya. Izuku froze in shock as the love of his life, the girl of his dreams, the goddess of creation herself, kissed him. "I love you." Izuku smiled wider than he ever had before, wrapping his arms around Momo and kissing back. After what seemed like hours, they pulled back, both out of breath, eyes partially glazed over with goofy grins on their faces. "I love you too, Mo." Turns out, Momo really liked to cuddle. Izuku wasn't complaining at all. They had arrived back at the dorms to find a suspiciously empty common area, almost as if someone had made everyone leave. Those thoughts had left his mind the second they reached the couch and Momo nearly tackled him, snuggling up into his side. Izuku fought back a blush at the position, before wrapping his arm around her. This was a literal dream come true for him. Cuddling Mo, right after she became his girlfriend? Whoa. That was a weird thing to think about. Mo, the prettiest, nicest, smartest girl Izuku had ever seen, was his girlfriend. While he was enjoying this cuddle session more than he enjoyed fighting in the sports festival, he almost felt insulted at the fact that the other girls thought they could hide from him around the corner of the doorway. He could see them huddled behind Itsuka and Mina, and Izuku guessed that they had their phones out, filming or taking pictures. He coughed to let them know he knew they were there, and Itsuka proudly marched out, smiling at the pair. "Well, that took FING long enough. 8 years. For 8 years you dumbass dodged each other." It took Izuku nearly dying for this to happen. Itsuka half yelled at them, smirking. Izuku laughed at the speech, trying to ignore that fact that he could sense part of Setsuna's quirk taking up space in the lower half of what he could sense of Mina's. He didn't need to think about that right now. "Well, she is and was too important to me, there was no way I was going to screw this up. But I'm really happy that we get to do stuff like this now. It was definitely worth the wait." Momo smiled up at him and gave him a peck on the cheek. Itsuka smirked as Izuku went beet red, hiding his face in Momo's shoulder. Your DMN right, this was worth the wait. Do you know how good of a pillow you make? Momo shook her head. If I had known you were this comfy, I would have made this happen years ago. Izuku laughed and pulled her in closer, ignoring the coos coming from the other girls. Well, you can get used to it, Mo. No more waiting. Momo created a blanket, covering the two of them while Izuku shooed the others away. Now, how about a movie? How Izuku met the rest of the big three. Mirio had been helping Izuku train his quirk and body for about 3 years now. While he had Momo and Itsuka as friends, Mirio was basically an older brother he saw twice a week. Mirio wasn't as brutal as Mr. Kendo, but he wanted Izuku to succeed as well. The 11-year-old and the 9-year-old were sprinting around the park, training their endurance. Hey Izubro, do you mind if I invite some friends to our next run? I met some new people at baseball practice and they want to meet you. You're gonna really like them. Mirio was excitable as always, and Izuku agreed to meet the new people. He was still wary around strangers. He had known Mirio for a while now, and while people were nicer to him now that he had a quirk, he still lived with the consequences of Bakugo's actions. Mirio was a godsend for Izuku's life. Noon made him laugh like he did. No one could cheer Izuku up from the worst moods like he could, not even Inko. Izuku knew that Mirio was going to be an excellent hero when he grew up. So, a few days later, when the day for their next meeting came up, Izuku was nervous, but he trusted Mirio. He arrived in his workout clothes, his regular shoes, and an all-might sweatshirt. He saw Mirio standing 2 other people and ran over to them. Ah, Izubro, you made it. Good, he pointed to the 2 strangers. These are my friends Nijire and Amajiki. Say hi you guys. Amajiki seemed even shyer than Izuku, just nodding to the boy, before turning back to Mirio. Nijire, on the other hand, shifted the focus of the conversation to the small blonde boy. Aha Mirio. He actually looks like your real brother. Hi. I'm Nijire. How are you? You have cool eyes. What's your quirk? How did you meet Mirio? What's your favorite color? Mirio clapped his hand over her mouth. Come on Niji. Don't overwhelm Izubro like that. Mirio scolded Nijire, trying to stifle his laughter. He knew Nijire was excitable, and he knew Izuku could be, they just had to be on the right topic. Izubro, you should tell her your quirk. And like that, Izuku was off. He and Nijire talked for over an hour about heroes and quirks, Nijire explaining her quirk, wave motion. Izuku loved the idea of it and started theorizing ways to improve its effectiveness. Amajiki was wrangled into the conversation every now and then to explain his quirk or give some answer to a question. They eventually started training, Nijire outlasting all of them, as she focused solely on stamina to allow her to use her quirk without passing out. Amajiki was surprisingly fit for someone who had almost zero social confidence. Izuku was even able to talk to Mirio without stuttering, for the most part, but Amajiki seemed to struggle to speak, even with his friends. Over the weeks, Izuku made it his mission to help the boy. He actively complimented the boy as much as he could, while still being sincere. He knew false compliments would only hurt him in the future. Every time they would meet to train, Mirio and Nijire would go off by themselves, as they were in on Izuku's plan, and were happy to help. It was slow going, but Amajiki became more and more socially active. Stories from baseball practice passed on by Mirio had Amajiki starting conversations with the other players, had him standing at the front of crowds, eventually culminating in what Izuku felt was his first act as a hero. When Amajiki turned 14, he had a birthday party. Not just for the 4 of them, he had invited friends from school. Nijire didn't go to school with Amajiki, neither did Mirio. The 3 of them were ecstatic that Amajiki had built up that much confidence, and they knew that it was the small golden bean's work that had made this happen. So did Amajiki apparently, as he, in front of everyone, thanked Izuku for butting into his life and filling him with confidence. He thanked Izuku for being his hero. Izuku had cried during the party and Amajiki had joined the small group of people who thought he could be a hero with his quirk. And that's how all of their friendships were solidified. They were all his friends, each filling a different role in Izuku's life. When Izuku got into his first fight of middle school, Mirio had to be talked out of beating the boy up, as everyone knew they, literally, couldn't hold the boy back. When Izuku got rejected by a girl he had asked out, Nijire was at his house almost 20 minutes later, with 4 tubs of ice cream and some comedy movies. When Izuku needed help on a cooking project, Amajiki had offered to eat the stuff that Izuku had made, as he had an excellent palate, his quirk revolved around eating after all. That was actually when they realized that feeding him calamari allowed him to have tentacle-like arms, which sparked a whole different line of training. Izuku loved his friends, and he knew that they would all be amazing heroes. Izuku woke up from his dream nice and refreshed. He didn't know why he had been dreaming about how he met the rest of the big three, but he was fine with reliving those happy memories. And what made him even happier was remembering the day before. He and Momo were a couple now. He had been worried for a moment that it had been part of the dream, but when he opened up his phone to check the time he saw multiple congratulations from people in his class, chief among them Itsuka, who seemed to be complaining about how long they took to make it happen. He was shocked out of his happy memories by a buzz from his phone, his alarm going off signifying that he was 5 minutes late in his schedule. Swearing, he hopped out of his bed and rushed around to get his workout clothes on. Sprinting down the stairs 3 at a time, he reached the front door of the dorms and only had a millisecond after he opened it to hit the deck, rolling under the arm Aizawa was holding out, intending to clothesline him. "You're late. Not acceptable. Let's go." Izuku didn't bother arguing with him, he was late, and instead hopped up and followed the man to their training center. Aizawa got him started on his workouts while doing his own, watching over Izuku the whole time. After almost 15 minutes of silence, apart from the occasional order to change drill, Aizawa spoke up. "So, Izuku. I heard about you and Yaoyorozu." Izuku paused for a moment mid-pull-up and glanced over at Aizawa. Then he flashed the man a smile as he raised himself above the pull-up bar and sat down on it. "Oh yeah? Does that mean you paid Midnight her $20? She told me about the bet you two had." Aizawa activated his quirk on the boy, glaring at him as he grumbled about that. "Seriously, I find your lack of faith in my ability to ask Momo out disturbing." Izuku continued, with a grin on his face. Aizawa threw his towel at the boy and shook his head. "You're not getting out of your workout for this, you know. Your hero class today is a theory lesson, so you need the exercise. Go do 10-minute interval sprints on the treadmill." Izuku gave the man a loose salute, before sticking his tongue out at him, and scurrying off towards the treadmill. Aizawa continued his own workout for the next 10 minutes, before hearing Izuku coming back over. Aizawa was hanging by his knees on a pull-up bar and doing sit-ups when Izuku's smirk entered his vision. He sighed internally. He knew that face. "What do you want, problem child?" Izuku chuckled as his smirk deepened and he leaned back, placing his hands behind his head. "What? You inquired into my love life, it's only right I do the same, isn't it? How's Miss Joke doing? Got any plans on making her Mrs. Joke anytime soon?" Another flash of his quirk, and Izuku's smirk became a sheet-faced grin as he dodged out of the way when Aizawa swatted at him. "Oh come on. Nizu said that you leave school grounds to meet up with her at least twice a week. You like each other. I'm going to strangle that DMN rat." Aizawa groaned as he dropped to the ground and rolled onto his feet. "And so what if we do? If I say anything about it she wins. Then what happens to our banter? That's the only way I know how to talk to her." At that, Aizawa froze. That was not what he had meant to say. He had meant to say how if Izuku didn't shut up about it, he would shove his foot so far up his. The kid was laughing. Why was he laughing? Waving to something above the door, Izuku quickly ran out of the gym and back to his dorm to get ready for his classes. Turning around, Aizawa almost cried as he saw the camera in the corner of the roof, with its recording light blinking. There was no doubt in his mind that Nizu was watching, and had plans to circulate that video to the rest of the staff. He grumbled as he exited the gym as well and prepared himself for the day's classes. God DMN problem child. He didn't even realize that he was smiling softly the whole walk back. Izuku could really get used to this whole dating thing. He had entered the classroom only to be immediately crushed in a hug by Momo, followed by a short, but still absolutely mind-blowing, kiss. There were a few wolf whistles and teasing remarks at the sight, but they died down quickly when Itsuka glared at the offenders and cracked her desk-sized knuckles. He smiled at Momo as she practically floated to her desk, before moving to his own seat and sitting down, just in time for Aizawa to come in, fully dressed in his hero costume. Or at least, he assumed he was in his costume, as his bright yellow sleeping bag covered everything but his face. "Morning everyone. Today we will be going over your results from the sports festival. You all did well enough, but there are many places where some of you faltered. We will be going over your shortcomings in a later lesson, though." He pressed a few buttons on the podium and the screen lit up with a few different bars, with names to their left. "Today, we will be going over your week-long internships, and the offers you all received from the pro heroes who were watching the festival." Izuku was sure that he kept talking for a moment, but was too blown away by the numbers on the board. Momo Yaoyorozu, 8,652. Shoto Todoroki, 6,632. Izuku Midoriya, 4,587. Katsuki Bakugu, 4,513. Etc. He looked over at Momo, then at Shoto. And smiled as widely as he could at them. He was so proud. Sure. A lot of Todoroki's offers were probably small-time heroes trying to cash in on helping teach Endeavor's son, but the point was his number was crazy high. And then there was Momo. He didn't even think he could properly express how proud of her he was with his facial expressions alone, but he could see Aizawa moving to sit in the corner of the room, so he put his thoughts on that subject away for later and refocused into the lesson. Or you can do any work with a hero agency, you need one thing in particular. I'm not very good at this subject, so I've asked for a little help. Izuku could almost see Aizawa die a little inside as the door slammed open, and Midnight strolled in, hands on top of her head. And I am here to help you little fledglings pick out your hero names. You should use your teacher as a warning though, the names you pick might just stick forever, so make sure it's a good one you hear. Izuku's mind began racing, bringing up all the different possible names that he had either come up with or been suggested over the years. He immediately ruled out nicknames like Swch or Quirk, as they had been intended as insults. Albeit not very good ones. Whiteboards and markers were handed out to the students, and for the next few minutes, the only sounds were the squeaking of the markers. Izuku spent his time debating what hero name he should use, before he noticed Tsuyu walk to the front of the room. Tsuyu put her board on the podium and her other finger on her chin. I've had this name in mind since I was in grade school. I'm very excited to finally be able to use it. My hero name is going to the rainy season hero, Froppy. It was the perfect name for her, and the class seemed to recognize that, as they started cheering her hero name. There were more and more people getting up to present now that Tsuyu had broken through the awkward air. The manly hero, Red Riot. A reference to Crimson Riot? How wonderful. I hope you can live up to the expectation you're setting for yourself. The tentacle hero, Tentacle. An excellent portmanteau. Well done Shoji. I cannot stop twinkling. It's a bit wordy, but if you change it to, can't stop twinkling, it should work. The jet black hero, Tsukuyami. God of the night, how fitting. An excellent suggestion Tokoyami. Uravity. So cute. I love it. Well done Uraraka. King Explosion Murder. Definitely not. Try again, Bakugu. F-. The stun gun hero, Charge Bolt. Ah, that one made me tingle. A wonderful name, Kaminari. Alien Queen. Maybe not, but then again, Aizawa's name is from an old horror movie as well? Alien Queen it is. Bakugu stomped up to the desk for a second time and slammed the whiteboard down on the podium before yelling out his new name. Lord Explosion Murder. Okay. I'm fairly certain you misunderstood the issue with your name Bakugu. Fine. God fing damn it. Ground Zero. Izuku perked up at that name. He could barely stop the smile from crossing his face as Bakugu had used one of the names that he had suggested for him so many years ago. He quickly hid the smile as the boy looked over at him though. He really wasn't in the mood for a fight. The sugar hero, Glaucoma. What a knockout. That's an excellent name Rikido. Izuku smiled as he saw Hitoshi move to the front of the room. He shot him a wink and a small thumbs up, getting a smile in return. The control hero, Puppeteer. It's both spooky and fitting. I like it. Excellent work Hitoshi. Setsuna floated her head and hands up to the front, allowing the rest of her to stay seated. She smirked as she read out her name. The Dino hero, Lizardy. You certainly are Tokage. Well done. Pony clip-clopped her way up to the podium, rocking back and forth on her feet as she held the whiteboard out. The horse hero, Stampede. How perfect for you Tsunatori. It's wonderful. The set of floating clothes that was Toru hopped up to the front of the room and slammed her whiteboard down on the podium, bouncing up and down as she did. The see-through hero, Torasilicate. What? Toru huffed and crossed her arms. It's a pun. Midoriya helped me with it. It's meant to be a play on borosilicate, 'cause you can see through me but I'm tough. Izuku just flashed her a smile as Midnight shrugged. Alright then. It's clever. A good name. The vine hero, Botanica. Oh, that's marvelous. I love it Shiozaki. Ibra smiled and stepped down to her own seat, Momo taking her place on the podium. She flashed a smile at Izuku, one that he returned, and pulled out her whiteboard. I was going to use the name Creati, but after thinking about it, I don't think that's the best I can do. So from here on out, my hero name is going to be the versatile hero, Izanami. Goddess of creation and the maker of the Japanese islands. A wonderful name to use for yourself. Momo's smile was definitely Izuku's new highlight of the day. She intentionally passed by his desk and gave him a quick hug, and he squeezed as tight as he could, a giant smile on his face. Kyoko walked up to the front, nervously wrapping one of her earphones around her finger. The hearing hero, Decibum. What an excellent name Jairu. Well done. Jairu stepped down, and Todoroki replaced her. Placing his whiteboard on the podium, he glanced over at Izuku for a moment, a soft smile on his face. I have decided that my hero name shall be the Balance Hero, Equilibrium. He then walked back to his seat before Midnight could give him any feedback, and nodded towards Izuku. Izuku just smiled back at him. While all of this had been going on, Tenya Ida was going through a tough moment. Tenya. They're saying that I won't be able to move my legs. Ida dropped to his knees beside his brother's hospital bed. No. I refuse to believe that. You're Ingenium, you're my brother. I know that you can get better. Tenya. We both know deep down that I can't be Ingenium anymore. So I want you to be Ingenium. His head dropped as he wrote his hero name on the whiteboard. Shaking as he walked to the front of the room slowly, he placed his whiteboard down softly and revealed the name, Tenya, to his classmates. Midnight furrowed her brow. This was worrying news, especially after what she had heard from Tensei. But she would allow it for now. There's nothing wrong with using your given name, Ida. It's a fine choice. Ida nodded and walked back to his desk, pointedly ignoring the worried glances he was getting from his classmates. They wouldn't understand. They couldn't understand. In an effort to distract the class from Ida, she spoke up. So, I think we only have one more name. Class President Midoriya. Come share your hero name with us. Izuku nodded as he hopped out of his seat, moving to the front of the room quickly. He looked around and smiled at the class, before placing his whiteboard down. I've thought about this for a while and tried to find something that doesn't overlap with Grumpy, sleeping in the corner there. A grumble could be heard from the sleeping bag. His smile only grew wider as he said his hero name for the first time. My hero name is going to be the Shutdown Hero, Gridlock. So, Aizu, where do you think you'll go for your internship? Izuku pulled his head out of the pile of internship offers he had gotten when he heard Pony ask her question. He had over 4,000 offers to look through, and he wanted to be sure. Turning to Pony, who was rifling through her packet, he just smiled and shrugged. Not sure at the moment. My original thought was to just intern with Mr. Aizawa, but he's our teacher already, you know? Would be good to get a different perspective. He felt a hand on his shoulder and smiled when he saw that it was Mo's, placing his own on it as she spoke up. Quite. We get his input into our strategies and combat skills almost daily. It would be beneficial to intern with a hero that could broaden our horizons. That's why I'm planning on going with you, Wabami. What? No. She'll just make you do commercials and sheet. Momo looked at Izuku in surprise at the outburst. She raised her eyebrow at him, urging him to continue. Every year around this time, Uwabami is in a commercial with a few of the female first-year students. If you go with her, you're just gonna get drafted into that. Momo pouted, crossing her arms. Seriously? She does that? That is incredibly disappointing. Itsuka plopped down in the seat in front of Izuku, letting out a huff as well. Tell me about it. I was planning on going with her as well. I didn't think that such a high-ranked hero would be so one-dimensional. Izuku laughed. You do realize that most of her hero work is just minor community service, right? She barely has any reported arrests every year. Most of her popularity comes from her commercials and her costume. And what a costume it is, am I right? They all jumped in surprise as Setsuna made herself known, smirking as her head dropped onto Izuku's desk. Gotta say, the dress is DMN good. Izuku nodded slightly, accepting that fact. Momo, on the other hand, created a small plastic bat and tapped Setsuna's forehead with it. Go to horny jail, Setsuna. There was silence for a moment, before everyone burst out in laughter, with Itsuka nearly doubling over. Did Momo just meme? And say the word horny? I've been blessed today. Izuku picked up Setsuna's head and threw it back over to her body like a basketball. He then turned back to the others and held out his hand. Here, I'll help you all decide. It'll be easier if you know details about the heroes, right? I've been studying these people my whole life. I can help. Momo nodded, passing over her packet first, and let Izuku rifle through it, pulling out a few slips of paper almost immediately. Well, from the looks of it, your best bet is to go with Sir Night-Eye, All Might's former sidekick. He's all about predictions and fighting with tools, just like you are. I'm surprised he sent out requests to anyone. You must have impressed him. Momo smiled brightly, her hand moving to her chest as she almost literally started sparkling with joy. Truly? Someone of such high standing requested me? I won't squander this. Thank you, Zu. I'm going to go tell Aizawa that I will be accepting Sir Night-Eye's offer. I will be in the dorms later for cuddles. Izuku chuckled and nodded to her, waving goodbye with a smile. Itsuka let out a whistle. You really are something, Izuku, finding the perfect fit for her so quickly. You gonna help me out too? Or is that a girlfriend-only privilege? Izuku laughed. Nah, chuck them here. I'll give yours a look through as well if you want. What sort of thing are you looking for in your internship? Itsuka hummed, leaning back and putting her hands behind her head. Well, maybe something more along the lines of using my quirk for rescuing people? I've got a lot of combat training, so something like that might be more beneficial than just more fighting. Izuku nodded, and started to look through her offers. He pulled a few of them out and handed them to her. There aren't many in the way of pure rescue in that list, but there are people like Backdraft and Fat Gum who might be a good choice. Itsuka pouted. I guess the sports festival is pretty combat-focused, but it makes sense that not many rescue heroes would be offering spots based on it. I'll give these two a look. Thanks, Izuku. I'll see you back at the dorms later, Kay? Izuku waved to her as she ran to the other end of the room, sitting down next to Hitoshi and leaning up against him briefly. He smirked, filing that information away for later teasing. He then turned back to Pony. So Pony, you got any ideas? Any offers catch your eye? Pony nodded rapidly, smiling brightly, responding in English. You bet. There is an American hero who's been in Japan for a few years now named X that sent me an offer. Her whole thing is looking like a bumblebee, so I think she wanted to send me an offer, 'cause of my horse theme. Izuku patted her on the head and smiled. Don't think so little of yourself. You were really impressive during the festival. I have no doubts that you impressed this X. You're gonna do great. Pony let out a little neigh-like noise, not that she would ever admit it, as she leaned into the headpats, smiling brightly. Thanks, Izu. I know you're gonna do great, too. Did helping the others out give you any idea on who you're gonna do your internship with? Izuku flipped over another page, smiling when he saw the name at the top of the page. This one was perfect. Helpful for him, a good gateway into semi-underground heroics, and a way to mess with. Aizawa. You know what, Pony, I think I've found the perfect person to intern with. They continued talking as they exited the room, and Izuku handed his paper up to Aizawa, relishing in the poorly hidden look of panic on the man's face as he did so. Izuku laughed as he walked away, looking forward to his internship. Izuku huffed as he dodged under the punch thrown at him. Dropping to the floor, he spun, aiming to kick out Todoroki's feet from under him, but the boy jumped backwards, dodging, before throwing another punch as Izuku rose from the ground. So, I heard that you're going with your dad for your internship. Are you crazy? You can't just walk back to him after what he's done. Todoroki huffed as Izuku redirected his punch and kneed him in the gut, pulling back for a moment, before getting back into his stance. While I would like nothing better than to never see him again, he's the best in the world when it comes to fire. He raised his arms up and blocked Izuku's kick, grabbing onto his leg and spinning, throwing Izuku, who rolled and hopped back up to his feet, before charging him again. Todoroki instinctively reached for his ice to skate backwards, meaning he hesitated when it didn't appear, which gave Izuku the opening he needed to punch him in the face. There are other great pyrokinetics. You don't need to go back to him, even if it is just for a week. Izuku grunted as Todoroki punched him in the chest, pushing him back for a moment. The boy pushed forward and landed a few more hits to his chest, before Izuku hooked the boy's knee, causing him to stumble. You don't get it. I don't want to be a good pyrokinetic, I want to be the best. And I can only learn how to be that from my scumbag father. So if I have to deal with him for a few days to help me reach that goal, then I will. Izuku jumped as he roared, putting his hands together and slamming them down on Todoroki's guard, breaking through and smacking him in the face, knocking him to the floor. In an instant, Todoroki found himself getting flipped onto his stomach, with Izuku on top of him and pinning his arms. After a few seconds of struggling, he patted the floor, and Izuku got off of him, helping him up. He shook out his arms, willing the pain to fade away, and felt the power under his skin return, his sides cooling and heating up respectively. Izuku crossed his arms. I can't decide what you do with your life, Todoroki, no one can. But what I can do is give you my phone number so you can call me immediately if shit hits the fan, alright? Todoroki nodded and placed his phone into Izuku's hand, unlocking it for him and letting him input his phone number. Izuku then handed it back and tapped his fist to Todoroki's chest. You can call or text if you just want to chat, too. You're my friend, so you have permission to bug me at any time, okay? Todoroki stared at him, nodding slightly as he put his phone back into his bag. He offered the boy a small smile, and started to move towards the door of the gym, now that they had finished their sparring. I will be sure to hold you to that, Midoriya. But I do want to warn you that I am fairly new to having friends, so I might mess things up sometimes. Izuku waved his hand, smiling. Pfft. You can't mess up being friends, Todoroki. Unless you're secretly a major a-hole? I already have to deal with an explosive one. Todoroki snorted, smiling softly. I don't think I'm an a-hole. I do have to go now though. I will make sure to notify you if any issues occur with my father this week. Have a pleasant evening, Midoriya. Izuku winked, giving him a two-fingered salute as he left. Gotcha. I'm gonna be here a little while longer, wanna get some weights in. Have a good one. Good luck with your internship, dude. Nodding, Todoroki left the gym, leaving Izuku to his workout. He smiled to himself as he walked back to the 1A dorms. It was nice having a friend for once. Izuku Midoriya. I swear to God, if you say anything to her this week, I will kill you myself. Izuku stared at Aizawa as he said that, before cracking up with laughter. They were the last two left on the train platform, and Izuku was waiting for the train to arrive so that he could head to his internship. He knew why Aizawa was so concerned. Izuku was doing an internship with the woman that he was in love with, and Izuku had a history of teasing. What? Do you think I'm just gonna spill your beans? I wouldn't dare. Aizawa glared at him, crossing his arms. Yes, you would. I've known you for almost a year and a half now, kiddo. You 100% would. But I promise you that if you do, your training will become even more hellish than it already is. Izuku nodded slowly, understanding what Aizawa was saying. He thought about what he would have done if someone had told Mo how he felt about her before he did. He wouldn't put Aizawa through that. Fine. I won't tell her anything, okay? Aizawa hummed, uncrossing his arms and nodding subtly. They were silent as they waited a bit longer for Izuku's train to arrive. When it did, Izuku stepped onto it and waved goodbye, a smile on his face. Aizawa turned back to the bus they had taken to get to the station and smiled softly to himself as he did, hiding his face in his scarf. Seeing both Izuku and Hitoshi going off to their first internships had made Aizawa feel proud. He reached into his scarf and pulled out the necklace that had barely left his neck for the last 10 years, opening up the small clasp and smiled to himself as the picture of him and Hisashi came into view. You'd be proud, Hisashi, both our boys are going to be excellent heroes. Doctor, what are your opinions on Tamura's plan? The doctor looked up from his work as his MSTR, all for one, asked his question. Thinking for a moment, he hummed. It has merit, sir, but I believe that his immaturity will scare Stain off. All for one nodded. Even so, I believe that allowing him to go through with his plan will be a learning experience for him. Even if the hero killer does not join Tamura, or at the very least partner with him, this experience should help him grow. The doctor hummed, pressing a few buttons and watching the machine in front of him poke and prod the almost complete Nomu in the tank, chuckling as it howled, its skin growing darker as the status screen's quirk was pumped into it. All for one's mouth tightened as he watched the scene unfold. The doctor might be a brilliant mind, but that same mind was incredibly twisted and sadistic. And while you might think that would be the pot calling the kettle black, he had standards. All true professionals did. He blinked as a console to his right beeped, notifying him that Kurogyri had returned with the hero killer. He used one of his many quirks to access the camera in the bar with his mind, readying himself to step in case Tamura was in serious danger. Alright, hero killer Stain, let us see what you're made of. No no no. Curse this wretched thing. A vial of purplish liquid was thrown across the room, smashing up against the wall. It was quickly followed by another purple vial, and then another, and then many more. Overhaul roared as he vented his frustrations on another unsuccessful batch of his quirk-removing drag. He was just about to remove his gloves and cause some real damage to this shitty equipment when he felt a small, sharp pain in his back, and then everything slowed. Overhaul. I see batch number 23 has failed. I know this must be frustrating for you, but you need to control yourself. We don't get the new equipment until next week, so you can either take a week off and start again when it gets here, or you just have to deal with this inferior stuff. Overhaul growled as his head finally turned enough for him to see chronostasis. He'd be angry at the man for using his quirk on him if it wasn't exactly what he had told the man to do in this situation. Chisaki knew he had a temper. He wasn't an idiot. A few seconds later, Overhaul's body returned to its normal speed, and he caught himself before he fell to the floor. Humming, he readjusted his gloves and turned back to the machinery, grabbing another sample of Ares' blood from the freezer. I cannot wait. The cure needs to be ready as soon as possible. Thank you, Chrono, for stopping me from breaking my equipment. You may leave now. Chrono nodded, to the man, giving a small bow. He left the room and turned to the guards of the lab, higher-ups in the Yakuza, but not at the same level as the bullets. You will call me immediately if he starts again, got it? They saluted him, and he hummed to himself, nodding, and leaving back to his quarters. Overhaul could be annoying to deal with sometimes, but his goals were noble and his ambitions achievable. It would all be worth it when they succeeded in curing humanity. Izuku hopped off the train with a small smile. Hosu was a loud and bustling city, filled with heroes, brightly colored signs, and plenty of street performers. He could tell that the guy on the corner doing sleight of hand was using his quirk, but he found it harmless enough, especially since he wasn't being paid. He wandered the streets for a bit, still having around 30 minutes before he had to meet Ms. Joke for his internship. He was honestly surprised that she had sent an offer to him at all, seeing as she was a teacher, but he was glad for it. When the time came for him to head to the meeting spot, he only took one small detour. He found a small coffee shop and ordered 2 hot chocolates, drinking his on the way but taking Ms. Joke one as a thank you for offering an internship to him. As he walked into the lobby of the prank store she had told him to meet her in, he only had a second to react before a pie flew at his face. Unfortunately for him, his mind was still in protect the drink mode, meaning that he wasn't able to move quickly enough to dodge it. Standing in the doorway of a prank shop, covered in frosting, while the pro hero he was meant to be learning from laughed her guts up in the middle of the room, literally rolling on the floor laughing. It wasn't how he expected his internship to start, but really, it should have been. Emerald splash. Hitoshi ducked under the sudden barrage of small, green crystals that was sent his way, rolling behind one of the couches in the room. He peeked around the side to see the pro hero he was going to be interning with standing there, striking a pose. You have excellent reflexes. I see UA has taught you well. The hero was slightly taller than he was, with bright red hair, a bit hanging from the right side of his head, and was wearing a deep green jumpsuit, similar to his dad's actually. The pose that the man had taken looked silly, but when coupled with his quirk, Puppet Master, a bright green figure with white accents floating behind him, it became intimidating. This was the puppet hero, Hierophant. Hitoshi stood up, putting his hands together and bowing. Thank you for sending me an internship offer, Mr. Hierophant, sir. The hero laughed. Don't worry about it, puppeteer. When I saw your quirk in the listings I just knew that I had to scoop you up. We body snatchers have to stick together, after all, don't you think? Hitoshi cringed at the word body snatcher, something that had been used to demean him many times, but nodded. Of course, sir. I am eager to learn. Hierophant just smiled. Well, the first thing you have to learn about underground heroics, at least for me that is that overworking yourself can lead to injuries and worse. So before we start, we're going to sit down, relax a bit, and you're going to explain to me exactly how your quirk works, and we can go from there. Hitoshi nodded, sitting down in the offered chair and placing the briefcase with his hero costume in it on the floor next to him. He leaned back in the chair and put his feet up on the smaller seat in front of him, and started to talk. So my quirk is called brainwashing. Sir Night Eye hummed. You are shorter in person. Momo just gave the man Slenderman-like form a once-over, frowning. I would think that most people would be short in your eyes, sir. You tend to have a leg up on people in that regard. Momo hadn't even meant to make a pun. She was just saying the first thing that entered her mind, which was still pretty nervous. She was in the office of the former sidekick to All Might himself. How couldn't she be nervous? But luckily for her, Night Eye let out a small chuckle, tapping his finger on his desk. Ah, splendid, you have a sense of humor. I find that laughter and fun are great ways of unwinding from the stresses of hero work. You may come to find them helpful as well. He then stood up, making his absurd height even more apparent as he motioned for her to accompany him out of his office. For today, we will be going over how our paperwork is done first, before moving on to some practical exercises. Momo nodded. That is fine, sir. I'm willing to go at whatever pace you would like. Night Eye hummed. Excellent. Now firstly, let us meet my other employees. There is Centipeder, Bubble Girl, and my protege, Lemillion. Momo froze for a second, taking that last name in. Wait a second. Mirio works here? Night Eye raised his eyebrow. Yes? He's been under my employment for around a year now. The pair turned a corner to see the other 3 employees sitting at their desks, doing paperwork. Momo pointed at Mirio, a hurt expression on her face. Why didn't you tell me you worked here? Mirio just stared at her for a moment, the straw of his drink still in his mouth. He let out a slow slurp, staring Momo in the eyes, before suddenly dropping through the floor. The sound of his laughter could be heard even from upstairs. Greetings, Stampede. Welcome to the hive. Pony jumped as she heard a voice in her ear, sounding as if it was being played alongside static. She turned to see a small robot floating in the air, fashioned to look like a bee. Ping her head to the side, she whispered to the robot. Are you controlling this, Miss X? The Robo-Bee bobbed up and down a little bit, performing what Pony was going to take as a nod. Yes, please follow this bee to reach my office. I'd come down to greet you myself but I have to finish with this document. I should be done by the time you arrive. Pony hummed, nodding, and the Robo-Bee started to slowly float its way over to an elevator. Riding it to the top, Pony was excited to see the heroine in her costume. Miss X? I'm here. The Bumblebee hero smiled at her, standing up and motioning for Pony to enter the bathroom. All right. It's good to see you, Stampede. Go get your costume on and we'll go on a patrol right away. Pony ran towards the bathroom, getting her costume ready to take out of its case, and nodded to X, smiling. Yes, ma'am. She couldn't wait. You must be Battle Fist. Come in, come in. Itsuka smiled at the hero as she walked in the front door of the agency, noting how similar it was to how she expected it to be. After Izuku's suggestions, and her chat with Hitoshi, she had eventually decided to go with Backdraft, as his style was very focused on crowd control. Hitoshi had pointed out that her hands, when fully enlarged, could be good at creating barriers to protect civilians, and her fingers could be used like how Backdraft used his quirk to make lines that civilians couldn't cross. After she had gotten changed into her costume, Backdraft started to give her a tour of the agency before anything else. She might have been eager to get into the physical stuff, but she could understand that this was important as well. His agency was styled after a stereotypical American fire station, and he even actually had a fire truck off to the far right of the ground floor, a large door in front of it in case he needed to mobilize quickly. And if he seemed extra excited when he showed off the actual, working fireman's pole that lead from his office to right next to his fire truck, then she would wait until she had been left alone in her bunk to laugh about it. Backdraft eventually got a ping on his phone, a request for his presence at an attack. Turning to Itsuka, he waved her over to his car, hopping into the old American convertible and quickly turning it on. Let's roll. Oh, come on. Don't give me that look. You walked into a prank store not expecting to get pranked? Izuku just sighed, placing the hot chocolate he had gotten for Ms. Joke to the side and taking the hand towel that she was offering off of her, wiping down his face and the front of his shirt. After he was done, he picked the hot chocolate back up and held it out to her. I got this for you to thank you for sending me an internship offer. Ms. Joke immediately got a guilty look on her face but grabbed the hot chocolate. Ah geez, now I feel mean. You didn't have to get me this. But also, how did you know my favorite flavor? Izuku just smirked. Aizawa told me that you liked hot chocolate more than coffee. But, I feel like I am obligated to tell you that he phrased it as, the crazy witch likes hot chocolate more than coffee. Ms. Joke just burst out into laughter. Somehow I know that you aren't even joking about that. I'll make sure he pays for that the next time I see him. Izuku laughed as well. I'm sure he's shaking in his boots even now, he can probably sense when you're planning something. He always can with me. Ms. Joke smiled, wrapping her arm around Izuku's shoulder, pulling him into a side hug. I like you, kiddo. You can call me Emmy. Now, how's about you and me start patrolling the area, and I can teach you about my kind of semi-underground heroics. Izuku beamed, nodding, bringing his suitcase up to his chest. Yes. I'll just go get changed first. I'll be right back. Emmy nodded, watching him sprint off to the bathroom of the store to get changed. It was lucky she owned the store because if she didn't, he would have probably been stopped from doing so. Pulling out her phone, she opened her text message app and clicked on the name, My Future Husband, and quickly tapped out a message, hitting send as Izuku walked back out in full costume, his helmet resting at his side. Emmy smiled. Alright kid, let's go kick some villain butt. Rafflecopter pilot, I like him. He's a fun kid. No sleep for you, good. Keep him safe out there, Emmy. He's got a habit of getting into trouble. ROFL copter pilot, will do, tall, dark and tired. Go get some rest now, alright? No sleep for you, I'll sleep when I'm dead. ROFL copter pilot, good night, Shoyuta. No sleep for you, night, Emmy. The seed of conviction lies within you. I will let you live for now. Tamura would be shaking with rage if he could move a muscle. This DMN-FING lunatic had FING stabbed him. Stabbed him. Now, send me back to where I was before. My crusade isn't over in Hosu City. Tamura growled from his spot on the floor as the signature black smoke of Kurojire's portals appeared behind Stain. Stain instantly stepped to the side, watching the portal with his sword already out of its sheath, faster than Tamura had been able to follow. He tried to move his body again, grinning as he felt his muscles loosen up. Darting to his feet, he got ready to dust Stain, but before he could do anything, he heard Sensei's voice. Tamura. Allow him to leave. Stain, you are free to go if you wish. Please contact us if you change your mind. Stain huffed, and Tamura knew that he wasn't going to change his mind at any stage. Stain backed his way through Kurojire's portal, vanishing. Rolling his shoulders, trying to stop the cuts from hurting as much, Tamura turned to the TV screen and scratched his neck. Sensei, why didn't you let me kill him? He stabbed me, right in my FING arm. I hate him. And I'm allowed to destroy things I hate, right? There was silence for a moment before All for One's voice came through the screen. Young Shigaraki. Even if the hero killer declined your offer, is there no other way he can be useful to you? Tamura paused, his brain whirling to try to answer Sensei's question. After a moment, something hit him. Sensei. I think I get it. We don't need him, we just need everyone to think he's on our side, right? Tamura couldn't help the smile that came onto his face as Sensei chuckled from the other side of the screen. Exactly, young Shigaraki. Now, what are you going to do to make this happen? Tamura's smile turned feral. I'm going to need some Nomu. Emi hummed as she jumped onto the next roof of her patrol route. Being a semi-underground hero meant that most of her work was at night, or right at the time when the sun started to dip behind the tall buildings of Hosu City. She landed on the next building and rolled, popping back up onto her feet. She watched as her intern followed her, his roll ending almost as well as her own. She noticed that his shoes had done something when he landed too. He had obviously had some training with this stuff before, and she knew who had probably taught him. So, Eraser's got you learning all sorts of underground hero stuff, right? I would think that he'd be sharing his scarf thingy-majiggy with you as well. Izuku chuckled, and Emi grinned as she saw the golden eyes on his mask upturn into stereotypical anime smile eyes. It was literally her favorite bit about his suit. Maybe she could look into getting something like that for her own mask? Not that she wore it often. Nah, Eraser hasn't told me anything about how his scarf works. I'm fairly certain it has to do with pressure points and stuff for some bits, but the only person he's told anything to is Hitoshi, and Eraser has him sworn to secrecy. Emi smiled, hopping up and down on her feet to try and keep the cold of the night from seeping into her exposed arms. Yeah, that makes sense. I've only ever met Hitoshi a few times, but if I didn't know beforehand that he was adopted, I'd have thought my future husband had a secret lover. Izuku laughed at that, and Emi continued forward, leaping over the next gap between buildings and doing a quick scan of the alleyway as she did. She rolled as she landed again, and hummed as her quirk showed her a pair of people down the alleyway to their right. Gridlock, I can sense 2 people down in the alleyway there. Can you tell if they're using their quirks? Izuku stopped for a moment, and she guessed he was focusing on that quirk sight bit of his quirk that he had told her about. After a moment, he nodded. Yep, one has a quirk that feels a bit like Kaminari's, so it's probably something to do with electricity, and the other seems to be shifting, I can't really tell what it is. Emi nodded. That's good enough. Now stay back. But if I give you this, she held up a hand signal, from an old superhero movie about a wall-climbing hero, then I'm telling you to shut down both of their quirks, alright? Izuku nodded, copying the hand signal to show that he understood. Emi smiled and walked to the side of the building, and suddenly the sound of laughter echoed up to them. Emi smirked, dropping down onto the fire escape and sliding down to the ground, her brass knuckles glinting in the streetlight. Hey there, boys. Awfully loud for a couple of troublemakers, aren't we? Hitoshi watched from just in front of the police line as Hierophant's quirk stopped a rampaging villain in its tracks. The woman, who had some sort of gigantification quirk, had just stopped moving. Was this what it was like to other people when he used his quirk? He was usually so focused on keeping his control he never really noticed the look on a brainwashed person's face. Kid, you good? Hitoshi jumped as he heard Hierophant speak. Yeah, I'm good. Sorry about that. Was just thinking. Hierophant nodded, smiling. Don't worry about it. Now, as we continue with our patrol, I want you to tell me every good thing you saw me do in that fight, and every bad thing. Hitoshi raised his eyebrow, giving Hierophant a quizzical look. Aren't you the one meant to give me feedback and advice? Hierophant chuckled. Yeah, I guess that's true, but trust me with this. Pointing out what someone with a similar quirk did wrong during a fight can be really good for getting ideas for things you can do better as well. Why do you think so many people with speed quirks watch Ingenium footage, or strength quirks, All Might? Hitoshi hummed, thinking over what Hierophant said as the hero spoke with the nearby police officers, before giving a small comment to the local news crew that had shown up near the end of the fight. It made sense when Hitoshi thought about it. But what had Hierophant done wrong? He hadn't really spotted anything like that from where he was. He'd have to pay even more attention next time. Izuku couldn't help but laugh alongside Emi as she slapped a pair of bright pink HNDCFFS onto each of the fighters, before slapping a smiley face sticker onto their cheeks. She did a flourish with her wrist and Izuku watched as the screen came to life, a man's face appearing on it. Ah, Mrs. Joke. Lovely to hear from you. Where do we need to go this time? Emi smirked. Officer Loka. Got a couple of ruffians for you and your pals to Loka P. In an alleyway next to Crimson Demon Pyrotechnics. 2 guys, fairly average build, so no need to get the big van. The man on the screen nodded, before seemingly trying to look over her shoulder. Oh, do you have an intern with you? Emi yanked Izuku into view. Yep. From UA. Got good feelings about this one too. Gonna really make a splash. Izuku rubbed the back of his head, smiling. Ah, I certainly hope so. Although, not too big of a splash. I want to be an underground hero. Officer Loka seemed surprised. Good for you, kid. Too many hero students are focused on the flashier side of heroics these days, to me. Nice to see some can appreciate the less glorious bits. Anyway, gotta go. Pickup is en route, joke, ETA within 5 minutes. Emi's watch flicked off and she smiled. She dragged the unconscious bodies of the people who had been fighting to lean up against the wall, before sitting cross-legged on the ground. Alright, since we've got about 5 minutes until they get here, I wanted to talk to you about something. I had to read your file when I sent my offer in, and I noticed that your quirk listing is a bit different to how you actually use it. Izuku tilted his head, a bit confused. What do you mean? Emi put one of her elbows to her knees and held her head up, and reached into her vest with the other, bringing out a small sheet of paper. Unfolding it, she started to read. Quirk, Dominion. Cool name by the way. Allows the user to manipulate and affect the quirks of anyone within his range. Izuku nodded, smiling at the compliment. Yeah, that's my quirk. What don't you get about it? Emi tapped the paper again. It says here you can manipulate and affect, not just turn them off. If you can do more stuff with your quirk, why do you stick with just shutting them down? If you wanted to sow chaos in a fight, you could try forcibly activating them to throw them off, or even use it to make them attack each other. Izuku raised his finger to point out why he couldn't do that, and stopped. Could he do that? He had never really tried to, other than in his fight with Bakugo, where he had boosted Bakugo's quirk at random to mess with him. He hadn't pushed it too hard, because he knew that boosting drained his stamina like nothing else, but what if he did? Could he do something like that? It would be a great help in the future. Any new techniques or moves were always helpful. He reached out with his quirk sight and felt Emi's right in front of him, full of bright green, joy, and an underlying feeling of dread that he only understood now that he had seen her quirk used on someone. He grabbed onto her quirk and heard her shuffle around a bit as he instinctively clamped down on it a bit. Stopping himself, he let the quirk in his grip free, before pushing into it again, this time offering up his energy. He knew quirks didn't really have personalities, but it still felt like her quirk happily accepted the energy he was giving it. He could feel the draw of power between him and Emi's quirk, his stamina slowly trickling down through it. He grabbed onto the connection and forced as much power as he could through it at once. Ha! For a briefest of instants, he felt Emi's quirk latch onto him and force him to laugh, and even after the quirk-based compulsion disappeared, the smile on his face didn't. It had taken a lot more stamina than he had expected, but that was fine. Emi clapped him on the shoulder as he let the connection go. Alright kid, that was some good stuff? Glad I could rock your worldview a bit, dash. We'll make a top-tier hero out of you yet? I'm sorry I didn't tell you all I worked here. Momo pouted as she walked alongside Mirio, both of them in their hero costumes. Momo was still getting used to revealing so much skin in public, but at least this costume was leagues above what she had before. How had anyone thought a leotard with a big hole down the front was a good idea? She fiddled with her goggles, practicing suching through various blueprints. It's fine. I assume you kept it to yourself so Zoo didn't bug you about getting Sir Nightie's autograph. Mirio smiled, nodding. Yep. It's an ace I'm keeping up my sleeve if I ever need to get him a gift all of a sudden. And if his school time so far has told us anything, it's that he's got a tendency to be in situations where he gets hurt. Hospital visits usually mean bringing get-well-soon gifts. Momo raised an eyebrow at that for a moment before chuckling. I would argue against planning for that, but you're right. Trouble seems to find him. It's something I'll be trying to help him avoid in the future. Mirio laughed. Good luck with that. But seriously, I'm glad you two finally worked things out. It was pretty much torture watching you both dance around each other for years. Momo blushed. Yes, well, I'm glad too. Now, can we focus, Lemillion? You're meant to be explaining to me what we're doing as we're doing it. Mirio smirked. As you wish, Izanami. Right now we're just making sure that everyone around us knows that there is a hero presence in these few blocks. It helps out people in trouble, as they know they can call for help and actually reach a hero who can. Momo nodded. Right, so us being here makes everyone know that they can call on us if they need to, while also doubling as a deterrent for any potential villains? Mirio clicked his tongue and winked, giving her a thumbs up. 10 out of 10, you got it right. Now, Sir wanted me to take you around a couple of blocks, just to give you the feel of the streets in this part of town. Keep an eye out for alleyways and where the exits and entrances are. It's important to know how to navigate an urban landscape quickly if you want to help people. Momo hummed but started glancing around at the streets, keeping alleyways in mind. It must be easy for you, buildings aren't really a problem for someone who can just walk through them. Mirio huffed, seeming upset. You'd think, right? But no. Sir says that I'm not actually allowed to permeate through buildings because I'm not allowed to enter private property without permission or a warrant. Means I have to use my pseudo-warping trick a lot to get around town. Nodding her head, Momo thought about that. That does make sense. Unless you had permission from every single person in every single building, you would open yourself up to be sued, and possibly punished for breaking and entering people's homes and businesses. Mirio was about to continue when his phone went off. Sorry, Izanami, gotta take this, it's Sir. Hello? Sir? What's the problem? A moment later, Mirio nodded, ending the call. Izanami. We need to head back immediately. Sir just got some information on a case with his quirk and we need to get ready to head out ASAP. Momo yelped as Mirio started sprinting off towards the Night Eye Agency, and pushed herself to catch up. What's wrong? Where are we headed? Mirio's breath wasn't even labored as he ran. Sir couldn't say everything but told me where we're going tonight. Apparently something big is going down in Hosu tonight. Ida frowned as he looked around the street, half listening to Manuel as he talked about paperwork. He didn't need to learn how to do paperwork. He needed to study all of the alleys and backways in the city so he could find Stain quicker. Needed to know where criminals hung out so that he could get his revenge. His eyes roamed the streets around him as Manuel walked ahead of him, taking note of every nook and cranny he could remember. He would find Stain, and he would bring him to justice. It was what Tensei deserved.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.